Then the women start up again, scheming, gabbling. Madame Manec brushes Marie-Laure's hair in long, absent-minded strokes. 76 years old, she whispers, and I can still feel like this, like a little girl with stars in my eyes. Diagnosis. The military doctor takes Sergeant Major von Rumpel's temperature, inflates the blood pressure cuff, examines his throat with a penlight. This very morning, von Rumpel inspected a 15th-century Davenport and supervised its installment onto a rail car meant for Marshal Goering's hunting lodge. The private who brought it to him described plundering the villa they took it from. He called it shopping. The Davenport makes von Ruppel think of an 18th-century Dutch tobacco box made out of brass and copper and encrusted with tiny diamonds that he examined earlier this week. And the tobacco box sends his thoughts, as inexorably as gravity, back to the sea of flames. In his weaker moments, he imagines walking in some future hour between arcades of pillars in the great Führer Museum at Linz, his heels clacking smartly on the marble, twilight cascading through high windows. He sees 1,000 crystalline display cases, so clear they seem to float above the floor. Inside them wait the world's mineral treasures, harvested from every hole on the globe. Dioptase and topaz and amethyst and California rubellite. What was the phrase? Like stars flung off the brows of archangels. And in the very centre of the gallery, a spotlight falls through the ceiling onto a pedestal. There, inside a glass cube, glows a small blue stone. The doctor asks von Ruppel to lower his trousers. Though the business of war has not let up for even a day, von Ruppel has been happy for months. His responsibilities are doubling. They are not, it turns out, a lot of Aryan diamond experts in the Reich. Just 3 weeks ago, outside a tiny sun-streaked station west of Bratislava, he examined an envelope full of perfectly clear, well-faceted stones. Behind him rumbled a truck full of paintings wrapped in paper and packed in straw. The guards whispered that a Rembrandt was in there, and pieces of a famous altarpiece from Krakow. All being sent to a salt mine somewhere deep beneath the Austrian village of Altozay, where a mile-long tunnel drops into a glittering arcade filled with shelving 3 stories high, upon which the High Command is stacking Europe's finest art. They will assemble everything under one unassailable roof, a temple to the human endeavour. Visitors will marvel at it for 1,000 years. The doctor probes his groin. No pain? None. Nor here? None. It would have been too much to hope for names from the lapidary in Paris. Dupont, after all, would not have known who'd been given the replicas of the diamond. He had no insight into the last-second safeguards of the museum. But Dupont was of service nonetheless. Von Ruppel needed a number, and he got it. 3. The doctor says, "You may dress," and washes his hands at a sink. In the 2 months leading up to the invasion of France, Dupont fashioned 3 replicas for the museum. Did he use the real diamond to make them? He used a casting. He never saw the real diamond. Von Ruppel believed him. 3 replicas, plus the real stone. Somewhere on this planet, among its sextillion grains of sand. 4 stones. 1 of them in the basement of the museum, locked in a safe. 3 more to find. There are moments when von Ruppel feels impatience rising in him like bile, but he forces himself to swallow it back. It will come. He buckles his belt. The doctor says, "We need to take a biopsy. You will want to telephone your wife." Weakest, number 3. The scales of cruelty tip Maybe Bastian exacts some final vendetta. Maybe Frederick goes looking for his only way out. All Werner knows for certain is that one April morning he wakes to find 3 inches of slush on the ground, and Frederick not in his bunk. He does not show at breakfast, or poetics, or morning field exercises. Each story Werner hears contains its own flaws and contradictions, as though the truth is a machine whose gears are not meshing. First, he hears that a group of boys took Frederick out and set up torches in the snow, and told him to shoot the torches with his rifle, to prove he had adequate eyesight. Then Werner hears that they brought him charts for eye exams, and when he could not read them, they force-fed the charts to him. But what does the truth matter in this place? Werner imagines 20 boys closing over Frederick's body like rats. He sees the fat, gleaming face of the commandant, throat spilling out of his collar, reclined like a king on some high-backed oak throne, while blood slowly fills the floor, rises past his ankles, past his knees. Werner skips lunch and walks in a daze to the school's infirmary. He's risking detention or worse. It's a sunny, bright noon, but his heart is being crushed slowly in a vice, and everything is slow and hypnotic. And he watches his arm work as it pulls open the door, as if he's peering through several feet of blue water. A single bed, with blood in it. Blood on the pillow and on the sheets, and even on the enamelled metal of the bed frame. Pink rags in a basin, half-unrolled bandage on the floor. The nurse bustles over and grimaces at Werner. Outside of the kitchens, she is the only woman at the school. "Why so much blood?" he asks. She sets 4 fingers across her lips, debating perhaps whether to tell him or pretend she does not know. Accusation or resignation or complicity. "Where is he?" "Leipzig, for surgery." She touches a round white button on her uniform with what might be an inconveniently trembling finger. Otherwise, her manner is entirely stern. "What happened?" "Shouldn't you be at noontime meal?" Each time he blinks, he sees the men of his childhood, laid-off miners drifting through back alleys, men with hooks for fingers and vacuums for eyes. He sees Bastian standing over a smoking river, snow falling all around him. Führer, folk, fatherland. Steal your body. Steal your soul. "When will he be back?" "Oh," she says, a soft enough word. She shakes her head. A blue soapbox on the table. Above it, a portrait of some foregone officer in a crumbling frame. Some previous boy sent through this place to die. "Cadet?" Werner has to sit on the bed. The nurse's face seems to occupy multiple distances, a mask atop a mask atop a mask. What is Jutta doing at this exact moment? Wiping the nose of some wailing newborn, or collecting newspapers, or listening to presentations from army nurses, or darning another sock? Praying for him? Believing in him? He thinks, "I will never be able to tell her about this." "Dearest Marie-Laure, the others in my cell are mostly kind. Some tell jokes. Here's one. Have you heard about the Wehrmacht exercise program? Yes, each morning you raise your hands above your head and leave them there. My angel has promised to deliver this letter for me at great risk. It is very safe and nice to be out of the Gasthaus for a bit. We are building a road now, and the work is good. My body is getting stronger. Today I saw an oak tree disguised as a chestnut tree. I think it is called a chestnut oak. I would like very much to ask some of the botanists in the gardens about it when we get home. I hope you and Madame and Etienne will keep sending things. They say we will be allowed to receive one parcel each, so something has to get through eventually. I doubt they would let me keep any tools, but it would be wonderful if they would. You absolutely would not believe how pretty it is here, ma chérie, and how far we are from danger. I'm incredibly safe as safe can be. Your papa. Grotto. It's summer, and Marie-Laure is sitting in the alcove behind the library with Madame Manec and crazy Harold Bazin. Through his copper mask, through a mouthful of soup, Harold says, "I want to show you something." He leads Marie-Laure and Madame Manec down what Marie-Laure thinks is the Rue de Boyer, though it could be the Rue Vincent de Gournay or the Rue des Hautes Salles. They reach the base of the ramparts and turn right, following a lane Marie-Laure has not been on before. They descend 2 steps, pass through a curtain of hanging ivy, and Madame Manec says, "Harold, please, what is this?" The alley grows narrower and narrower until they must walk single file. The walls close on either side, and then they stop. Marie-Laure can feel stone blocks mounting vertically on both sides to brush their shoulders. They seem to rise forever. If her father has built this alley into his model, her fingers have not discovered it yet. Harold rummages in his filthy trousers, breathing hard behind his mask. Where the wall of the rampart should be, on their left, Marie-Laure hears a lock give way. A gate creaks open. "Watch your head," he says, and helps her through. They clamber down into a cramped, moist space that positively reeks of the sea. We're beneath the wall. 20 meters of granite on top of us. Madame says, "Really, Harold, it's gloomy as a graveyard in here." But Marie-Laure ventures a bit farther, the soles of her shoes slipping, the floor angling down, and then her shoes touch water. "Feel this," says Harold Bazin, and crouches and brings her hand to a curved wall which is completely studded with snails. Hundreds of them. Thousands. "So many," she whispers. "I don't know why. Maybe because they're safe from gulls. Here, feel this. I'll turn it over." Hundreds of tiny, squirming hydraulic feet beneath a horny, ridged top. A sea star. "Blue mussels here. And here's a dead stone crab. Can you feel his claw? Watch your head now." The surf breaks nearby. Water purls past her shoes. Marie-Laure wades forward. The floor of the room is sandy, the water barely ankle deep. From what she can tell, it's a low grotto, maybe 4 yards long and half as wide, shaped like a loaf of bread. At the far end is a thick grate, through which lustrous, clear sea wind washes. Her fingertips discover barnacles, weeds, 1,000 more snails. What is this place? "Remember I told you about the dogs of the watch? A long time ago, city kennel keepers would keep the mastiffs in here, dogs as big as horses. At night, a curfew bell would ring and the dogs would be let loose onto the beaches to eat any sailor who dared come ashore. Somewhere beneath those mussels is a stone with the date 1165 scratched into it. But the water? Even at the highest tides, it doesn't get more than waist deep. Back then, the tides might have been lower. We used to play in here as boys, me and your grandfather. Sometimes your great-uncle, too. The tide flows past their feet. Everywhere muscles click and sigh. She thinks of the wild old seamen who lived in this town, smugglers and pirates sailing over the dark seas, winding their ships between 10,000 reefs. "Harold, we should go now," calls Madame Manette, her voice echoing. "This is no place for a young girl." Marie-Laure calls, "It's fine, madame." Hermit crabs, anemones sending out a tiny jet of seawater when she pokes them, galaxies of snails, a story of life imminent in each. Finally, Madame Manette coaxes them out of the kennel, and crazy Harold leads Marie-Laure back through the gate and locks it behind them. Before they reach the Place Brousset, Madame Manette walking out front, he taps Marie-Laure's shoulder. His whisper comes in her left ear. His breath smells like crushed insects. "Could you find that place again, do you think?" "I think so." He puts something iron in her hand. "Do you know what it is?" Marie-Laure closes her fist. "It's a key." Intoxicated. Every day there's a word of another victory, another advance. Russia collapses like an accordion. In October, the student body gathers around a big wireless to listen to the Führer declare Operation Typhoon. German companies plant flags miles from Moscow. Russia will be theirs. Werner is 15. A new boy sleeps in Frederick's bed. Sometimes, at night, Werner sees Frederick when he's not there. His face appears over the edge of the upper bunk, or his silhouette presses binoculars to the window pane. Frederick, who did not die, but did not recover. Broken jaw, cracked skull, brain trauma. No one was punished. No one questioned. A blue automobile came to the school, and Frederick's mother got out and walked into the commandant's residence and emerged soon afterward, tilted against the weight of Frederick's duffel bag, looking very small. She climbed back into the car, and it drove away. Volkheimer is gone. There are stories that he's become a fearsome sergeant in the Wehrmacht, that he led a platoon into the last town on the road to Moscow, hacked off the fingers of dead Russians and smoked them in a pipe. The newest crop of cadets grow wild in their urgency to prove themselves. They sprint, shout, hurl themselves over obstacles. In field exercises, they play a game where 10 boys get red armbands and 10 get black. The game ends when one team has all 20. It seems to Werner as if all the boys around him are intoxicated. As if, at every meal, the cadets fill their tin cups not with the cold, mineralized water of Schulpforter, but with a spirit that leaves them glazed and dazzled, as if they ward off a vast and inevitable tidal wave of anguish only by staying forever drunk on rigour and exercise and gleaming boot leather. The eyes of the most bull-headed boys radiate a shining determination. Every ounce of their attention has been trained to ferret out weakness. They study Werner with suspicion when he returns from Hauptmann's lab. They do not trust that he's an orphan, that he's often alone, that his accent carries a whisper of the French he learnt as a child. "We are a volley of bullets," sing the newest cadets. "We are cannonballs. We are the tip of the sword." Werner thinks of home all the time. He misses the sound of rain on the zinc roof above his dormer, the feral energy of the orphans, the scratchy singing of Frau Elena as she rocks a baby in the parlour, the smell of the coking plant coming in under the dawn, the first reliable smell of every day. Mostly he misses Jutta. Her loyalty, her obstinacy, the way she always seems to recognize what is right. Though in Werner's weaker moments he resents those same qualities in his sister. Perhaps she's the impurity in him, the static in his signal that the bullies can sense. Perhaps she's the only thing keeping him from surrendering totally. If you have a sister back home, you're supposed to think of her as a pretty girl in a propaganda poster, rosy-cheeked, brave, steadfast. She's whom you fight for, whom you die for. But Jutta? Jutta sends letters that the school censor blacks out almost completely. She asks questions that should not be asked. Only Werner's affiliation with Dr. Hauptmann, his privileged status as the favourite of the technical sciences professor, keeps him safe. A company in Berlin is producing their transceiver, and already some of their units are coming back from what Hauptmann calls the field, blown apart, or burned, or drowned in mud, or defective, and Werner's job is to rebuild them, while Hauptmann talks into his telephone, or writes requisitions for replacement parts, or spends whole fortnights away from the school. Weeks pass without a letter to Jutta. Werner writes 4 lines, a smattering of platitudes. "I'm fine. I'm so busy," and hands it to the bunkmaster. Dread swamps him. "You have minds," Bastian murmurs one evening in the refectory. Each boy hunching almost imperceptibly farther over his food as the commandant's finger grazes the back of his uniform. "But minds are not to be trusted. Minds are always drifting toward ambiguity, toward questions, when what you really need is certainty, purpose, clarity. Do not trust your minds." Werner sits in the lab late at night, alone again, and trolls the frequencies on the Grundig tube radio that Volkheimer used to borrow from Hauptmann's office, searching for music, for echoes, for what, he is not sure. He sees circuits break apart and reform. He sees Frederick staring into his book of birds. He sees the furore of the mines at Solverein, the shunting cars, the banging locks, the trundling conveyors, smokestacks silting the sky day and night. He sees Jutta slashing back and forth with a lit torch as darkness encroaches from all sides. Wind presses against the walls of the lab. Wind, the commandant loves to remind them, that comes all the way from Russia. A Cossack wind, the wind of candle-eating barbarians with hogs' heads who will stop at nothing to drink the blood of German girls. Gorillas who must be wiped off the earth. Static, static. "Are you there?" Finally he shuts off the radio. Into the stillness come the voices of his masters, echoing from one side of his head, while memory speaks from the other. "Open your eyes and see what you can with them before they close forever." The Blade and the Whelk. The Hôtel Dieu dining room is big and sombre and full of people talking about U-boats off Gibraltar, and the iniquities of currency exchange, and 4-stroke marine diesel engines. Madame Manec orders 2 bowls of chowder that she and Marie-Laure promptly finish. She says she does not know what to do next. Should they keep waiting? So she orders 2 more. At last a man in rustling clothing sits down with them. "You are sure your name is Madame Walter?" Madame Manec says, "You are sure your name is René?" A pause. "And her?" "My accomplice. She can tell if someone's lying just by hearing him speak." He laughs. They talk about the weather. Sea air exudes from the man's clothes, as if he's been blown here by a gale. While he talks, he makes ungainly movements and bumps the table so that the spoons clatter in their bowls. Finally, he says, "We admire your efforts, madame." The man who calls himself René starts talking extremely softly. Marie-Laure catches only phrases. "Look for special insignia on their license plates. WH for Army, WL for Air Force, WM for Navy. And you could note, or find someone who could, every vessel that comes in and out of the harbour. This information is very much in demand." Madame Manec is quiet. If more is said that Marie-Laure cannot overhear, if there is a pantomime going on between them, notes passed, stratagems agreed upon, she cannot say. Some level of accord is reached, and soon enough she and Madame Manec are back in the kitchen at number 4 Rue Vauberel. Madame Manec clatters around in the cellar and hauls up canning supplies. This very morning, she announces, she has managed to procure what might be the last 2 crates of peaches in France. She hums as she helps Marie-Laure with the peeler. "Madame?" "Yes, Marie." "What is a pseudonym?" "It is a fake name, an alternate name." "If I were to have one, what sort of name could I choose?" "Well," says Madame Manec. She pits and quarters another peach. "You can be anything. You can be the mermaid if you like. Or Daisy, Violet. How about the whelk? I think I would like to be the whelk." "The whelk? That is an excellent pseudonym." "And you, madame, what would you like to be?" "Me?" Madame Manec's knife pauses. Crickets sing in the cellar. "I think I would like to be the blade." "The blade?" "Yes." The perfume of the peaches makes a bright, ruddy cloud. "The blade," repeats Marie-Laure. Then they both start laughing. "Dear Werner, why don't you write?" Blanked out. "The foundries run day and night and the stacks never stop smoking. And it's been cold here, so everyone burns everything to stay warm. Sawdust, hard coal, soft coal, lime, garbage. War widows..." Blanked out. "And every day there are more. I'm working at the laundry with the twins, Hannah and Susanna, and Claudia Förster. You remember her. We're mending tunics and trousers mostly. I'm getting better with a needle, so at least I'm not pricking myself all the time. Right now I just finished my homework. Do you have homework? There are fabrics shortages, and people bring in slipcovers, curtains, old coats. Anything that can be used, they say, must be used. Just like all of us here. Huh. I found this under your old cot. Seems like you could use it. Love, Jutta." Inside the homemade envelope waits Werner's childhood notebook, his handwriting across the cover. Questions. Across its pages swarm boyhood drawings, inventions, an electric bed heater he wanted to build for Frau Elena, a bicycle with chains to drive both wheels. Can magnets affect liquids? Why do boats float? Why do we feel dizzy when we spin? A dozen empty pages at the back. Juvenile enough, presumably, to make it past the censor. Around him sounds the din of boots, clatter of rifles. Stocks on the ground, barrels against the wall. Grab cups off hooks, plates off racks. Queue up for boiled beef. Over him breaks a wave of homesickness so acute that he has to clamp his eyes. Alive before you die. Madame Manec goes into Etienne's study on the 5th floor. Marie-Laure listens on the stairs. "You could help," Madame says. Someone, likely Madame, opens a window, and the bright air of the sea washes onto the landing, stirring everything. Etienne's curtains, his papers, his dust, Marie-Laure's longing for her father. Etienne says, "Please, Madame, close the window. They are rounding up blackout offenders." The window stays open. Marie-Laure creeps down another stair. "How do you know whom they round up, Etienne? A woman in Rennes was given 9 months in prison for naming one of her hogs Goebbels. Did you know that? A palm reader in Cancale was shot for predicting de Gaulle would return in the spring. Shot! Those are only rumours, Madame. Madame Eberhard says that a Dinan man, a grandfather, Etienne, was given 2 years in prison for wearing the cross of Lorraine under his collar. I heard they're going to turn the whole city into a big ammunition dump." Her great-uncle laughs softly. "It all sounds like something a sixth-former would make up." "Every rumour carries a seed of truth, Etienne." All of Etienne's adult life, Marie-Laure realizes, Madame Manec has tended his fears, skirted them, mitigated them. She creeps down one more stair. Madame Manec is saying, "You know things, Etienne, about maps, tides, radios." "It's already too dangerous, all those women in my house. People have eyes, Madame." "Who?" "The perfumer, for one." "Claude," she snorts. "Little Claude is too busy smelling himself." "Claude is not so little any more. Even I can see his family gets more than the others, more meat, more electricity, more butter. I know how such prizes are won." "Then help us." "I don't want to make trouble, Madame." "Isn't doing nothing a kind of troublemaking? Doing nothing is doing nothing. Doing nothing is as good as collaborating." The wind gusts. In Marie-Laure's mind, it shifts and gleams, draws needles and thorns in the air. Silver, then green, then silver again. "I know ways," says Madame Manec. "What ways? Whom have you put your trust in?" "You have to trust someone sometime." "If your same blood doesn't run in the arms and legs of the person you're next to, you can't trust anything, and even then, it's not a person you wish to fight, Madame. It's a system. How do you fight a system?" "You try." "What would you have me do?" "Dig out that old thing in the attic. You used to know more about radios than anyone in town, anyone in Brittany, perhaps." "They've taken all the receivers." "Not all. People have hidden things everywhere. You'd only have to read numbers, is how I understand it. Numbers on strips of paper. Someone, I don't know who, maybe Harold Bazin, will bring them to Madame Ruelle, and she'll collect them and bake the messages right into the bread, right into it." She laughs. To Marie-Laure, her voice sounds 20 years younger. "Harold Bazin? You are trusting Harold Bazin? You're cooking secret codes into bread? What fat kraut is going to eat those awful loaves? They take all the good flour for themselves. We bring home the bread, you transmit the numbers, then we burn the piece of paper." "This is ridiculous. You act like children." "It's better than not acting at all. Think of your nephew. Think of Marie-Laure." Curtains flap and papers rustle, and the two adults have a standoff in the study. Marie-Laure has crept so close to her great-uncle's doorway that she can touch the doorframe. Madame Manec says, "Don't you want to be alive before you die?" "Marie is almost 14 years old, madam. Not so young, not during war. 14-year-olds die the same as anybody else. But I want 14 to be young. I want—" Marie-Laure scoots back up a step. Have they seen her? She thinks of the stone kennel crazy Harold Bazin led her to, the snails gathered in their multitudes. She thinks of the many times her father put her on his bicycle. She'd balance on the seat, and he would stand on the pedals, and they'd glide out into the roar of some Parisian boulevard. She'd hold his hips and bend her knees, and they'd fly between cars, down hills, through gauntlets of odour and noise and colour. Etienne says, "I am going back to my book, madame. Shouldn't you be preparing dinner?" No out. In January 1942, Werner goes to Dr. Hauptmann in his glowing, firelit office, twice as warm as the rest of the castle, and asks to be sent home. The little doctor is sitting behind his big desk, with an anemic-looking roasted bird on a dish in front of him, quail or dove or grouse, rolls of schematics on his right. His hounds splay on the rug before the fire. Werner stands with his cap in his hands. Hauptmann shuts his eyes and runs a fingertip across one eyebrow. Werner says, "I will work to pay the train fare, sir." The blue fretwork of veins in Hauptmann's forehead pulsates. He opens his eyes. "You?" The dogs look up as one, a three-headed hydra. "You who gets everything, who comes here and listens to concerts and nibbles chocolates and warms yourself by the fire." A shred of roasted bird dances on Hauptmann's cheek. Perhaps for the first time Werner sees in his teacher's thinning blonde hair, in his black nostrils, in his small, almost elfin ears, something pitiless and inhuman, something determined only to survive. "Perhaps you believe you are somebody now, somebody of importance?" Werner clenches his cap behind his back to keep his shoulders from quaking. "No, sir." Hauptmann folds his napkin. "You are an orphan, Pfennig, with no allies. I can make you whatever I want to make you. A troublemaker, a criminal, an adult. I can send you to the front and make sure you're crouched in a trench in the ice until the Russians cut off your hands and feed them to you." "Yes, sir." "You will be given your orders when the school is ready to give you your orders, no sooner. We serve the Reich, Pfennig. It does not serve us." "Yes, sir." "You will come to the lab tonight, as usual." "Yes, sir." "No more chocolates. No more special treatment." In the hall, with the door shut behind him, Werner presses his forehead against the wall, and a vision of his father's last moments comes to him. The crushing press of the tunnels, the ceiling lowering, jaw pinned against the floor, skull splintering. "I cannot go home," he thinks. "And I cannot stay." The disappearance of Harold Bazin. Marie-Laure follows the odour of Madame Manec's soup through the Place aux Herbes and holds the warm pot outside the alcove behind the library while Madame raps on the door. Madame says, Where is Monsieur Bazin? Must have moved on, says the librarian, though the doubt in his voice is only partially disguised. Where could Harold Bazin move to? I'm not sure, Madame Manec. Please. It is cold. The door closes. Madame Manec swears. Marie-Laure thinks of Harold Bazin's stories. Lugubrious monsters made of sea foam, mermaids with fishy private parts, the romance of English sieges. He'll be back, says Madame Manec, as much to herself as to Marie-Laure. But the next morning Harold Bazin is not back. Or the next. Only half the group attends the following meeting. Do they think he was helping us? Whispers Madame Hebrard. Was he helping us? I thought he was carrying messages. What sort of messages? It is getting too dangerous. Madame Manec paces. Marie-Laure can almost feel the heat of her frustration from across the room. Leave then. Her voice smoulders. All of you. Don't be rash, says Madame Ruelle. We'll take a break, a week or two. Wait for things to settle. Harold Bazin, with his copper mask and boyish avidity, and his breath like crushed insects. Where, Marie-Laure wonders, do they take people? The Gast house her father was taken to? Where they write letters home about wonderful food and mythical trees? The baker's wife claims they're sent to camps in the mountains. The grocer's wife says they're sent to nylon factories in Russia. It seems as likely to Marie-Laure that the people just disappear. The soldiers throw a bag over whomever they want to remove, run electricity through him, and then that person's gone. Vanished. Expelled to some other world. The city, thinks Marie-Laure, is slowly being remade into the model upstairs. Streets sucked empty one by one. Each time she steps outside, she becomes aware of all the windows above her. The quiet is fretful, unnatural. It's what a mouse must feel, she thinks, as it steps from its hole into the open blades of a meadow, never knowing what shadow might come cruising above. Everything poisoned. New silk banners hang above the refectory tables, ablaze with slogans. They say, "Disgrace is not to fall but to lie." They say, "Be slim and slender, as fast as a greyhound, as tough as leather, as hard as Krupp steel." Every few weeks another instructor vanishes, sucked up into the engine of the war. New instructors, elderly townsmen of unreliable sobriety and disposition, are brought in. All of them, Werner notices, are in some way broken. They limp, or are blind in one eye, or their faces are lopsided from strokes or the previous war. The cadets show less respect to the new instructors, who in turn have shorter tempers, and soon the school feels to Werner like a grenade with its pin pulled. Strange things start happening with the electricity. It goes out for 15 minutes, then surges. Clocks run fast, light bulbs brighten, flare and pop, and send a soft rain of glass falling into the corridors. Days of darkness ensue. The switch is dead, the grid empty. The bunk rooms and showers become icy. For lighting, the caretaker resorts to torches and candles. All the gasoline is going to the war, and few cars come trundling through the school gates. Food is delivered by the same withered mule, its ribs showing as it drags its cart. More than once Werner slices the sausage on his plate to find pink worms squirming inside. The uniforms of the new cadets are stiffer and cheaper than his own. No longer do they have access to live ammunition for marksmanship. Werner would not be surprised if Bastian started handing out rocks and sticks. And yet all the news is good. "We are at the gates to the Caucasus," proclaims Hauptmann's radio. "We have taken oil fields. We will take Svalbard. We move with astounding speed. 5,700 Russians killed, 45 Germans lost." Every 6 or 7 days, the same 2 pallid casualty assistance officers enter the refectory, and 400 faces go ashen from the effort of not turning to watch. The boys move only their eyes, only their thoughts, tracking in their minds the passage of the 2 officers as they move between tables, seeking out the next boy, whose father has been killed. The cadet they stop behind often tries to pretend that he doesn't notice their presence. He puts his fork in his mouth and chews. And usually it's then that the taller officer, a sergeant, sets a hand on the boy's shoulder. The boy looks up at them with a full mouth and an unsteady face and follows the officers out, and the big oak double doors creak shut. And the lunchroom slowly exhales and edges back to life. Reinhard Wöllmann's father falls. Karl Westerholzer's father falls. Martin Burkhardt's father falls, and Martin tells everybody, on the very same night his shoulder is tapped, that he's happy. "Doesn't everything," he says, "die at last, and too soon? Who would not be honoured to fall, to be a paving stone on the road to final victory?" Werner looks for uneasiness in Martin's eyes, but cannot find it. For Werner, doubts turn up regularly: racial purity, political purity. Bastian speaks to a horror of any sort of corruption, and yet, Werner wonders in the dead of night, isn't life a kind of corruption? A child is born, and the world sets in upon it, taking things from it, stuffing things into it. Each bite of food, each particle of light entering the eye, the body can never be pure. But this is what the Commandant insists upon, why the Reich measures their noses, clocks their hair colour. The entropy of a closed system never decreases. At night, Werner stares up at Frederick's bunk, the thin slats, the miserable stained mattress. Another new boy sleeps up there, Dieter Ferdinand, a small muscular kid from Frankfurt, who does everything he's told, with a terrifying ferocity. Someone coughs. Someone else moans. A train sounds its lonesome whistle somewhere out beyond the lakes. To the east, always the trains move to the east, beyond the rims of the hills. They go to the huge trodden borderlands of the front. Even as he sleeps, the trains are moving, the catapults of history rattling past. Werner laces his boots and sings the songs and marches the marches, acting less out of duty than out of a time-worn desire to be dutiful. Bastian walks the rows of boys at their dinners. "What's worse than death, boys?" Some poor cadet is called to attention. "Cowardice." "Cowardice," agrees Bastian. And the boy sits while the Commandant slogs forward, nodding to himself, pleased. Lately the Commandant speaks more and more intimately of the Führer, and the latest thing, prayers, petroleum, loyalty, that he requires. The Führer requires trustworthiness, electricity, boot leather. Werner is beginning to see, approaching his 16th birthday, that what the Führer really requires is boys, great rows of them walking to the conveyor belt to climb on. Give up cream for the Führer, sleep for the Führer, aluminium for the Führer. Give up Reinhard Wöllmann's father, and Karl Westerholzer's father, and Martin Burkhardt's father. In March 1942, Dr. Hauptmann calls Werner into his office. Half-packed crates litter the floor. The hounds are nowhere to be seen. The little man paces, and it's not until Werner announces himself that Hauptmann stops. He looks as if he's slowly being engulfed by something beyond his control. I have been called to Berlin. They want me to continue my work there. Hauptmann lifts an hourglass from a shelf and sets it in a crate, and his pale, silver-tipped fingers hang in the air. It will be as you dreamed, sir. The best equipment, the best minds. That is all, says Dr. Hauptmann. Werner steps into the hall. Out on the snow-dusted quad, 30 first-formers jog in place, their breath showing in short-lived plumes. Chubby, slick-chinned, abominable Bastian yells something. He raises one short arm, and the boys turn on their heels, raise their rifles above their heads, and run faster in place, their knees flashing in the moonlight. Visitors. The electric bell rings at number 4 Rue Vauberel. Etienne Leblanc, Madame Manec, and Marie-Laure stop chewing at the same time, each thinking, they have found me out. The transmitter in the attic, the women in the kitchen, the 100 trips to the beach. Etienne says, You are expecting someone? Madame Manec says, No one. The women would come to the kitchen door. The bell rings again. All three go to the foyer. Madame Manec opens the door. French policemen, 2 of them. They are there, they explain, at the request of the Natural History Museum in Paris. The jarring of their boot heels on the boards of the foyer seems loud enough to shatter the windows. The first one's eating something. An apple, Marie-Laure decides. The second smells of shaving balm and roasted meat, as if they've been feasting. All 5, Etienne, Marie-Laure, Madame Manec, and the 2 men, sit in the kitchen around the square table. The men refuse a bowl of stew. The first clears his throat. Right or wrong, he says, he has been convicted of theft and conspiracy. All prisoners, political or otherwise, says the second, are forced to do labour, even if they have not been sentenced to it. The museum has written to wardens and prison directors all over Germany. We do not yet know exactly which prison. We believe it could be Bretonneau. We're certain they did not hold a proper tribunal. Etienne's voice comes spiralling up from beside Marie-Laure. Is that a good prison? I mean, one of the better ones? I'm afraid there are no good German prisons. A truck passes in the street. The sea folds on to the Plage de Meule 50 yards away. She thinks, they just say words. And what are words but sounds these men shape out of breath? Weightless vapours they send into the air of the kitchen to dissipate and die. She says, You have come all this way to tell us things we already know. Madame Manec takes her hand. Etienne murmurs, We did not know about this place called Bretonneau. The first policeman says, You told the museum he's managed to smuggle out 2 letters. The second, May we see them? Off goes Etienne, content to believe that someone's on the job. Marie-Laure ought to be happy too, but something makes her suspicious. She remembers something her father said back in Paris on the first night of the invasion as they waited for a train. Everyone is looking out for himself. The first policeman snaps flesh off his apple with his teeth. Are they looking at her? To be so close to them makes her feel faint. Etienne returns with both letters, and she can hear the men passing the pages back and forth. Did he speak of anything before he left? Of any particular activities or errands we should be aware of? Their French is good, very Parisian, but who knows where their loyalties lie? If your same blood doesn't run in the arms and legs of the person you're next to, you can't trust anything. Everything feels compressed and submarine to Marie-Laure just then, as if the 5 of them have been submerged into a murky aquarium overfull of fish, and their fins keep bumping as they shift about. She says, "My father is not a thief." Madame Manec's hand squeezes hers. Etienne says, "He seemed concerned for his job, for his daughter, for France, of course. Who wouldn't be?" "Mademoiselle," says the first man. He's talking directly to Marie-Laure. "Was there no specific thing he mentioned?" "Nothing. He had many keys at the museum. He turned in his keys before he left." "May we look at whatever he brought here with him?" the second man adds. "His bags, perhaps?" "He took his rucksack with him," says Marie-Laure, "when the director asked him to return." "May we look anyway?" Marie-Laure can feel the gravity in the room increase. What do they hope to find? She imagines the radio equipment high above her. Microphone, transceiver, all those dials and switches and cables. Etienne says, "You may." They go into every room. 3rd floor, 4th, 5th. On the 6th they stand in her grandfather's old bedroom and open the huge wardrobe with its heavy doors, and cross the hall and stand over the model of Saint-Malo in Marie-Laure's room and whisper to each other, and then tromp back downstairs. They ask a total of 1 question, about 3 free French flags rolled up in a 2nd floor closet. Why does Etienne have them? "You put yourself in jeopardy keeping those," says the 2nd policeman. "You would not want the authorities to think you are terrorists," says the 1st. "People have been arrested for less." Whether this is offered as favour or threat remains unclear. Marie-Laure thinks, do they mean Papa? The policemen finish their search and say good-night with perfect politeness and leave. Madame Manec lights a cigarette. Marie-Laure's stew is cold. Etienne fumbles with a fireplace grate. He shoves the flags one after another into the fire. "No more! No more!" he says the 2nd louder than the 1st. "Not here!" Madame Manec's voice. "They've found nothing. There is nothing to find." The acrid smell of burning cotton fills the kitchen. Her great-uncle says, "You do what you like with your life, madam. You have always been there for me, and I will try to be there for you. But you may no longer do these things in this house, and you may not do them with my great-niece." To my dear sister Jutta. It is very difficult now. Even paper is hard to... blanked out. We had... blanked out. No heat in the... blanked out. Frederick used to say there's no such thing as free will, and that every person's path is predetermined for him, just like... blanked out. Blanked out. And that my mistake was that I... blanked out. Blanked out, 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 blanked out. I hope someday you can understand. Love to you and Frau Elena too. Sieg Heil. The frog cooks. In the weeks to come, Madame Manec is perfectly cordial. She walks with Marie-Laure to the beach most mornings, takes her to the market. But she seems absent, asking how Marie-Laure and Etienne are doing with perfect courtesy, saying good morning as if they're strangers. Often she disappears for half a day. Marie-Laure's afternoons become longer, lonelier. One evening she sits at the kitchen table while her great-uncle reads aloud. The vitality which the snail's egg possess surpasses belief. We have seen certain species frozen in solid blocks of ice, and yet regain their activity when subjected to the influences of warmth. Etienne pauses. We should make supper. It doesn't appear that Madame will be back tonight. Neither of them moves. He reads another page. They have been kept for years in pillboxes, and yet on subjecting them to moisture, have crawled about appearing as well as ever. The shell may be broken, and even portions of it removed, and yet after a certain lapse of time the injured parts will be repaired by a deposition of shelly matter at the fractured parts. There's hope for me yet, says Etienne, and laughs. And Marie-Laure is reminded that her great-uncle was not always so fearful, that he had a life before this war, and before the last one too, that he was once a young man who dwelled in the world and loved it as she does. Eventually Madame Manec comes through the kitchen door and locks it behind her, and Etienne says good evening rather coldly, and after a moment Madame Manec says it back. Somewhere in the city Germans are loading weapons or drinking brandy, and history has become some nightmare from which Marie-Laure desperately wishes she could wake. Madame Manec takes a pot from the hanging rack and fills it with water. Her knife falls through what sounds like potatoes, the blade striking the wooden cutting board beneath. Please, madame, says Etienne. Allow me. You are exhausted. But he does not get up. And Madame Manec keeps chopping potatoes, and when she's done, Marie-Laure hears her push a load of them into the water with the back of her knife. The tension in the room makes Marie-Laure feel dizzy, as if she can sense the planet rotating. Sink any U-boats today? Murmurs Etienne. Blow up any German tanks? Madame Manec snaps open the door of the icebox. Marie-Laure can hear her rummage through a drawer. A match flares, her cigarette lights. Soon enough a bowl of undercooked potatoes appears before Marie-Laure. She feels around the tabletop for a fork, but finds none. Do you know what happens, Etienne? Says Madame Manec from the other side of the kitchen. When you drop a frog in a pot of boiling water? You will tell us, I am sure. It jumps out. But do you know what happens when you put the frog in a pot of cool water, and then slowly bring it to a boil? You know what happens then? Marie-Laure waits. The potatoes steam. Madame Manec says, the frog cooks. Orders. Werner is summoned by an 11-year-old in full regalia to the commandant's office. He waits on a wooden bench in a slowly building panic. They must suspect something. Maybe they've discovered some fact about his parentage that even he doesn't know. Something ruinous. He remembers when the Lance Corporal came through the door of Children's House to escort him to Herr Siedler's. The certainty that the instruments of the Reich could see through walls, through skin, into the very soul of each subject. After several hours, the commandant's assistant calls him in and sets down his ballpoint, and looks across his desk, as though Werner is one among a vast series of trivial problems he must put right. It has come to our attention, cadet, that your age has been recorded incorrectly. Sir? You are 18 years old, not 16, as you have claimed. Werner puzzles. The absurdity is plain. He remains smaller than most of the 14-year-olds. Our former technical sciences professor, Dr. Hauptmann, has called our attention to the discrepancy. He has arranged that you will be sent to a special technology division of the Wehrmacht. A division, sir? You have been here under false pretenses. His voice is oily and pleased. His chin is non-existent. Out a window, the school band practices a triumphal march. Werner watches a Nordic-looking boy stagger beneath the weight of a tuba. The Commandant urged disciplinary action, but Dr. Hauptmann suggested that you would be eager to offer your skills to the Reich. From behind his desk, the assistant produces a folded uniform, slate grey, eagle on the breast, Litzen on the collar. Then a green-black coal-scuttle helmet, obviously too large. The band blares, then stops. The band instructor screams names. The Commandant's assistant says, "You are very lucky, cadet. To serve is an honour." When, sir? You'll receive instructions within a fortnight, that is all. Pneumonia. Breton spring and a great onslaught of damp invades the coast. Fog on the sea, fog in the streets, fog in the mind. Madame Manec gets sick. When Marie-Laure holds her hand over Madame's chest, heat seems to steam up out of her sternum, as though she cooks from the inside. Her breathing devolves into trains of oceanic coughs. "I watched the sardines," murmurs Madame, "and the termites and the crows." Etienne summons the doctor who prescribes rest, aspirin, and aromatic violet comfits. Marie-Laure sits with Madame through the worst of it. Strange hours, when the old woman's hands go very cold, and she talks about being in charge of the world. She is in charge of everything, but no one knows. It is a tremendous burden, she says, to be responsible for every little thing, every infant born, every leaf falling from every tree, every wave that breaks onto the beach, every ant on its journey. Deep in Madame's voice, Marie-Laure hears water. Atolls and archipelagos and lagoons and fjords. Etienne proves to be a tender nurse. Washcloths, broth, now and then a page from Pasteur or Rousseau. His manner forgiving her all transgressions past and present. He wraps Madame in quilts. But eventually she shivers so deeply, so profoundly, that he takes the big heavy rag rug off the floor and lays it on top of her. "Dearest Marie-Laure, your parcels arrived, 2 of them, dated months apart. Joy is not a strong enough word. They let me keep the toothbrush and comb, though not the paper they were wrapped in, nor the soap. How I wish they would let us have soap. They said our next reposting would be to a chocolate factory. But it was cardboard. All day we manufacture cardboard. What do they do with so much? All my life, Marie-Laure, I have been the one carrying the keys. Now I hear them jangling in the mornings when they come for us, and every time I reach in my own pocket, only to find it empty. When I dream I am in the museum. Remember your birthdays? How there were always 2 things on the table when you woke. I'm sorry it turned out like this. If you ever wish to understand, look inside Etienne's house. inside the house. I know you will do the right thing, though I wish the gift were better. My angel is leaving, so if I can get this to you, I will. I do not worry about you because I know you're very smart and keeping yourself safe. I am safe too, so you should not worry. Thank Etienne for reading this to you. Thank, in your heart, the brave soul who carries this letter away from me, and on its way to you. Your papa. Treatments. Von Ruppel's doctor says that fascinating research is being done on mustard gases, that the anti-tumour properties of any number of chemicals are being explored. The prognosis is looking up. In test subjects, lymphoid tumours have been seen to reduce in size. But the injections make von Ruppel dizzy and weak. In the days following, he can hardly manage to comb his hair, or convince his fingers to button his coat. His mind plays tricks too. He walks into a room and forgets why he's there. He stares at a superior and forgets what the man just said. The sounds of passing cars are like the tines of forks dragged along his nerves. Tonight he wraps himself in hotel blankets and orders soup, and unwraps a bundle from Vienna. The mousy brown librarian has sent copies of the Tavernier and the Streeter, and even, most remarkably, stenciled duplicates of de Boot's 1604 Gemarum et Lapidum Historia, written entirely in Latin. Everything she could find concerning the Sea of Flames, 9 paragraphs total. It takes all his concentration to bring the texts into focus. A goddess of the earth who fell in love with a god of the sea. A prince who recovered from catastrophic injuries, who ruled from within a blur of light. Von Ruppel closes his eyes and sees a flame-haired goddess charged through the tunnels of the earth, drops of flame glowing in her wake. He hears a priest with no tongue say, "The keeper of the stone will live forever." He hears his father say, "See obstacles as opportunities, Reinhold. See obstacles as inspirations." Heaven. For a few weeks, Madame Manec gets better. She promises Etienne she will remember her age, not try to be everything to everyone, not fight the war by herself. One day in early June, almost exactly 2 years after the invasion of France, she and Marie-Laure walk through a field of Queen Anne's lace, east of Saint-Malo. Madame Manec told Etienne that they were going to see if strawberries were available at the Saint-Sauvin market. But Marie-Laure is certain that when they stopped to greet a woman on the way here, Madame dropped off one envelope and picked up another. At Madame's suggestion, they lie down in the weeds. Marie-Laure listens to honeybees mine the flowers and tries to imagine their journeys as Etienne described them. Each worker following a rivulet of odour, looking for ultraviolet patterns in the flowers, filling baskets on her hind legs with pollen grains, then navigating, drunk and heavy, all the way home. How do they know what parts to play, those little bees? Madame Manec takes off her shoes and lights a cigarette and lets out a contented groan. Insects drone. Wasps, hoverflies, a passing dragonfly. Etienne has taught Marie-Laure to distinguish each by its sound. "What's a roneo machine, Madame?" "Something to help make pamphlets." "What does it have to do with that woman we met?" "Nothing to trouble yourself over, dear." Horses nicker, and the wind comes off the sea gentle and cool and full of smells. "Madame, what do I look like?" "You have many thousands of freckles." "Papa used to say they were like stars in heaven, like apples in a tree. They are little brown dots, child. Thousands of little brown dots. That sounds ugly. On you, they are beautiful. Do you think, Madame, that in heaven we will really get to see God face to face? We might. What if you're blind? I'd expect that if God wants us to see something, we'll see it. Uncle Etienne says heaven is like a blanket babies cling to. He says people have flown airplanes 10 kilometres above the earth and found no kingdoms there, no gates, no angels. Madame Manec cracks off a ragged chain of coughs that sends tremors of fear through Marie-Laure. You are thinking of your father, she finally says. You have to believe your father will return. Don't you ever get tired of believing, Madame? Did you ever want proof? Madame Manec rests her hand on Marie-Laure's forehead. The thick hand that first reminded her of a gardener's or a geologist's. You must never stop believing. That's the most important thing. The Queen Anne's lace sways on its taproots, and the bees do their steady work. If only life were like a Jules Verne novel, thinks Marie-Laure, and you could page ahead when you most needed to and learn what would happen. Madame? Yes, Marie? What do you think they eat in heaven? I'm not so sure they need to eat in heaven. Not eat? You would not like that, would you? But Madame Manec does not laugh the way Marie-Laure expects her to. She doesn't say anything at all. Her breath clatters in and out. Did I offend you, Madame? No, child. Are we in danger? No more than any other day. The grasses toss and shimmy, the horses nicker. Madame Manec says, almost whispering, Now that I think about it, child, I expect heaven is a lot like this. Frederick. Werner spends the last of his money on train fare. The afternoon's bright enough, but Berlin seems not to want to accept the sunlight, as though its buildings have become gloomier and dirtier and more splotchy in the months since he last visited. Though perhaps what has changed are the eyes that see it. Rather than ring the bell right away, Werner laps the block 3 times. The apartment windows are uniformly dark. Whether unlit or blacked out, he cannot tell. At a certain point on each circuit, he passes a storefront filled with undressed mannequins, and though he knows each time that it's merely a trick of the light, he cannot stop his eyes from seeing them as corpses, strung up by wires. Finally, he rings the bell for number 2. No one buzzes down, and he notices from the nameplates that they are no longer in number 2. Their name is on number 5. He rings. A returning buzz issues from inside. The lift is out of order, so he walks up. The door opens. Franny, with a downy face and swinging flaps of skin under her arms. She gives him a look that one trapped person gives another. Then Frederick's mother swishes out of a side room wearing tennis clothes. Why? Werner! She loses herself momentarily in troubled reverie, surrounded by sleek furniture, some of it wrapped in thick wool blankets. Does she blame him? Does she think he's partially responsible? Perhaps he is. But then she comes awake and kisses him on both cheeks, and her bottom lip quivers lightly, as if his materialization is preventing her from keeping certain shadows at bay. He won't know you. Don't try to make him remember. It will only upset him. But you're here. I suppose that's something. I was about to go. Very sorry I cannot stay. Show him in, Franny. The maid leads him into a grand drawing room. Its ceilings aswirl with plaster flourishes, its walls painted a delicate eggshell blue. No paintings have been hung yet, and the shelves wait empty, and cardboard boxes stand open on the floor. Frederick sits at a glass-top table at the back of the room, both table and boy looking small amid the clutter. His hair has been combed hard to one side, and his loose cotton shirt has bunched up behind his shoulders so that his collar is skewed. His eyes do not rise to meet his visitors. He wears his same old black-framed glasses. Someone has been feeding him, and the spoon rests on the glass table, and blobs of porridge cling to Frederick's whiskers and his placemat, which is a woolen thing featuring happy pink-cheeked children in clogs. Werner cannot look at it. Franny bends and pushes 3 more spoonfuls into Frederick's mouth and wipes his chin, folds up his placemat, and walks through a swinging door into what must be a kitchen. Werner stands with his hands crossed in front of his belt. 1 year. More than that. Frederick has to shave now, Werner realizes. Or someone has to shave him. Hello, Frederick. Frederick rolls his head back and looks toward Werner through his smudged lenses down the line of his nose. I'm Werner. Your mother said you might not remember. I'm your friend from school. Frederick seems not so much to be looking at Werner as through him. On the table is a stack of paper, on top of which a thick and clumsy spiral has been drawn by a heavy hand. Did you make this? Werner lifts the topmost drawing. Beneath that page is another. Then another. 30 or 40 spirals, each taking up a whole sheet, all in the same severe lead. Frederick drops his chin to his chest. Possibly a nod. Werner glances around. A trunk, a box of linens, the pale blue of the walls, and the rich white of the wainscot. Late sunlight glides through tall French windows, and the air tastes of silver polish. This 5th-floor apartment is indeed nicer than the 2nd-floor one. The ceiling's high and decorated with punched tin and stucco flourishes. Fruits, flowers, banana leaves. Frederick's lip is curled, and his upper teeth show, and a string of drool swings from his chin and touches the paper. Werner, unable to bear it a second longer, calls for the maid. Franny peeks out of the swinging door. Where, he asks, is that book? The one with the birds? In the gold slipcover? I don't think we ever had a book like that. No, you did. Franny only shakes her head and laces her fingers across her apron. Werner lifts the flaps of boxes, peering in. Surely it's around here. Frederick has begun to draw a new spiral on a blank sheet. Maybe in this? Franny stands beside Werner and plucks his wrist off the crate he's about to open. I do not think, she repeats, we ever had a book like that. Werner's whole body has started to itch. Out the huge windows, the lindens toss back and forth. The light fades. An unlit sign atop a building 2 blocks away reads, Berlin smokes Unos. Franny has already retreated back into the kitchen. Werner watches Frederick create another crude spiral, the pencil locked in his fist. I'm leaving Schulpforte, Frederick. They're changing my age and sending me to the front. Frederick lifts the pencil, studying, then reapplies it. Less than a week. Frederick works his mouth, as if to chew air. You look pretty, he says. He does not look directly at Werner, and his words are close to moans. You look pretty. Very pretty, Mama. I'm not your mamma, hisses Werner. Come on now. Frederick's expression is entirely without artifice. Somewhere in the kitchen, the maid is listening. There is no other sound, not of traffic, or airplanes, or trains, or radios, or the spectre of Frau Schwarzenberger rattling the cage of the elevator. No chanting, no singing, no silk banners, no bands, no trumpets, no mother, no father, no slick-fingered commandant dragging a finger across his back. The city seems utterly still, as though everyone is listening, waiting for someone to slip. Werner looks at the blue of the walls, and he thinks of birds of America. Yellow-crowned heron, Kentucky warbler, scarlet tanager, bird after glorious bird. And Frederick's gaze remains stuck in some terrible middle ground. Each eye, a stagnant pool into which Werner cannot bear to look. Relapse. In late June 1942, for the first time since her fever, Madame Manec is not in the kitchen when Marie-Laure wakes. Could she already be at the market? Marie-Laure taps on her door, waits 100 heartbeats. She opens the rear door and calls into the alley. Glorious warm June dawn. Pigeons and cats. Screech of laughter from a neighbouring window. Madame? Her heart accelerates. She taps again on Madame Manec's door. Madame? When she lets herself in, she hears the rattle first, as though a weary tide stirs stones in the old woman's lungs. Sour odours of sweat and urine rise from the bed. Her hands find Madame's face, and the old woman's cheek is so hot that Marie-Laure's fingers recoil as though scolded. She scrambles upstairs, stumbling, shouting, "Uncle! Uncle!" The whole house turning scarlet in her mind, roof turning to smoke, flames chewing through walls. Etienne crouches on his popping knees beside Madame, then scurries to the telephone and speaks a few words. He returns to Madame Manec's bedside at a trot. Over the next hour, the kitchen fills with women. Madame Ruel, Madame Fontenot, Madame Hebrard. The first floor becomes too crowded. Marie-Laure paces the staircase, up and down, as though working her way up and down the spire of an enormous seashell. The doctor comes and goes. The occasional woman closes her bony hand around Marie-Laure's shoulder, and at exactly 2 o'clock, by the bonging of the cathedral bells, the doctor returns with a man who says nothing beyond "good afternoon," who smells of dirt and clover, who lifts Madame Manec and carries her out into the street, and sets her on a horse cart as though she's a bag of milled oats, and the horse's shoes clop away, and the doctor strips the bedsheets, and Marie-Laure finds Etienne in the corner of the kitchen whispering, "Madame is dead. Madame is dead." 6. 8th of August, 1944. Someone in the house. A presence. An inhalation. Marie-Laure trains all of her senses on the entryway 3 flights below. The outer gate sighs shut, then the front door closes. In her head, her father reasons. The gate closed before the door, not after, which means, whoever it is, he closed the gate first, then shut the door. He's inside. All the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Etienne knows he would have triggered the bell, Marie. Etienne would be calling for you already. Boots in the foyer. Fragments of dishes crunching underfoot. It is not Etienne. The distress is so acute it's almost unbearable. She tries to settle her mind, tries to focus on an image of a candle flame burning at the centre of her rib cage, her snail drawn up into the coils of its shell. But her heart bangs in her chest, and pulses of fear cycle up her spine. And she's suddenly uncertain whether a sighted person in the foyer can look up the curves of the stairwell and see all the way to the 3rd floor. She remembers her great-uncle said that they would need to watch out for looters. And the air stirs with phantom blurs and rustles. And Marie-Laure imagines charging past the bathroom into the cobwebbed sewing room here on the 3rd floor and hurling herself out the window. Boots in the hall. The slide of a dish across the floor as it's kicked. A fireman, a neighbour, some German soldier hunting food. A rescuer would be calling for survivors, ma chérie. You have to move. You have to hide. The footfalls travel towards Madame Manec's room. They go slowly. Maybe it's dark. Could it already be night? 4 or 5 or 6 or a million heartbeats roll by. She has her cane, Etienne's coat, the 2 cans, the knife, the brick. Model house in her dress pocket. The stone inside that. Water in the tub at the end of the hall. Move. Go. A pot or pan, presumably knocked off its hook in the bombing, wobbles on the kitchen tiles. He exits the kitchen, returns to the foyer. Stand, ma chérie. Stand up now. She stands. With her right hand she finds the railing. He's at the base of the stairs. She almost cries out. But then she recognizes, just as he sets his foot on the first stair, that his stride is out of rhythm. 1. Pause. 2. 1. Pause. 2. It is a walk she's heard before. The limp of a German sergeant major with a dead voice. Go. Marie-Laure takes each step as deliberately as she can, grateful now that she does not have her shoes. Her heart knocks so furiously against the cage of her chest that she feels certain the man below will hear it. Up to the 4th floor, each step a whisper. The 5th. On the 6th floor landing, she pauses beneath the chandelier and tries to listen. She hears the German climb 3 or 4 more stairs and take a brief, asthmatic pause. Then on again. A wooden step complains beneath his weight. It sounds to her like a small animal being crushed. He stops on what she believes is the 3rd floor landing, where she was just sitting. Her warmth still there on the wood floor beside the telephone table. Her dissipated breath. Where does she have left to run? Hide. To her left waits her grandfather's old room. To her right waits her little bedroom, the window glass blown out. Straight ahead is the toilet. Still the faint reek of smoke everywhere. His footfalls cross the landing. 1. Pause. 2. 1. Pause. 2. Wheezing. Climbing again. If he touches me, she thinks, I will tear out his eyes. She opens the door to her grandfather's bedroom and stops. Below her, the man pauses again. Has he heard her? Is he climbing more quietly? Out in the world waits a multitude of sanctuaries, gardens full of bright green wind, kingdoms of hedges, deep pools of forest shade through which butterflies float, thinking only of nectar. She can get to none of them. She finds the huge wardrobe at the far end of Henri's room and opens the 2 mirrored doors and parts the old shirts hanging inside and slides open the false door Etienne has built into its back. She squeezes into the tiny space where the ladder rises to the garret. Then she reaches back through the wardrobe, finds its doors, and closes them. Protect me now, Stone, if you are a protector. Silently, says the voice of her father. Make no noise. With one hand, she finds the handle Etienne has rigged onto the false panel on the back of the wardrobe. She glides it shut, 1 centimetre at a time, until she hears it click into place, then takes a breath and holds it for as long as she can. The death of Walter Berndt. For an hour, Berndt murmured gibberish. Then he went silent, and Volkheimer said, God have mercy on your servant. But now Berndt sits up and calls for light. They feed him the last of the water in the first canteen. A single thread of it runs down through his whiskers, and Werner watches it go. Berndt sits in the glimmer of the field light and looks from Volkheimer to Werner. On leave, last year, he says, I visited my father. He was old. He was old all my life. But now he seemed especially old. It took him forever just to cross his kitchen. He had a package of cookies, little almond cookies. He put them out on a plate. Just the package, lying crosswise. Neither of us ate any. He said, You don't have to stay. I'd like you to stay, but you don't have to. You probably have things to do. You can go off with your friends if you want to. He kept saying that. Volkheimer switches off the light, and Werner apprehends something excruciating held at bay there in the darkness. I left, says Berndt. I went down the stairs and into the street. I had nowhere to go. Nobody to see. I didn't have any friends in that town. I had ridden trains all goddamn day to see him. But I left. Just like that. Then he's quiet. Volkheimer repositions him on the floor, with Werner's blanket over him. And not long afterward, Berndt dies. Werner works on the radio. Maybe he does it for Jutta, as Volkheimer suggested. Or maybe he does it so he does not have to think about Volkheimer carrying Berndt into a corner and piling bricks onto his hands, his chest, his face. Werner holds the field light in his mouth and gathers what he can. A small hammer, 3 jars of screws, 18-gauge line cord from a shattered desk lamp. Inside a warped cabinet drawer, miraculously, he discovers a zinc-carbon 11-volt battery with a black cat printed on the side. An American battery, its slogan offering 9 lives. Werner spotlights it in the flickering orange glow, amazed. He checks its terminals, still plenty of charge. When the field light battery dies, he thinks, we'll have this. He rights the capsized table, sets the crushed transceiver on top. Werner does not yet believe there is much promise in it, but maybe it's enough to give the mind something to do, a problem to solve. He adjusts Volkheimer's light in his teeth, tries not to think about hunger or thirst, the stoppered void in his left ear, Bernd in the corner, the Austrians upstairs, Frederick, Frau Lena, Jutta, any of it. Antenna, tuner, capacitor. His mind, while he works, is almost quiet, almost calm. This is an act of memory. 6th floor bedroom. Von Rumpel limps through the rooms with their faded white mouldings and ancient kerosene lamps and embroidered curtains and Belle Epoque mirrors and ships in glass bottles and push-button electrical switches, all dead. Faint twilight angles through smoke and shutter slats in hazy red stripes. Temple to the Second Empire, this house. A bathtub 3/4 full of cold water on the 3rd floor. Deeply cluttered rooms on the 4th. No dollhouses yet. He climbs to the 5th floor, sweating, worrying he got everything wrong. The weight in his gut swings pendulously. Here's a large ornate room crammed with trinkets and crates and books and mechanical parts. A desk, a bed, a divan, 3 windows on each side. No model. To the 6th floor. On the left, a tidy bedroom with a single window and long curtains. A boy's cap hangs on the wall. At the back looms a massive wardrobe, mothballed shirts hung inside. Back to the landing. Here's a little water closet, the toilet full of urine. Beyond it, a final bedroom. Seashells are lined along every available surface. Shells on the sills and on the dresser, and jars full of pebbles lined up on the floor, all arranged by some indiscernible system. And here on the floor at the foot of the bed sits what he has been searching for. A wooden model of the city, nestled like a gift. As big as a dining table, brimming with tiny houses. Except for flakes of plaster in its streets, the little city is entirely undamaged. The simulacrum now more whole than the original. A work of clear magnificence. In the daughter's room. For her. Of course. Von Ruppel feels as if he has come triumphantly to the end of a long journey. And as he sits on the edge of the bed, twin flares of pain riding up from his groin, he has the curious sensation of having been here before, of having lived in a room like this, slept in a lumpy bed like this, collected polished stones and arrayed them like this, as though somehow this whole set has been waiting for his return. He thinks of his own daughters, how much they would love to see a city on a table. His youngest would want him to kneel beside her. "Let's imagine all the people having their supper," she'd say. "Let's imagine us, Papa." Outside the broken window, outside the latched shutters, Saint-Malo is so quiet, Von Rumpel can hear the rustle of his own heartbeat shifting hairs in his inner ear. Smoke blowing over the roof. Ash falling lightly. Any moment the guns will start again. Gently now. It will be in here somewhere. It is just like the locksmith to repeat himself. The model. It will be inside the model. Making the radio. One end of wire, Werner crimps around a shorn pipe standing diagonally up from the floor. With spit, he wipes clean the length of the wire and coils it 100 times around the base of the pipe, making a new tuning coil. The other end he slings through a bent strut wedged into the congestion of timber, stone, and plaster that has become their ceiling. Folkheimer watches from the shadows. A mortar shell explodes somewhere in the city, and a flurry of dust sifts down. The diode goes between free ends of the two wires and meets the leads of the battery to complete the circuit. Werner runs the beam of Folkheimer's light over the entire operation. Ground, antenna, battery. Finally, he braces the flashlight between his teeth and raises the twin leads of the earphone in front of his eyes and strips them against the threads of a screw and touches the naked ends to the diode. Invisibly, electrons bubble down the wires. The hotel above them, what is left of it, makes a series of unearthly groans. Timber splinters, as though the rubble teeters on some final fulcrum, as though a single dragonfly could alight on it and trigger an avalanche that will bury them for good. Werner presses the bud of the earphone into his right ear. It does not work. He turns over the dented radio case, peers into it, wraps Folkheimer's fading light back to life. Settle the mind. Envision the distribution of current. He rechecks the fuses, valves, plug pins. He toggles the receive/send switch, blows dust off the meter selector, replaces the leads to the battery, tries the earphone again. And there it is, as if he's 8 years old again, crouched beside his sister on the floor of Children's House. Static, rich and steady. In his memory, Jutta says his name, and on its tail comes a second, less expected image. Twin ropes strung from the front of Herr Siedler's house, the great smooth crimson banner hanging from them, unsoiled, deeply red. Werner scans frequencies by feel. No squelch, no snap of Morse code, no voices. Static, 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 static. In his functioning ear, in the radio, in the air. Folkheimer's eyes stay on him. Dust floats through the feeble beam of the flashlight. 10,000 particles turning softly, twinkling. In the attic. The German shuts the wardrobe doors and hobbles away, and Marie-Laure stays on the bottom rung of the ladder for a count of 40, 60, 100. The heart scrambling to deliver oxygenated blood. The mind scrambling to unravel the situation. A sentence Etienne once read aloud returns. Even the heart, which in higher animals, when agitated, pulsates with increased energy, in the snail under similar excitement, throbs with a slower motion. Slow the heart, flex your feet, make no sound. She presses her ear to the false panel on the back of the wardrobe. What does she hear? Moths gnawing away at her grandfather's ancient smocks. Nothing. Slowly, impossibly, Marie-Laure finds herself growing sleepy. She feels for the cans in her pockets. How to open one now, without making noise? Only thing to do is climb. 7 rungs up into the long triangular tunnel of the garret. The raw timbered ceiling rises on both sides toward the peak, just higher than the top of her head. Heat has lodged itself up here. No window, no exit, nowhere else to run. No way out, except the way she has come. Her outstretched fingers find an old shaving bowl, an umbrella stand, and a crate full of who knows what. The attic floorboards beneath her feet are as wide across as her hands. She knows from experience how much noise a person walking on them makes. Don't knock anything over. If the German opens the wardrobe again and yanks aside the hanging clothes and squeezes through the door and climbs up into the attic, What will she do? Knock him on the head with the umbrella stand? Jab him with the paring knife? Scream? Die? Papa! She crawls along the centre beam, from which the narrow planks of flooring emanate, toward the stone bulk of the chimney at the far end. The centre beam is thickest and will be quieter. She hopes she has not become disoriented. She hopes he's not behind her, levelling a pistol at her back. Bats cry almost inaudibly out the attic vent, and somewhere far away, on a naval ship perhaps, or way out past Paramé, a heavy gun fires. Crack. Pause. Crack. Pause. Then the long scream as the shell comes flying in, the thump as it explodes on an outer island. A ghastly creeping terror rises from a place beyond thoughts. Some innermost trapdoor she must leap upon immediately and lean against with all her weight and padlock shut. She takes off the coat and spreads it across the floor. She dares not pull herself up for fear of the noise her knees will make on the boards. Time passes. Nothing from downstairs. Could he have gone? So quickly? Of course he is not gone. She knows, after all, why he is here. To her left, several electrical cords wind along the floor. Just ahead is Etienne's box of old records, his wind-up Victrola, his old recording machine, the lever he uses to hoist the aerial alongside the chimney. She hugs her knees to her chest and tries to breathe through her skin, soundlessly, like a snail. She has the 2 cans, the brick, the knife. 7. August 1942. Prisoners. A dangerously underweight corporal in threadbare fatigues comes for Werner on foot. Long fingers, a thatch of thinning hair beneath his cap. One of his boots has lost its lace, and its tongue lolls cannibalistically. He says, "You're little." Werner, in his new field tunic and oversize helmet and regulation Gott mit uns belt buckle, draws his shoulders back. The man squints at the huge school in the dawn, then bends and unzips Werner's duffel and rifles through the 3 carefully folded NPEA uniforms. He raises a pair of trousers against the light and seems disappointed that they're not remotely his size. After he closes the bag, he throws it over his shoulder. Whether to keep or merely carry it, Werner cannot guess. "I'm Neumann. They call me 2. There's another Neumann, the driver. He's 1. Then there's the engineer and the sergeant and you. So, for whatever it's worth, that's 5 again." No trumpets, no ceremony. This is Werner's induction into the Wehrmacht. They walk the 3 miles from the school to the village. In a delicatessen, black flies swim over 6 tables. Neumann, too, orders 2 plates of calf's liver and eats both, using dark little bread rolls to sop the blood. His lips shine. Werner waits for explanations. Where they're going, what sort of unit he'll be joining, but none are forthcoming. The colour of the arms displayed under the corporal's shoulder straps and collar tabs is wine red, but Werner can't remember what that's supposed to signify. Armoured infantry, chemical warfare? The old Frau collects the plates. Neumann, too, removes a small tin from his coat, dumps 3 round pills on the table and gulps them down. Then he puts the tin back inside his coat and looks at Werner. "Backache pills." "You have money?" Werner shakes his head. From a pocket, Neumann, too, pulls some crumpled and filthy Reichsmarks. Before they leave, he asks the Frau to bring a dozen hard-boiled eggs and hands Werner 4. From Schulpforte, they ride a train through Leipzig, and disembark at a switching station west of Lotz. Soldiers from an infantry battalion lie along the platform, all of them asleep, as though some enchantress has cast a spell over them. Their faded uniforms look spectral in the dimness, and their breathing seems synchronized, and the effect is ghostly and unnerving. Now and then a loudspeaker mutters destinations Werner's never heard of. Grimma, Wurzen, Grossenhain, though no trains come or go, and the men do not stir. Neumann, too, sits with his legs spread and eats eggs one after another, piling the shells into a tower inside his upturned cap. Dusk falls. A soft, tidal snoring issues from the sleeping company. Werner feels as though he and Neumann, too, are the only souls awake in the world. Well after dark, a whistle sounds in the east, and the drowsing soldiers stir. Werner comes out of a half-dream and sits up. Neumann, too, is already upright beside him, palms cupped against each other, as though attempting to hold a sphere of darkness in the bowl of his hands. Couplings rattle, brake blocks grind against wheels, and a train emerges from the gloom, moving fast. First comes a blacked-out locomotive, bolted over with armour, exhaling a thick geyser of smoke and steam. Behind the locomotive rumble a few closed cars, and then a machine gun in a blister, 2 gunners crouching beside it. All of the cars following the gunner's car are flat cars loaded with people. Some stand, more kneel. 2 cars pass, 3, 4. Each car appears to have a wall of sacks along the front to serve as windbreak. The rails below the platform shine dully as they bounce beneath the weight. 9 flat cars, 10, 11, all full. The sacks, as they pass, seem strange. They look as though they've been sculpted out of grey clay. Neumann, too, raises his chin. Prisoners. Werner tries to pick out individuals as the cars blur past. A sunken cheek, a shoulder, a glittering eye. Are they wearing uniforms? Many sit with their backs against the sacks at the front of the car. They look like scarecrows shipping west to be staked in some terrible garden. Some of the prisoners, Werner sees, are sleeping. A face flashes past, pale and waxy, one ear pressed to the floor of the car. Werner blinks. Those are not sacks. That is not sleep. Each car has a wall of corpses stacked in the front. Once it becomes clear that the train will not stop, all the soldiers around them settle and close their eyes once more. Neumann, too, yawns. Car after car the prisoners come, a river of human beings pouring out of the night. 16, 17, 18. Why count? Hundreds and hundreds of men, thousands. Eventually from the darkness rushes a final flat car, where again the living recline on the dead, followed by the shadow of another gun in a blister, and 4 or 5 gunners. And then the train is gone. The sound of the axles fades. Silence seals itself back over the forest. Somewhere in that direction is Schulpforte with its dark spires, its bedwetters and sleepwalkers and bullies. Somewhere beyond that, the groaning leviathan that is Solverein, the rattling windows of Children's House, Jutta. Werner says, they were sitting on their dead. Neumann, too, closes an eye and cocks his head like a rifleman aiming into the darkness where the train has receded. Bang, he says. Bang, bang. The wardrobe. In the days following the death of Madame Manec, Etienne does not come out of his study. Marie-Laure imagines him hunched on the davenport, mumbling children's rhymes and watching ghosts shuttle through the walls. Behind the door his silence is so complete that she worries he's managed to depart the world altogether. "Uncle? Etienne?" Madame Blanchard walks Marie-Laure to St. Vincent's for Madame Manec's memorial. Madame Fontenot cooks enough potato soup to last a week. Madame Guibout brings jam. Madame Ruelle somehow has baked a crumb cake. Hours wear out and fall away. Marie-Laure sets a full plate outside Etienne's door at night and collects an empty plate in the morning. She stands alone in Madame Manec's room and smells peppermint, candle wax, 6 decades of loyalty. Housemaid, nurse, mother, confederate, counsellor, chef. What 10,000 things was Madame Manec to Etienne? To them all. German sailors sing a drunken song in the street, and a house spider over the stove spins a new web every night. And to Marie-Laure, this is a double cruelty, that everything else keeps living, that the spinning earth does not pause for even an instant in its trip around the sun. Poor child. Poor Monsieur Leblanc. Like they're cursed. If only her father would come through the kitchen door, smile at the ladies, set his palms on Marie-Laure's cheeks. 5 minutes with him. 1 minute. After 4 days, Etienne comes out of his room. The stairs creak as he descends, and the women in the kitchen fall silent. In a grey voice, he asks everyone to please leave. I needed time to say goodbye, and now I must look after myself and my niece. Thank you. As soon as the kitchen door is closed, he turns the dead bolts and takes Marie-Laure's hands. All the lights are off now. Very good. Please, stand over here. Chairs slide away. The kitchen table slides away. She can hear him fumbling at the ring in the centre of the floor. The trapdoor comes up. He goes down into the cellar. Uncle? What do you need? This, he calls. What is it? An electric saw. She can feel something bright kindle in her abdomen. Etienne starts up the stairs, Marie-Laure trailing behind. 2nd floor, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, left turn into her grandfather's room. He opens the doors of the gigantic wardrobe, lifts out his brother's old clothes, and places them on the bed. He runs an extension cord out onto the landing and plugs it in. He says, "It will be loud." She says, "Good." Etienne climbs into the back of the wardrobe, and the saw yowls to life. The sound permeates the walls, the floor, Marie-Laure's chest. She wonders how many neighbours hear it. If somewhere a German at his breakfast has cocked his head to listen. Etienne removes a rectangle from the back of the wardrobe, then cuts through the attic door behind it. He shuts down the saw and wriggles through the raw hole, up the ladder behind it, and into the garret. She follows. All morning, Etienne crawls along the attic floor with cables and pliers and tools her fingers do not understand, weaving himself into the centre of what she imagines as an intricate electronic net. He murmurs to himself. He fetches thick booklets or electrical components from various rooms on the lower stories. The attic creaks. Houseflies draw electric blue loops in the air. Late in the evening, Marie-Laure descends the ladder and falls asleep in her grandfather's bed to the sound of her great-uncle working above her. When she wakes, barn swallows are chirring beneath the eaves and music is raining down through the ceiling. Clair de Lune, a song that makes her think of leaves fluttering and of the hard ribbons of sand beneath her feet at low tide. The music slinks and rises and settles back to earth, and then the young voice of her long-dead grandfather speaks. There are 96,000 kilometres of blood vessels in the human body, children, almost enough to wind around the earth 2.5 times. Etienne comes down the 7 ladder rungs and squeezes through the back of the wardrobe and takes her hand in his. Before he speaks, she knows what he will say. Your father asked me to keep you safe. I know. This will be dangerous. It is not a game. I want to do it. Madame would want... Tell it to me. Tell me the whole routine. 22 paces down the Rue Vauberel to the Rue d'Estrée, then right for 16 storm drains. Left on the Rue Robert-Surcouf, 9 more storm drains to the bakery. I go to the counter and say, 1 ordinary loaf, please. How will she reply? She will be surprised, but I'm supposed to say, 1 ordinary loaf, and she is supposed to say, and how is your uncle? She will ask about me. She is supposed to. That's how she will know that you are willing to help. It's what Madame suggested. Part of the protocol. And you will say? I will say, my uncle is well, thank you. And I will take the loaf and put it in my knapsack and come home. This will happen even now, without Madame. Why wouldn't it? How will you pay? A ration ticket. Do we have any of those? In the drawer downstairs. And you have money, don't you? Yes, we have some money. How will you come back home? Straight back. By which route? 9 storm drains down the Rue Robert-Surcouf, right on the Rue d'Estrée, 16 drains back to the Rue Vauberel. I know it all, Uncle. I have it memorized. I've been to the bakery 300 times. You mustn't go anywhere else. You mustn't go to the beaches. I'll come directly back. You promise? I promise. Then go, Marie-Laure. Go like the wind. East. They ride in boxcars through Lotz, Warsaw, Brest. For miles out the open door, Werner sees no sign of humans save the occasional rail car, capsized beside the tracks, twisted and scarred by some kind of explosion. Soldiers clamber on and off, lean, pale, each carrying a pack, rifle and steel helmet. They sleep despite noise, despite cold, despite hunger, as though desperate to stay removed from the waking world for as long as possible. Rows of pines divide endless metal-coloured plains. The day is sunless. Neumann, too, wakes and urinates out the door and takes the pillbox from his coat and swallows 2 or 3 more tablets. Russia, he says, though how he's marked the transition, Werner cannot guess. The air smells of steel. At dusk, the train stops and Neumann, too, leads Werner on foot through rows of ruined houses, beams and bricks lying in charred heaps. What walls stand aligned with the black cross-hatchings of machine-gun fire. It's nearly dark when Werner is delivered to a muscle-bound captain dining alone on a sofa that consists of a wooden frame and springs. In a tin bowl, in the captain's lap, steams a cylinder of boiled grey meat. He studies Werner a while without saying anything, wearing a look not of disappointment, but tired amusement. Not making them any bigger, are they? No, sir. How old are you? 18, sir. The captain laughs. 12, more like. He slices off a circle of meat and chews a long time, and finally reaches into his mouth with 2 fingers and flings away a string of gristle. You'll want to acquaint yourself with the equipment. See if you can do better than the last one they sent. Neumann, too, leads Werner to the open back of an unwashed Opel Blitz, a cross-country 3-ton truck with a wooden shell built onto the back. Dented gasoline cans are strapped to one flank. Bullet trails have left wandering perforations down the other. The leaden dusk drains away. Neumann, too, brings Werner a kerosene lantern. Gadgets are inside. Then he vanishes. No explanations. Welcome to war. Tiny moths swirl in the lantern light. Fatigue settles into every part of Werner. Is this Dr. Hauptmann's idea of a reward or a punishment? He longs to sit on the benches in Children's House again, to hear Frau Elena's songs, to feel the heat pumping off the pot-belly stove and the high voice of Siegfried Fischer rhapsodizing about U-boats and fighter planes, to see Jutta drawing at the far end of the table, sketching out the 1,000 windows of her imaginary city. Inside the truck box lives a smell. Clay, spilled diesel mixed with something putrid. 3 square windows reflect the lantern light. It's a radio truck. On a bench along the left wall sit a pair of grimy, listening decks, the size of bedpillows. A folding RF antenna that can be raised and lowered from inside. 3 headsets, a weapon rack, storage lockers, wax pencils, compasses, maps. And here, in battered cases, wait 2 of the transceivers he designed with Dr. Hauptmann. To see them all the way out here soothes him, as though he's turned and found an old friend floating beside him in the middle of the sea. He tugs the first transceiver from its case and unscrews the back plate. Its meter is cracked, several fuses are blown, and the transmitter plug is missing. He fishes for tools, a socket key, copper wire. He looks out the open door across the silent camp to where stars are spun in thousands across the sky. Do Russian tanks wait out there, training their guns on the lantern light? He remembers Herr Siedler's big walnut Philco. Stare into the wires, concentrate, assess. Eventually a pattern will assert itself. When he next looks up, a soft glow shows behind a line of distant trees as if something is burning out there. Dawn. A half-mile away, 2 boys with sticks slouch behind a drove of bony cattle. Werner is opening the second transceiver case when a giant appears in the back of the truck shell. Pfennig. The man hangs his long arms from the top bar of the truck canopy. He eclipses the ruined village, the fields, the rising sun. Volkheimer? 1 ordinary loaf. They stand in the kitchen with the curtains drawn. She still feels the exhilaration of leaving the bakery with the warm weight of the loaf in her knapsack. Etienne tears apart the bread. There. He sets a tiny paper scroll no bigger than a cowrie shell in her palm. What does it say? Numbers. Lots of them. The first 3 might be frequencies, I can't be sure. The 4th, 2300, might be an hour. Will we do it now? We'll wait until it's dark. Etienne works wires up through the house, threading them behind walls, connecting one to a bell on the 3rd floor beneath the telephone table, another to a second bell in the attic, and a 3rd to the front gate. 3 times he has Marie-Laure test it. She stands in the street and swings open the outer gate, and from deep inside the house come 2 faint rings. Next he builds a false back into the wardrobe, installing it on a sliding track so it can be opened from either side. At dusk they drink tea and chew the mealy, dense bread from the Ruel's bakery. When it is fully dark, Marie-Laure follows her great-uncle up the stairs, through the sixth-floor room, and up the ladder into the attic. Etienne raises the heavy telescoping antenna alongside the line of the chimney. He flips switches, and the attic fills with a delicate crackle. Ready? He sounds like her father when he was about to say something silly. In her memory, Marie-Laure hears the two policemen. People have been arrested for less. And Madame Manec, don't you want to be alive before you die? Yes. He clears his throat. He switches on the microphone and says, 567, 32, 3011, 50,506, 110, 90, 146, 7,751. Stop. Off go the numbers, winging out across rooftops, across the sea, flying to who knows what destinations. To England, to Paris, to the dead. He switches to a second frequency and repeats the transmission. A third. Then he shuts the whole thing off. The machine ticks as it cools. What do they mean, Uncle? I don't know. Do they translate into words? I suppose they must. They go down the ladder and clamber out through the wardrobe. No soldiers wait in the hall with guns drawn. Nothing seems different at all. A line comes back to Marie-Laure from Jules Verne. Science, my lad, is made up of mistakes. But they are mistakes which it is useful to make, because they lead, little by little, to the truth. Etienne laughs, as though to himself. Do you remember what Madame said about the boiling frog? Yes, Uncle. I wonder who was supposed to be the frog? Her? Or the Germans? Folkheimer. The engineer is a taciturn, pungent man named Walter Berndt, whose pupils are misaligned. The driver is a gap-toothed 30-year-old they call Neumann I. Werner knows that Folkheimer, their sergeant, cannot be older than 20, but in the hard, pewter-coloured light of dawn, he looks twice that. Partisans are hitting the trains, he explains. They're organised, and the captain believes they're coordinating their attacks with radios. The last technician, says Neumann I, didn't find anything. It's good equipment, says Werner. I should have them both functioning in an hour. A gentleness flows into Folkheimer's eyes and hangs there a moment. Pfennig, he says, looking at Werner, is nothing like our last technician. They begin. The Opel bounces down roads that are hardly more than cattle trails. Every few minutes they stop and set up a transceiver on some hump or ridge. They leave Berndt and skinny, leering Neumann too, one with a rifle and the other wearing headphones. Then they drive a few hundred yards, enough to build the base of a triangle, calculating distance all the way. And Werner switches on the primary receiver. He raises the truck's aerial, puts on the headset, and scans the spectra, trying to find anything that is not sanctioned, any voice that is not allowed. Along the flat, immense horizon, multiple fires seem always to be burning. Most of the time Werner rides facing backward, looking at land they're leaving, back toward Poland, back into the Reich. No one shoots at them. Few voices come shearing out of the static, and the ones he does hear are German. At night, Neumann 1 pulls tins of little sausages out of ammunition boxes, and Neumann 2 makes tired jokes about whores he remembers or invents. And in nightmares, Werner watches the shapes of boys close over Frederick, though when he draws closer, Frederick transforms into Jutta, and she stares at Werner with accusation, while the boys carry off her limbs one by one. Every hour Folkheimer pokes his head into the back of the opal and meets Werner's eyes. Nothing? Werner shakes his head. He fiddles with the batteries, reconsiders the antennas, triple-checks fuses. At Schulpforta with Dr. Hauptmann it was a game. He could guess Folkheimer's frequency. He always knew whether Folkheimer's transmitter was transmitting. Out here, he doesn't know how or when or where or even if transmissions are being broadcast. Out here, he chases ghosts. All they do is expend fuel, driving past smouldering cottages and chewed-up artillery pieces and unmarked graves, while Folkheimer passes his giant hand over his close-cropped head, growing more uneasy by the day. From miles away comes the thunder of big guns, and still the German transport trains are being hit, bending tracks and flipping cattle cars and maiming the Führer's soldiers and filling his officers with fury. Is that a partisan there? That old man with a saw cutting trees? That one leaning over the engine of that car? What about those 3 women collecting water at the creek? Frosts show up at night, throwing a silver sheet across the landscape, and Werner wakes in the back of the truck with his fingers mashed in his armpits, and his breath showing, and the tubes of the transceiver glowing a faint blue. How deep will the snow be? 6 feet? 10? 100? Miles deep, thinks Werner. We will drive over everything that once was. Fall. Storms rinse the sky, the beaches, the streets, and a red sun dips into the sea, setting all the west-facing granite in Saint-Malo on fire, and 3 limousines with wrapped mufflers glide down the Rue de la Crosse like wraiths, and a dozen or so German officers, accompanied by men carrying stage lights and movie cameras, climb the steps to the Bastion de la Hollande and stroll the ramparts in the cold. From his 5th-floor window, Etienne watches them through a brass telescope, nearly 20 in all, captains and majors, and even a lieutenant colonel holding his coat at the collar and gesturing at forts on the outer islands. One of the enlisted men trying to light a cigarette in the wind, the others laughing as his hat goes flying over the battlements. Across the street, from the front door of Claude Levitte's house, 3 women spill out, laughing. Lights burn in Claude's windows, though the rest of the block has no electricity. Someone opens a 3rd-store window and throws out a shot glass, and off it goes spinning over and over, down toward the Rue Vauberel and out of sight. Etienne lights a candle and climbs to the 6th floor. Marie-Laure has fallen asleep. From his pocket, he takes a coil of paper and unrolls it. He's already given up trying to crack the code. He's written out the numbers, gridded them, added, multiplied. Nothing has come of it. And yet it has. Because Etienne has stopped feeling nauseated in the afternoons. His vision has stayed clear, his heart untroubled. Indeed, it has been over a month since he's had to curl up against the wall in his study and pray that he does not see ghosts shambling through the walls. When Marie-Laure comes through the front door with the bread, when he's opening the tiny scroll in his fingers, lowering his mouth to the microphone, he feels unshakable. He feels alive. 56,778. Stop. 21. Stop. 4,567. Stop. 1,094. Stop. 467,813. Stop. Then the time and frequency for the next broadcast. They have been at it for several months, new slips of paper arriving inside a loaf of bread every few days. And lately, Etienne plays music. Always at night, and never more than a shard of song, 60 or 90 seconds at the most. Debussy or Ravel or Massenet or Charpentier. He sets the microphone in the bell of his electrophone, as he did years before, and lets the record spin. Who listens? Etienne imagines shortwave receivers disguised as oatmeal boxes or tucked under floorboards, receivers buried beneath flagstones or concealed inside bassinets. He imagines 2 or 3 dozen listeners up and down the coast, maybe more, tuning in out at sea. Captains' sets on free ships hauling tomatoes or refugees or guns. Englishmen who expect the numbers but not the music, who must wonder, why? Tonight he plays Vivaldi. L'autunno allegro. A record his brother bought at a shop on the Rue Santa Margherita 4 decades ago for 55 centimes. The harpsichord plucks along. The violins make big baroque flourishes. The low, angled space of the attic brims with sound. Beyond the slates, a block away and 30 yards below, 12 German officers smile for cameras. Listen to this, thinks Etienne. Hear this. Someone touches his shoulder. He has to brace himself against the sloping wall to avoid falling over. Marie-Laure stands behind him in her nightdress. The violins spiral down, then back up. Etienne takes Marie-Laure's hand, and together, beneath the low, sloping roof, the record spinning, the transmitter sending it over the ramparts, right through the bodies of the Germans and out to sea, they dance. He spins her. Her fingers flicker through the air. In the candlelight, she looks of another world, her face all freckles, and in the centre of the freckles, those 2 eyes hang unmoving, like the egg cases of spiders. They do not track him, but they do not unnerve him either. They seem almost to see into a separate, deeper place, a world that consists only of music. Graceful, lean, coordinated as she whirls, though how she knows what dancing is, he could never guess. The song plays on. He lets it go too long. The antenna is still up, probably dimly visible against the sky. The whole attic might as well shine like a beacon. But in the candlelight, in the sweet rush of the concerto, Marie-Laure bites her lower lip, and her face gives off a secondary glow, reminding him of the marshes beyond the town walls, in those winter dusks when the sun has set but isn't fully swallowed, and big patches of reeds catch red pools of light and burn. Places he used to go with his brother, in what seems like lifetimes ago. This, he thinks, is what the numbers mean. The concerto ends. A wasp goes tap, tap, tap along the ceiling. The transmitter remains on, the microphone tucked into the bell of the electrophone as the needle traces the outermost groove. Marie-Laure breathes heavily, smiling. After she's gone back to sleep, after Etienne has blown out his candle, he kneels for a long time beside his bed. The bony figure of death rides the streets below, stopping his mount now and then to peer into windows. Horns of fire on his head and smoke leaking from his nostrils, and in his skeletal hand a list newly charged with addresses. Gazing first at the crew of officers unloading from their limousines into the chateau. Then at the glowing rooms of the perfumer Claude Levitte. Then at the dark, tall house of Etienne Leblanc. Pass us by, horseman. Pass this house by. Sunflowers. They drive a dusty track, surrounded by square miles of dying sunflowers, so tall that they seem like trees. The stems have dried and stiffened, and the faces bob like praying heads. And as the opal bellows past, Werner feels as if they're being watched by 10,000 cyclopic eyes. Neumann 1 breaks the truck, and Bernd unslings his rifle and takes the second transceiver and wades alone into the stalks to set it up. Werner raises the big antenna and sits in his usual spot in the box of the Opel with his headset on. Up in the cab, Neumann 2 says, "You never scrambled her eggs, you old virgin." "Shut your mouth," says Neumann 1. "You jerk yourself to sleep at night. Bleed your weasel. Pound your flounder. So does half the army, Germans and Russians alike. Little pubescent Aryan back there's definitely a flounder pounder." Over the transceiver, Bernd reads off frequencies. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Neumann 1 says, "The true Aryan is as blonde as Hitler, as slim as Goering, and as tall as Goebbels." Laughter from Neumann 2. "Fuck if..." Volkheimer says, "Enough." It's late afternoon. All day they've moved through this strange and desolate region and have seen nothing but sunflowers. Werner runs the needle through the frequencies, switches bands, retunes the transceiver again, scouring the static. The air swarms with it day and night, a great, sad, sinister Ukrainian static that seems to have been here long before humans figured out how to hear it. Volkheimer clambers out of the truck and lowers his trousers and pees into the flowers, and Werner decides to trim the aerial. But before he does, he hears, as sharp and clear and menacing as the blade of a knife flashing in the sun, a volley of Russian. Adin, Shecht, Wisham. Every fibre of his nervous system leaps awake. He turns up the volume as far as it will go and presses the headphones against his ears. Again it comes. Ponya, something, Freshki. Shera, something, Doroshoy. Volkheimer is looking at him through the open back of the truck shell, as though he can sense it, as though he's coming awake for the first time in months, as he did that night out in the snow when Hauptmann fired his pistol, when they realized Werner's transceivers worked. Werner turns the fine-tuned dial fractionally, and abruptly the voice booms into his ears. Dvinatset, Shestnatset, Datset Adin. Nonsense, terrible nonsense, pipelined directly into his head. It's like reaching into a sack full of cotton and finding a razor blade inside. Everything constant and undeviating. And then that one dangerous thing, so sharp, you can hardly feel it open your skin. Volkheimer raps his massive fist on the side of the Opel to quiet the Neumanns. And Werner relays the channel to Bernd on the far transceiver, and Bernd finds it, and measures the angle, and relays it back. And now Werner settles in to do the math. The slide rule, the trigonometry, the map. The Russian is still talking when Werner pulls his headset down around his neck. North. Northwest. How far? Only numbers. Pure math. 1.5 kilometers. Are they broadcasting now? Werner closes one cup of the headphones over an ear. He nods. Neumann 1 starts the Opel with a roar, and Bernd comes crashing back through the flowers, carrying the first transceiver. And Werner withdraws the aerial, and they grind off the road, and directly through the sunflowers, punching them down as they go. The tallest are nearly as tall as the truck, and their big dry heads drum the roof of the cab and the sides of the box. Neumann 1 watches the odometer and calls out distances. Volkheimer distributes weapons. 2 carabiner 98Ks. The Walther semi-automatic with the scope. Beside him, Bernd loads cartridges into the magazine of his Mauser. Bong go the sunflowers. Bong, bong, bong. The truck yaws like a ship at sea as Neumann 1 coaxes it over ruts. 1,100 meters, calls Neumann 1. And Neumann 2 scrambles onto the hood of the truck and peers above the field with binoculars. To the south, the flowers give way to a patch of ravelled gherkins. Beyond those, ringed by bare dirt, stands a pretty cottage with a thatched roof and stucco walls. The line of yarrow, end of the field. Volkheimer raises his scope. Any smoke? None. An antenna? Hard to say. Shut off the motor. On foot from here. Everything goes quiet. Volkheimer, Neumann 2 and Bernd carry their weapons into the flowers and are swallowed. Neumann 1 stays behind the wheel, Werner in the truck shell. No landmines explode in front of them. All around the opal, the flowers creak on their stems and nod their heliotropic faces as if in some sad accord. Fuckers are going to be surprised, whispers Neumann 1. His right thigh jogs up and down several times a second. Behind him, Werner raises the aerial as high as he dares and clamps on the headphones and switches on the transceiver. The Russian's reading what sounds like letters of the alphabet. P, Z, K, Ch, U, Miake, Snack. Each utterance seems to rise from the oral cotton for Werner's ears alone, then melts away. Neumann 1's vibrating leg shakes the truck lightly, then the sun flares through the remnants of insects smeared across the windows, and a cold wind sets the whole field rustling. Won't there be sentries? Lookouts? Armed partisans sidling up right now behind the truck? The Russian on the radio's a hornet in each ear. Svu, Kaz, Vukalov. Who knows what horrors he's dispensing? Troop positions, train schedules. He might be giving artillery gunners the truck's location right now. And Volkheimer is walking out of the sunflowers, as large a target as a human has ever presented, holding his rifle like a baton. It seems impossible that the cottage could ever accommodate him, as though Volkheimer will engulf the house instead of the other way around. First, the shots come through the air around the headphones. A fraction of a second later, they come through the headphones themselves, so loud that Werner almost tears them off. Then even the static cuts out, and the silence in the headphones feels like something massive moving through space, a ghostly airship slowly descending. Neumann 1 opens and closes the bolt of his rifle. Werner remembers crouching next to his cot with Jutta after the Frenchman would sign off. The windows rattling from some passing coal train. The echo of the broadcast seeming to glimmer in the air for a moment, as though he could reach out and let it float down into his hands. Volkheimer returns with ink spattered on his face. He raises 2 huge fingers to his forehead, pushes his helmet back, and Werner can see that it is not ink. "Set the house afire," he says. "Quickly. Don't waste diesel." He looks at Werner, his voice tender, almost melancholy. "Salvage the equipment." Werner sets down the headphones, puts on his helmet. Swifts swoop out over the sunflowers. His vision makes slow loops, as though something has gone wrong with his balance. Neumann 1 hums in front of him as he carries a can of fuel through the stalks. They break through the sunflowers toward the cottage, stepping through Aaron's rod, wild carrot, all the leaves brown from frost. Beside the front door, a dog lies in the dust, chin on its paws, and for a moment Werner thinks it's only sleeping. The first dead man is on the floor with an arm trapped beneath him, and a crimson mess where his head should be. On the table is a second man, slumped as if sleeping on his ear, only the edges of his wound showing, a whorish purple. Blood that has spread across the table thickens like cooling wax. It looks almost black. Strange to think of his voice still flying through the air, already a country away, growing weaker every mile. Torn pants, grimy jackets, one of the men in suspenders. They do not wear uniforms. Neumann 1 tears down a potato sack curtain and takes it outside, and Werner can hear him splash it with diesel. Neumann 2 pulls the suspenders off the second dead man and takes some braided shallots from the lintel and bundles them against his chest and leaves. In the kitchen, a small brick of cheese sits half-eaten, a knife beside it with a faded wooden handle. Werner opens a single cupboard. Inside dwells a den of superstition. Jars of dark liquids, unlabelled pain remedies, molasses, tablespoons stuck to the wood, something marked in Latin, belladonna, something else marked with an X. The transmitter is poor, high frequency, probably salvaged from a Russian tank. It seems little more than a handful of components shovelled into a box. The ground plane antenna installed beside the cottage might have sent the transmission 30 miles, if that. Werner goes out, looks back at the house, bone white in the failing light. He thinks of the kitchen cupboard with its strange potions. The dog that did not do its job. These partisans may have been involved in some dark forest magic, but they should not have been tinkering with the higher magic of radio. He slings his rifle and carries the big battered transmitter, its leads, its inferior microphone, through the flowers to the opal, its engine running, Neumann 2 and Folkheimer already in the cab. He hears Dr. Hauptmann. A scientist's work is determined by two things, his interests and those of his time. Everything has led to this. The death of his father, all those restless hours with Jutta listening to the crystal radio in the attic. Hans and Heribert wearing their red armbands under their shirts so Frau Elena would not see. 400 dark, glittering nights at Schulpforte building transceivers for Dr. Hauptmann. The destruction of Frederick. Everything leading to this moment as Werner piles the haphazard Cossack equipment into the shell of the truck and sits with his back against the bench and watches the light from the burning cottage rise above the field. Bernd climbs in beside him, rifle in his lap, and neither bothers to close the back door when the opal roars into gear. Stones. Sergeant Major von Rumpel is summoned to a warehouse outside Lutz. It's the first time he's travelled since completing his treatments in Stuttgart, and he feels as though the density of his bones has decreased. 6 guards in steel helmets wait inside razor wire. Much heel-clicking and saluting ensues. He takes off his coat and steps into a zippered jumpsuit with no pockets. 3 dead bolts give way. Through a door, 4 enlisted men in identical jumpsuits stand behind tables with jewellers' lamps bolted to each. Plywood has been nailed over all the windows. A dark-haired Gefreiter explains the protocol. A first man will pry the stones out of their settings. A second will scrub them one by one in a bath of detergent. A third will weigh each, announce its mass, and pass it to von Rumpel, who will examine the stone through a loop and call out the clarity. Included, slightly included, almost loop clean. A fifth man, the Gefreiter, will record the assessments. "We'll work in 10-hour shifts until we're done." Von Rumpel nods. Already his spine feels as if it might splinter. The Gefreiter drags a padlocked sack from beneath his table, unthreads a chain from its throat, and upends it onto a velvet-lined tray. Thousands of jewels spill out. Emeralds, sapphires, rubies, citrin, peridot, chrysoberyl. Among them twinkle hundreds upon hundreds of little diamonds, most still in necklaces, bracelets, cufflinks or earrings. The first man carries the tray to his station, sets an engagement ring in his vice and peels back the prongs with tweezers. Down the line comes the diamond. Von Ruppel counts the other bags beneath the table. 9. "Where?" he begins to ask. "One ordinary loaf, please." "And how is your uncle?" "My uncle is well, thank you." Sometimes the loaf has a white scroll inside, and sometimes it does not. Sometimes Madame Ruelle has managed to procure a few groceries for Marie-Laure: cabbage, red peppers, soap. Back to the intersection with the Rue d'Estrée. Instead of turning left onto the Rue Vauberel, Marie-Laure continues straight. 50 steps to the ramparts, 100 or so more along the base of the walls to the mouth of the alley that grows ever narrower. With her fingers she finds the lock. From her coat she pulls the iron key Harold Bazin gave her a year before. The water is icy and shin-deep. Her toes go numb in an instant. But the grotto itself comprises its own slick universe, and inside this universe spin countless galaxies. Here, in the upturned half of a single mussel shell, lives a barnacle, and a tiny spindle shell occupied by a still smaller hermit crab. And on the shell of the crab, a yet smaller barnacle. And on that barnacle? In the damp box of the old kennel, the sound of the sea washes away all other sounds. She tends to the snails as though to plants in a garden, tide to tide, moment to moment. She comes to listen to the creatures suck and shift and squeak, to think of her father in his cell, of Madame Manec in her field of Queen Anne's lace, of her uncle, confined for 2 decades inside his own house. Then she feels her way back to the gate and locks it behind her. That winter, the electricity is out more than it is on. Etienne links a pair of marine batteries to the transmitter so that he can broadcast when the power's off. They burn crates and papers and even antique furniture to keep warm. Marie-Laure drags the heavy rag rug from the floor of Madame Manec's apartment all the way to the 6th floor and drapes it over her quilt. Some midnights, her room grows so cold that she half believes she can hear frost settling onto the floor. Any footfall in the street could be a policeman. Any rumble of an engine could be a detachment sent to haul them away. Upstairs, Etienne broadcasts again, and she thinks, "I should station myself by the front door in case they come. I could buy him a few minutes. But it is too cold. Far better to stay in bed beneath the weight of the rug and dream herself back into the museum, trail her fingers along remembered walls, make her way across the echoing grand gallery toward the key-pound. All she has to do is cross the tiled floor and turn left, and there Papa will be behind the counter, standing at his key-cutter. He'll say, 'What took you so long, Bluebird?' He'll say, 'I will never leave you. Not in a million years.'" Hunting. In January 1943, Werner finds a second illegal transmission coming from an orchard on which a shell has fallen, cracking most of the trees in half. 2 weeks later he finds a third, then a fourth. Each new find seems only a variation of the last. The triangle closes in, each segment shrinking simultaneously, the vertices growing closer until they're reduced to a single point, a barn or a cottage or a factory basement, or some disgusting encampment in the ice. He's broadcasting now. Yes. In that shed. Do you see the antenna along the eastern wall? Whenever he can, Werner records what the partisans say on magnetic tape. Everybody, he is learning, likes to hear themselves talk. Hubris like the oldest stories. They raise the antenna too high, broadcast for too many minutes, assume the world offers safety and rationality, when of course it does not. The captain sends word that he's thrilled with their progress. He promises holiday leaves, steaks, brandy. All winter, the Opal roves occupied territories, cities that Jutta recorded in their radio log coming to life. Prague, Minsk, Ljubljana. Sometimes the truck passes a group of prisoners, and Folkheimer asks Neumann I to slow. He sits up very straight, looking for any man as large as he is. When he sees one, he raps the dash. Neumann I brakes, and Folkheimer post-holes out into the snow, speaks to a guard, and wades in among the prisoners, usually wearing only a shirt against the cold. "His rifle's in the truck," Neumann I will say. "Left his fucking rifle right there." Sometimes he's too far away. Other times Werner hears him perfectly. "Ausziehen," Folkheimer will say, his breath pluming out in front of him, and almost every time the big Russian will understand. "Take it off." A strapping Russian boy with the face of someone for whom no remaining thing on earth could be surprising, except perhaps this. Another giant wading toward him. Off come mittens, a wool shirt, a battered coat. Only when he asks for their boots do their faces change. They shake their head, look up or look down, roll their eyes like frightened horses. To lose their boots, Werner understands, means they will die. But Folkheimer stands and waits, big man against big man. And always the prisoner caves. He stands in his wrecked socks in the trampled snow and tries to make eye contact with the other prisoners, but none will look at him. Folkheimer holds up various items, tries them on, hands them back if they do not fit. Then he stamps back to the truck, and Neumann I drops the Opal into gear. Creaking ice, villages burning in forests, nights where it becomes too cold even to snow. That winter presents a strange and haunted season during which Werner prowls the static like he used to prowl the alleys with Jutta, pulling her in the wagon through the colonies of Solverein. A voice materializes out of the distortion in his headphones, then fades, and he goes ferreting after it. There, thinks Werner when he finds it again, there. A feeling like shutting your eyes and feeling your way down a mile-long thread until your fingernails find the tiny lump of a knot. Sometimes days pass after hearing a first transmission before Werner snares the next. They present a problem to solve, something to wrap his mind around. Better surely than fighting in some stinking frozen trench full of lice, the way the old instructors at Schulpforta fought in the First War. This is cleaner, more mechanical. A war waged through the air, invisibly, and the front lines are anywhere. Isn't there a kind of ravishing delight in the chase of it? The truck bouncing along through the darkness, the first signs of an antenna through the trees. I hear you. Needles in the haystack, thorns in the paw of the lion. He finds them, and Folkheimer plucks them out. All winter the Germans drive their horses and sledges and tanks and trucks over the same roads, packing down the snow, transforming it into a slick, blood-stained ice cement. And when April finally comes, reeking of sawdust and corpses, the canyon walls of snow give way while the ice on the road remains stubbornly fixed. A luminous, internecine network of invasion, a record of the crucifixion of Russia. One night, they cross a bridge over the Dnieper with the domes and blooming trees of Kiev looming ahead, and ash blowing everywhere, and prostitutes bundled in the alleys. In a cafe they sit 2 tables down from an infantryman not much older than Werner. He stares into a newspaper with twitching eyeballs and sips coffee, and looks deeply surprised. astonished. Werner cannot stop studying him. Finally, Neumann I leans over. Know why he looks like that? Werner shakes his head. Frostbite took his eyelids. Poor bastard. Mail does not reach them. Months pass, and Werner does not write to his sister. The messages. Occupation authorities decree that every house must have a list of its occupants fixed to its door. Monsieur Etienne Leblanc, age 62. Mademoiselle Marie-Laure Leblanc, age 15. Marie-Laure tortures herself with daydreams of feasts laid out on long tables. Platters of sliced pork loin, roasted apples, banana flambé, pineapples with whipped cream. One morning in the summer of 1943, she walks to the bakery in a slow-falling rain. The queue stretches out the door. When Marie-Laure finally reaches the head of the line, Madame Rouelle takes her hands and speaks very softly. Ask if he can also read this. Beneath the loaf comes a folded piece of paper. Marie-Laure puts the loaf into her knapsack and bunches the paper in her fist. She passes over a ration ticket, finds her way directly home, and deadbolts the door behind her. Etienne shuffles downstairs. What does it say, Uncle? It says, Monsieur Droguet wants his daughter in Saint-Colombe to know that he is recovering well. She said it's important. What does it mean? Marie-Laure removes her knapsack and reaches inside and tears off a hunk of bread. She says, I think it means that Monsieur Droguet wants his daughter to know that he's all right. Over the next weeks, more notes come. A birth in Saint Vincent. A dying grandmother in La Mare. Madame Gardinière, in La Rabinaye, wants her son to know that she forgives him. If secret messages lurk inside these missives, if Monsieur Fayot had a heart attack and passed gently away means blow up the switching yard at Rennes, Etienne cannot say. What matters is that people must be listening, that ordinary citizens must have radios, that they seem to need to hear from each other. He never leaves his house, sees no one save Marie-Laure, and yet somehow he has found himself at the nexus of a web of information. He keys the microphone and reads the numbers, then the messages. He broadcasts them on 5 different bands, gives instructions for the next transmission, and plays a bit of an old record. At most, the whole exercise takes 6 minutes. Too long. Almost certainly too long. Yet no one comes. The 2 bells do not ring. No German patrols come banging up the stairs to put bullets in their heads. Although she has them memorized, most nights Marie-Laure asks Etienne to read her the letters from her father. Tonight he sits on the edge of her bed. Today I saw an oak tree disguised as a chestnut tree. I know you will do the right thing. If you ever wish to understand, look inside Etienne's house. Inside the house. What do you think he means by writing inside the house twice? We've been over it so many times, Marie. What do you think he's doing right now? Sleeping, child. I am sure of it. She rolls onto her side, and he hauls the hem of her quilts past her shoulders and blows out the candle and stares into the miniature rooftops and chimneys of the model at the foot of her bed. A memory rises. Etienne was in a field east of the city with his brother. It was the summer when fireflies showed up in Saint-Malo, and their father was very excited, building long-handled nets for his boys and giving them jars with wire to fasten over the tops. And Etienne and Henri raced through the tall grass as the fireflies floated away from them, illuming on and off, always seeming to rise just beyond their reach, as if the earth were smouldering. and these were sparks that their footfalls had prodded free. Henri had said he wanted to put so many beetles in his window that ships could see his bedroom from miles away. If there are fireflies this summer, they do not come down the Rue Vauberel. Now, it seems, there are only shadows and silence. Silence is the fruit of the occupation. It hangs in branches, seeps from gutters. Madame Guibout, mother of the shoemaker, has left town, as has old Madame Blanchard. So many windows are dark. It's as if the city has become a library of books in an unknown language. The houses, great shelves of illegible volumes. The lamps, all extinguished. But there is the machine in the attic at work again, a spark in the night. A faint clattering rises from the alley, and Etienne peers through the shutters of Marie-Laure's bedroom, down 6 stories, and sees the ghost of Madame Manette standing there in the moonlight. She holds out her hand, and sparrows land one by one on her arms, and she tucks each one into her coat. WWII. The Pyrenees gleam. A pitted moon stands on their crests, as if impaled. Sergeant Major von Rumpel takes a cab through platinum moonlight to a commissariat and stands across from a police captain who continually drags the index and middle fingers of his left hand through his considerable moustache. The French police have made an arrest. Someone has burglarized the chalet of a prominent donor with ties to the Natural History Museum in Paris, and the burglar has been apprehended with a travel case stuffed with gems. He waits a long time. The captain reviews the fingernails of his left hand, then his right, then his left again. Van Rumpel is feeling very weak tonight. Queasy, really. The doctor says the treatments are over, that they've made their assault on the tumour, and now they must wait. But some mornings he cannot straighten after he finishes tying his shoes. A car arrives. The captain goes out to greet it. Van Rumpel watches through the window. From the back seat, 2 policemen produce a frail-looking man in a beige suit, with a perfect purple bruise around his left eye, hands cuffed, a spattering of blood on his collar, as though he's just left off playing a villain in some movie. The policemen shepherd the prisoner inside, while the captain removes a handbag from the car's trunk. Van Rumpel takes his white gloves from his pocket. The captain closes his office door, sets the bag atop his desk, and pulls his blinds, tilts the shade of his desk lamp. In a room somewhere beyond, Van Rumpel can hear a cell door clang shut. From the handbag, the captain removes an address book, a stack of letters, and a woman's compact. Then he plucks out a false bottom, followed by 6 velvet bundles. He unwraps them one at a time. The first contains 3 gorgeous pieces of beryl, pink, fat, hexagonal. Inside the second is a single cluster of aqua-coloured amazonite, gently striated with white. Inside the third is a pear-cut diamond. A thrill leaps into the tips of Van Rumpel's fingers. From a pocket, the captain withdraws a loupe, a look of naked greed blooming on his face. He examines the diamond for a long time, turning it this way and that. Through Van Rumpel's mind sail visions of the Führer Museum, glittering cases, bowers beneath pillars, jewels behind glass, and something else, too. A faint power, like a low voltage, coming off the stone, whispering to him, promising to erase his illness. Finally, the captain looks up. The impress of his loupe, a tight pink circle around his eye. The lamplight sets a gleam on his wet lips. He places the jewel back on the towel. From the other side of the desk, Van Rumpel picks up the diamond, just the right weight. Cold in his fingers, even through the cotton of the gloves, deeply saturated with blue at its edges. Does he believe? Dupont has almost kindled a fire inside it, but with a lens to his eye, von Rumpel can see that the stone is identical to the one he examined in the museum 2 years before. He sets the reproduction back on the desk. "But at the minimum," the captain says in French, his face falling, "we must X-ray it, no?" "Do whatever you'd like, by all means. I'll take those letters, please." Before midnight, he's at his hotel. 2 fakes. This is progress. 2 found, 2 left to find, and one of the 2 must be real. For dinner, he orders wild boar cooked with fresh mushrooms and a full bottle of Bordeaux. Especially during wartime, such things remain important. They are what separate the civilized man from the barbarian. The hotel is draughty and the dining room is empty, but the waiter is excellent. He pours with grace and steps away. Once in the glass, as dark as blood, the Bordeaux seems almost as though it's a living thing. Von Ruppel takes pleasure in knowing that he's the only person in the world who will have the privilege of tasting it before it is gone. Grey. December 1943. Ravines of cold sink between the houses. The only wood left to burn is green, and the whole city smells of wood smoke. Walking to the bakery, 15-year-old Marie-Laure is as chilled as she's ever been. Indoors, it is little better. Stray snowflakes seem to drift through the rooms, blown through gaps in the walls. She listens to her great-uncle's footfalls across the ceiling, and his voice. 310. 1,467. 507. 2,222. 576,881. And then her grandfather's song, Clair de Lune, strains over her like a blue mist. Airplanes make low, lazy passes over the city. Sometimes they sound so close that Marie-Laure fears they might graze the rooftops, knock over chimneys with their bellies. But no planes crash. No houses explode. Nothing seems to change at all, except Marie-Laure grows. She can no longer wear any of the clothes her father carried here in his rucksack 3 years before, and her shoes pinch. She takes to wearing 3 pairs of socks and a pair of Etienne's old tasselled loafers. The rumours are that only essential personnel and those with medical reasons will be allowed to stay in Saint-Malo. "We're not leaving," says Etienne. "Not when we might finally be doing some good. If the doctor won't give us notes, we'll pay for them some other way." For portions of every day, she manages to lose herself in realms of memory. The faint impressions of the visual world before she was 6, when Paris was like a vast kitchen, pyramids of cabbages and carrots everywhere, bakers' stalls overflowing with pastries, fish stacked like cordwood in the fishmongers' booths, the runnels awash in silver scales, alabaster gulls swooping down to carry off entrails. Every corner she turned billowed with colour, the greens of leeks, the deep purple glaze of eggplants. Now her world has turned grey. Grey faces and grey quiet, and a grey nervous terror hanging over the queue at the bakery, and the only colour in the world briefly kindled when Etienne climbs the stairs to the attic, knees cracking, to read one more string of numbers into the ether, to send another of Madame Rouel's messages, to play a song. That little attic, bursting with magenta and aquamarine and gold for 5 minutes, and then the radio switches off, and the grey rushes back in, and her uncle stumps back down the stairs. Fever. Maybe it comes from the stew in some nameless Ukrainian kitchen. Maybe partisans have poisoned the water. Maybe Werner simply sits too long in too many damp places with a headset over his ears. Regardless, the fever comes, and with it terrible diarrhea. And as Werner crouches in the mud behind the opal, he feels as if he's shitting out the last of his civilization. Whole hours pass, during which he can do no more than press his cheek against the wall of the truck shell, seeking something cold. Then the shivers take over, hard and fast, and he cannot warm his body. He wants to leap into a fire. Folkheimer offers coffee. Neumann, too, offers the tablets that Werner knows by now are not for backaches. He declines both, and 1943 becomes 1944. Werner has not written Jutta in almost a year. The last letter he has from her is 6 months old and begins, "Why don't you write?" Still, he manages to find illegal transmissions, one every 2 weeks or so. He salvages the inferior Soviet equipment, milled from marginal steel, clumsily soldered. It's all so unsystematic. How can they fight a war with such lousy equipment? The resistance is pitched to Werner as supremely organised. They're dangerous, disciplined insurgents. They follow the words of ferocious, lethal leaders. But he sees firsthand how they can be so loosely allied as to be basically ineffectual. They're wretched and filthy. They live in holes. They are ragtag desperadoes with nothing to lose. And it seems he can never make headway into understanding which theory is closer to the truth, because really, Werner thinks, they are all insurgents, all partisans, every single person they see. Anyone who is not a German wants the Germans dead, even the most sycophantic of them. They shy away from the truck as it rattles into town. They hide their faces, their families. Their shops brim with shoes plucked off the dead. Look at them. What he feels on the worst days of that relentless winter, while rust colonizes the truck and rifles and radios, while German divisions retreat all around them, is a deep scorn for all the humans they pass. The smoking, ruined villages, the broken pieces of brick in the street, the frozen corpses, the shattered walls, the upturned cars, the barking dogs, the scurrying rats and lice. How can they live like that? Out here in the forests, in the mountains, in the villages? They're supposed to be pulling up disorder by the root. The total entropy of any system, said Dr. Hauptmann, will decrease only if the entropy of another system will increase. Nature demands symmetry. Ordnung muss sein. And yet, what order are they making out here? The suitcases, the queues, the wailing babies, the soldiers pouring back into the cities with eternity in their eyes. In what system is order increasing? Surely not in Kiev, or Lvov, or Warsaw. It's all Hades. There are just so many humans, as if huge Russian factories cast new men every minute. Kill 1,000, and we'll make 10,000 more. February finds them in mountains. Werner shivers in the back of the truck while Neumann 1 grinds down switchbacks. Trenches snake below them in an endless net, German positions on one side, Russian positions beyond. Thick ribbons of smoke stripe the valley. Occasional flares of ordnance fly like shuttlecocks. Folkheimer unfolds a blanket and wraps it around Werner's shoulders. His blood sloshes back and forth inside him like mercury. And out the windows, in a gap in the mist, the network of trenches and artillery below shows itself very clearly for a moment. And Werner feels he's gazing down into the circuitry of an enormous radio. Each soldier down there, an electron flowing single file down his own electrical path, with no more say in the matter than an electron has. Then they're around a bend, and he feels only the presence of Folkheimer next to him. A cold dusk out the windows, bridge after bridge, hill after hill, all the time descending. Metallic, tattered moonlight shatters across the road, and a white horse stands chewing in a field, and a searchlight rakes the sky. And in the lit window of a mountain cabin, for a split second as they rumble past, Werner sees Jutta seated at a table. the bright faces of other children around her, Fra Elena's needlepoint over the sink, the corpses of a dozen infants heaped in a bin beside the stove. The third stone. He stands in a chateau outside Amiens, north of Paris. The big old house moans in the dark. The home belongs to a retired paleontologist, and von Rumpel believes it's here that the chief of security at the museum in Paris fled during the chaos following the invasion of France 3 years ago. A peaceful place, insulated by fields, enwombed in hedges. He climbs a staircase to a library. A bookshelf has been peeled open. The strong box is behind it. The Gestapo safecracker is good. Wears a stethoscope, does not bother with a flashlight. In a few minutes, he has it open. An old handgun, a box of certificates, a stack of tarnished silver coins, and inside a velvet box, a blue, pear-cut diamond. The red heart inside the stone shows itself 1 second, becomes completely inaccessible the next. Inside von Ruppel, hope braids with desperation. He is almost there. The odds are in his favour, aren't they? But he knows before he sets it under the lamp, that same elation crashing out of him. The diamond is not real. It, too, is the work of Dupont. He has found all 3 fakes. All his luck is spent. The doctor says the tumour is growing again. The prospects of the war are nosediving. Germany retreats across Russia, across the Ukraine, up the ankle of Italy. Before long, everyone in the Einsatzstab, Reichsleiter Rosenberg, the men out there scouring the continent for hidden libraries, concealed prayer scrolls, closeted impressionist paintings, will be handed rifles and sent into the fire, including von Ruppel. So long as he keeps it, the keeper of the stone will live forever. He cannot give up. And yet, his hands grow so heavy. His head is a boulder. One at the museum. One to the home of a museum supporter. One sent with a chief of security. What sort of man would they choose for a 3rd courier? The Gestapo man watches him, his attention on the stone, his left hand on the door of the strongbox. Not for the first time, von Ruppel thinks of the extraordinary jewel safe at the museum, like a puzzle box. In all his travels, he has seen nothing else like it. Who could have conceived of it? The bridge. In a French village far to the south of Saint-Malo, a German truck crossing a bridge is blown up. 6 German soldiers die. Terrorists are blamed. Night and fog, whisper the women who come by to check on Marie-Laure. For every Kraut lost, they'll kill 10 of us. Police go door to door, demanding any able-bodied man come out for a day's work. Dig trenches, unload railway wagons, push barrows of cement bags, construct invasion obstacles in a field or on a beach. Everyone who can must work to strengthen the Atlantic wall. Etienne stands squinting in the doorway with his doctor's notes in his hand, cold air blowing over him, and fear billowing backward into the hall. Madame Ruel whispers that occupation authorities are blaming the attack on an elaborate network of anti-occupation radio broadcasts. She says that crews are busy locking away the beaches behind a network of concertina wire and huge wooden jacks called chevaux de frise. Already they have restricted access to the walkways atop the ramparts. She hands over a loaf, and Marie-Laure carries it home. When Etienne breaks it open, there is yet another piece of paper inside, 9 more numbers. "I thought they might take a break," he says. Marie-Laure is thinking of her father. Maybe, she says, it is even more important now. He waits until dark. Marie-Laure sits in the mouth of the wardrobe, the false back open, and listens to her uncle switch on the microphone and transmitter in the attic. His mild voice speaks numbers into the garret. Then music plays, soft and low, full of cellos tonight, and it cuts out midstream. Uncle? It takes him a long time to come down the ladder. He takes her hand. He says, "The war that killed your grandfather killed 16 million others. 1.5 million French boys alone, most of them younger than I was. 2 million on the German side. Marched the dead in a single file line, and for 11 days and 11 nights they'd walk past our door. This is not rearranging street signs, what we're doing, Marie. This is not misplacing a letter at the post office. These numbers, they're more than numbers. Do you understand? But we are the good guys. Aren't we, Uncle? I hope so. I hope we are." Rue des Patriarches. Von Ruppel enters an apartment house in the 5th arrondissement. The simpering landlady on the first floor takes the sheaf of ration tickets he offers and buries them in her housecoat. Cats swarm her ankles. Behind her, an over-decorated flat reeks of dead apple blossoms, confusion, old age. "When did they leave, madame?" "Summer of 1940. She looks as if she might hiss. "Who pays the rent?" "I don't know, monsieur." "Do the checks come from the Natural History Museum?" "I can't say." "When was the last time someone came?" "No one comes. The checks are mailed." "From where?" "I don't know." "And no one leaves or enters the flat?" "Not since that summer," she says, and retreats with her vulture face and vulture fingernails into the redolent dark. Up he goes. A single deadbolt on the 4th floor marks the locksmith's flat. Inside, the windows are boarded over with wood veneer, and an airless, pearly light seeps through the knotholes, as though he has climbed into a dark box hung inside a column of pure light. Cabinets hang open. Sofa cushions sit slightly cockeyed. A kitchen chair is toppled on its side. Everything speaks of a hasty departure, or a rigorous search, or both. A black rim of algae rings the toilet bowl where the water has slipped away. He inspects the bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, some fiendish and immitigable hope flaring within him. What if... Along the top of a workbench stand tiny benches, tiny lampposts, tiny trapezoids of polished wood. Little vice, little box of nails, little bottles of glue long since hardened. Beside the bench, beneath a dropcloth, a surprise. A complicated model of the 5th arrondissement. The buildings are unpainted, but otherwise beautifully detailed. Shutters, doors, windows, storm drains. No people. A toy. In the closet hang a few moth-eaten girls' dresses, and a sweater on which embroidered goats chew flowers. Dusty pine cones line the windowsill, arranged large to small. On the floor of the kitchen, friction strips have been nailed into the wood. A place of quiet discipline, calm, order. A single line of twine runs between the table and the bathroom. A clock stands dead without glass on its face. It's not until he finds 3 huge spiral-bound folios of Jules Verne in Braille that he solves it. A safe maker, brilliant with locks, lives within walking distance of the museum, employed there all his adult life, humble, no visible aspirations for wealth, a blind daughter, plenty of reasons to be loyal. "Where are you hiding?" he says aloud to the room. The dust swirls in the strange light. Inside a bag or a box, tucked behind a baseboard, or stashed in a compartment beneath the floorboards, or plastered up inside a wall. He opens the kitchen drawers and checks behind them, but the previous searchers would have checked all of this. Slowly his attention returns to the scale model of the neighbourhood. Hundreds of tiny houses with mansard roofs and balconies. It is this exact neighbourhood, he realises. Colourless and depopulated and miniaturised. A tiny spectral version of it. One building in particular appears smoothed and worn by the insistence of fingers. The building he's in. Home. He puts his eye to street level, becomes a god looming over the Latin Quarter. With 2 fingers, he could pinch out anyone he chooses, nudge half a city into shadow, flip it upside down. He sets his fingers atop the roof of the apartment house in which he kneels, wiggles it back and forth. It lifts free of the model easily, as though designed to do so. He rotates it in front of his eyes. 18 little windows, 6 balconies, a tiny entrance door. Down here, behind this window, lurks the little landlady with her cats. And here, on the 4th floor, himself. On its bottom he finds a tiny hole, not at all unlike the keyhole in the jewel safe in the museum he saw 3 years before. The house is, he realises, a container, a receptacle. He plays with it a while, trying to solve it, turns it over, tries the bottom, the side. His heart rate soars. Something wet and feverish rises onto his tongue. Do you have something inside of you? Von Ruppel sets the little house on the floor, raises his foot, and crushes it. White City. In April 1944, the Opel rattles into a white city full of empty windows. Vienna, says Volkheimer. And Neumann, too, fulminates about Habsburg palaces and Wiener Schnitzel and girls whose vulvas taste like apple strudel. They sleep in a once stately old-world suite, with the furniture shored up against the walls, and chicken feathers clogging the marble sinks, and newspapers tacked clumsily across the windows. Down below, a switching yard presents a wilderness of train tracks. Werner thinks of Dr. Hauptmann with his curls and fur-lined gloves, whose Viennese youth Werner imagined spent in vibrant cafes, where scientists-to-be discussed Bohr and Schopenhauer, where marble statues stared down from ledges like kindly godparents. Hauptmann, who presumably is still in Berlin, or at the front, like everyone else. The city commander has no time for them. A subordinate tells Volkheimer there are reports of resistance broadcasts washing out of the Leopoldstadt. Round and round the district they drive. Cold fog hangs in the budding trees, and Werner sits in the back of the truck and shivers. The place smells to him of carnage. For 5 days he hears nothing on his transceiver, but anthems and recorded propaganda and broadcasts from beleaguered colonels requesting supplies, gasoline, men. It is all unravelling. Werner can feel it. The fabric of the war tearing apart. That's Staatsoper, says Neumann too one night. The facade of a grand building rises gracefully, pilastered and crenellated. Stately wings soar on either side, somehow both heavy and light. It strikes Werner just then as wondrously futile to build splendid buildings, to make music, to sing songs, to print huge books full of colourful birds in the face of the seismic, engulfing indifference of the world. What pretensions humans have! Why bother to make music when the silence and wind are so much larger? Why light lamps when the darkness will inevitably snuff them? When Russian prisoners are chained by 3s and 4s to fences, while German privates tuck live grenades in their pockets and run. Opera houses, cities on the moon. Ridiculous! They would all do better to put their faces on the curbs and wait for the boys who come through the city dragging sledges stacked with corpses. At mid-morning, Volkheimer orders them to park in the Augarten. The sun burns away the fog and reveals the first blooms on the trees. Werner can feel the fever flickering inside him. A stove with its door latched. Neumann I, who, if he were not scheduled to die 10 weeks from now in the Allied invasion of Normandy, might have become a barber later in life, who would have smelt of talc and whiskey and put his index finger into men's ears to position their heads, whose pants and shirts always would have been covered with clipped hairs, who, in his shop, would have taped postcards of the Alps around the circumference of a big, cheap Waverley mirror, who would have been faithful to his stout wife for the rest of his life. Neumann I says, "Time for haircuts." He sets a stool on the sidewalk and throws a mostly clean towel over Bernd's shoulders and snips away. Werner finds a state-sponsored station playing waltzes and sets the speaker in the open back door of the Opel so all can hear. Neumann I cuts Bernd's hair, then Werner's, then pouchy, wrecked Neumann II's. Werner watches Volkheimer climb onto the stool and close his eyes when a particularly plangent waltz comes on. Volkheimer, who's killed 100 men by now at least, probably more, walking into pathetic radio-transmitting shacks in his huge, expropriated boots, sneaking up behind some emaciated Ukrainian with headphones on his ears and a microphone at his lips, and shooting him in the back of the head, then going to the truck to tell Werner to collect the transmitter, making the order calmly, sleepily, even with the pieces of the man on the transmitter like that. Volkheimer, who always makes sure there's food for Werner, who brings him eggs, who shares his broth, whose fondness for Werner remains, it seems, unshakable. The Augarten proves a thorny place to search, full of narrow streets and tall apartment houses. Transmissions both pass through the buildings and reflect off them. That afternoon, long after the stool has been put away and the waltzes have stopped, while Werner sits with his transceiver listening to nothing, a little red-headed girl in a maroon cape emerges from a doorway, maybe 6 or 7 years old, small for her age, with big, clear eyes that remind him of Juta's. She runs across the street to the park and plays there alone beneath the budding trees, while her mother stands on the corner and bites the tips of her fingers. The girl climbs into the swing and pendulums back and forth, pumping her legs, and watching her opens some valve in Werner's soul. This is life, he thinks. This is why we live, to play like this on a day when winter's finally releasing its grip. He waits for Neumann II to come around the truck and say something crass, to spoil it. But he doesn't, and neither does Bernd. Maybe they don't see her at all. Maybe this one pure thing will escape their defilement. And the girl sings as she swings, a high song that Werner recognizes, a counting song that girls jumping rope in the alley behind Children's House used to sing. 1, 2, Polizei, 3, 4, Offizier. And how he would like to join her, push her higher and higher, sing 5, 6, alte Hex, 7, 8, gute Nacht. Then her mother calls something Werner cannot hear and takes the girl's hand. They pass around a corner, little velvet cape trailing behind, and are gone. Not an hour later, He snares something winging in, out of the static. A simple broadcast in Swiss German. Hit 9, transmitting at 1600. This is KX46. Do you receive? He does not understand all of it. Then it goes. Werner crosses the square and tunes the second transceiver himself. When they speak again, he triangulates and plugs the numbers into the equation, then looks up and sees with his naked eyes what looks very much like a wire antenna trailing down the side of an apartment house flanking the square. So easy. Already Folkheimer's eyes have come alive, a lion who's caught the scent, as though he and Werner hardly need to speak to communicate. "See the wire trailing down there?" Werner asks. Folkheimer glasses the building with binoculars. "That window?" "Yes." "It's not too dense in here, all these flats?" "That's the window," says Werner. They go in. He does not hear any shots. 5 minutes later they call him up into a fifth-floor flat, wallpapered with a dizzying floral print. He expects to be asked to look over the equipment as usual, but there is none. No corpses, no transmitter, not even a simple listening set. Just ornate lamps and an embroidered sofa and the swarming rococo wallpaper. "Pry up the floorboards," orders Folkheimer. But after Neumann too pries up several and peers down, it's clear that the only thing under the boards is decades-old horsehair for insulation. "Another flat, maybe? Another floor?" Werner crosses into a bedroom and slides open the window and peers over an iron balcony. What he thought was an antenna is nothing more than a painted rod run up the side of a pilaster, probably meant to anchor a clothesline. Not an antenna at all. But he heard a transmission, didn't he? An ache reaches up through the base of his skull. He laces his hands behind his head and sits on the edge of an unmade bed and looks at the clothes here. A slip folded over the back of a chair, a pewter-backed hairbrush on the bureau, rows of tiny frosted bottles and pots on a vanity. All of it inarticulably feminine to him, mysterious and confusing, in the way Herr Siedler's wife confused him 4 years before as she hitched up her skirt and knelt in front of her big radio. A woman's room, wrinkled sheets, a smell like skin lotion in the air, and a photograph of a young man, nephew, lover, brother, on a dressing table. Maybe his math was wrong. Maybe the signals scattered off the buildings. Maybe the fever has scrambled his wits. On the wallpaper in front of him, roses appear to drift, rotate, swap places. "Nothing?" calls Folkheimer from the other room. And Bernd calls back, "Nothing." In some alternate universe, Werner considers this woman and Frau Elena could have been friends. A reality more pleasant than this one. Then he sees, hung on the doorknob, a maroon square of velvet, hood attached, a child's cape. And at exactly that moment in the other bedroom, Neumann too makes a cry like a high, surprised gargle, and there's a single shot. Then a woman's scream, then more shots, and Folkheimer strides past, hurrying, and the rest follow. And they find Neumann too, standing in front of a closet with both hands on his rifle, and the smell of gunpowder all around. On the floor is a woman, one arm swept backward, as if she's been refused a dance. And inside the closet is not a radio, but a child sitting on her bottom with a bullet through her head. Her moon eyes are open and moist, and her mouth is stretched back in an oval of surprise. And it's the girl from the swings, and she cannot be over 7 years old. Werner waits for the child to blink. Blink, he thinks. Blink, blink, blink. Already Folkheimer is closing the closet door. though it won't close all the way because the girl's foot is sticking out of it. And Bernd is covering the woman on the bed with a blanket. And how could Neumann too not have known? But of course he didn't, because that's how things are with Neumann too, with everybody in this unit, in this army, in this world. They do as they're told. They get scared. They move about with only themselves in mind. Name me someone who does not. Neumann 1 shoulders out, something rancid in his eyes. Neumann 2 stands there with his new haircut, his fingers playing senseless trills on the stock of his rifle. "Why did they hide?" he says. Folkheimer tucks the child's foot gently back inside the closet. "There's no radio here," he says, and shuts the door. Threads of nausea reach up around Werner's windpipe. Outside, the street lamps shudder in a late wind. Clouds ride west over the city. Werner climbs into the Opel, feeling as if the buildings are rearing around him, growing taller and warping. He sits with his forehead against the listening decks and is sick between his shoes. So really, children, mathematically, all of light is invisible. Bernd climbs in and pulls the door shut, and the Opel comes to life, tilting as it rounds a corner. And Werner can feel the streets rising around them, whirling slowly into an engulfing spiral, into the centre of which the truck will arc downward, tracing deeper and deeper all the time. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. On the floor outside Marie-Laure's bedroom door waits something big, wrapped in newsprint and twine. From the stairwell, Etienne says, "Happy 16th birthday." She tears away the paper. 2 books, one stacked atop the other. 3 years and 4 months have passed since Papa left Saint-Malo. 1,224 days. Almost 4 years have passed since she's felt Braille, and yet the letters rise from her memory as if she left off reading yesterday. Jules Verne, 20,000 Leagues, Part 1, Part 2. She throws herself at her great-uncle and hangs her arms around his neck. "You said you never got to finish. I thought, rather than my reading it to you, maybe you could read it to me." "But how, Monsieur Hebrard, the bookseller, when nothing is available, and they're so expensive?" "You have made a lot of friends in this town, Marie-Laure." She stretches out on the floor and opens to the first page. "I'm going to start it all over again, from the beginning." "Perfect." "Chapter 1, she reads, A Shifting Reef. The year 1866 was marked by a strange event, an unexplainable occurrence which is undoubtedly still fresh in everyone's memory. She gallops through the first 10 pages, the story coming back. Worldwide curiosity about what must be a mythical sea monster, famed marine biologist Professor Pierre Aronnax setting off to discover the truth. Is it monster or moving reef? Something else? Any page now, Aronnax will plunge over the rail of the frigate. Not long afterward, he and the Canadian harpooner Ned Land will find themselves on Captain Nemo's submarine. Beyond the carton-covered window, rain sifts down from a platinum-coloured sky. A dove scrambles along the gutter calling, "Hoo, hoo, hoo." And out in the harbour, a sturgeon makes a single leap, like a silver horse, and then is gone. Telegram. A new garrison commander has arrived on the Emerald Coast, a colonel, trim, smart, efficient, won medals at Stalingrad, wears a monocle. Invariably accompanied by a gorgeous French secretary interpreter who may or may not have consorted with Russian royalty. He's average-sized and prematurely grey, but by some contrivance of carriage and posture, he makes the men who stand before him feel smaller. The rumour is that this colonel ran an entire automobile company before the war, that he's a man who understands the power of the German soil, who feels its dark, prehistoric vigour thudding in his very cells, that he will never acquiesce. Every night he sends telegrams from the district office in Saint-Malo. Among the 16 official communiques sent on the 30th of April 1944 is a missive to Berlin. Equals. Notice of terrorist broadcasts in Côte d'Armor, we believe Saint-Lunaire or Dinard or Saint-Malo or Cancale. Equals. Request assistance to locate and eliminate. ... Off it goes, into the wires belted across Europe. 8. 9th of August, 1944. Fort National. On the third afternoon of the siege of Saint-Malo, the shelling lulls, as though all the artillerymen abruptly fell asleep at their guns. Trees burn, cars burn, houses burn. German soldiers drink wine in blockhouses. A priest in the college cellar scatters holy water on the walls. 2 horses, gone mad with fear, kick through the door of the garage in which they've been shut, and gallop between the smouldering houses on the Grande Rue. Around 4 o'clock, an American field howitzer, 2 miles away, lets fly a single, improperly ranged shell. It sails over the city walls and bursts against the northern parapet of Fort National, where 380 Frenchmen are being held against their will with minimal cover. 9 are killed instantly. One of them still clutching the hand of bridge he was playing when the shell struck. In the attic. For all of Marie-Laure's 4 years in Saint-Malo, the bells at St. Vincent's have marked the hours. But now the bells have ceased. She does not know how long she's been trapped in the attic, or even if it is day or night. Time is a slippery thing. Loose hold of it once, and its string might sail out of your hands forever. Her thirst becomes so acute, she considers biting into her own arm to drink the liquid that courses there. She takes the cans of food from her great-uncle's coat and sets her lips on their rims. Both taste of tin. Their contents just a millimetre away. "Don't risk it," says the voice of her father. "Don't risk the noise." "Just one, Papa. I will save the other. The German is gone. Almost certainly he's gone by now." "Why hasn't the trip wire sprung?" "Because he cut the wire, or I slept through the bell. Any of a half-dozen other reasons." "Why would he leave, when what he seeks is here?" "Who knows what he seeks?" "You know what he seeks." "I am so hungry, Papa." "Try to think about something else." Roaring falls of clear, cool water. "You will survive, ma chérie." "How can you know?" "Because of the diamond in your coat pocket. Because I left it here to protect you." "All it has done is put me in more danger." "Then why hasn't the house been hit? Why hasn't it caught fire?" "It's a rock, Papa, a pebble. There is only luck, bad or good, chance and physics. Remember?" "You are alive." "I'm only alive because I have not yet died." "Do not open the can. He will hear you. He will not hesitate to kill you." "How can he kill me if I cannot die?" Round and round the questions run. Marie-Laure's mind threatens to boil over. Just now she's pulled herself up onto the piano bench at the end of the attic and is running her hands over Etienne's transmitter, trying to apprehend its switches and coils. Here the phonograph, here the microphone, here one of 4 leads connected to the pair of batteries. When she hears something below her. A voice. Very carefully, she lowers herself off the bench and presses her ear to the floor. He's directly below her, urinating into the 6th floor toilet, dribbling out a sad, intermittent trickle, and groaning as though the process causes him torment. Between groans, he calls, "Das Hauschen fehlt! Wo bist du, Hauschen?" Something is wrong with him. "Das Hauschen fehlt! Wo bist du, Hauschen?" No replies. Whom is he talking to? From somewhere beyond the house come the thump of distant mortars and the screech of shells hurtling overhead. She listens to the German move from the toilet toward her bedroom, limping that same limp, muttering, unhinged. Hauschen. What does it mean? The springs of her mattress creak. She would know that sound anywhere. Has he been sleeping in her bed all this time? 6 deep reports sound, one after the other, deeper than the anti-aircraft guns farther away. Naval guns. Then come drums, cymbals, the gongs of explosions, drawing a crimson lattice over the roof. The lull is ending. Abyss in her gut, desert in her throat. Marie-Laure takes one of the cans of food from her coat, the brick and the knife within reach. Don't! If I keep listening to you, Papa, I will die of starvation with food in my hands. Her bedroom below remains quiet. The shells come patiently, each round whizzing over at a predictable interval, scratching a long scarlet parabola over the roof. She uses their noise to open the can. Eee! Goes the shell. Ding! Goes the brick onto the knife onto the can. Dull, terrible detonations somewhere. Shell splinters zinging into the walls of a dozen houses. Eee! Ding! Eee! Ding! With each blow a prayer. Do not let him hear. 5 bashes, and it's leaking liquid. With the 6th, she manages to saw open a quadrant and bend up the lid with the blade of the knife. She raises it and drinks. Cool, salty. It's beans. Can-cooked green beans. The water they've been boiled in is supremely tasty. Her whole body seems to reach up to absorb it. She empties the can. Inside her head, her father has gone quiet. The heads. Werner weaves the antenna through the rubbled ceiling and touches it to a twisted pipe. Nothing. On his hands and knees, he drags the aerial round the circumference of the cellar as though roping Folkheimer into the golden armchair. Nothing. He switches off the dying flashlight and mashes the headset against his good ear and shuts his eyes against the darkness and turns on the repaired transceiver and runs the needle up and down the tuning coil, condensing all his senses into one. Static, 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 static. Maybe they're buried too deeply. Maybe the rubble of the hotel creates an electromagnetic shadow. Maybe something fundamental is broken in the radio that Werner has not identified. Or maybe the Führer's super scientists have engineered a weapon to end all weapons, and this whole corner of Europe is a shattered waste, and Werner and Folkheimer are the only ones left. He takes off the headphones and breaks the connection. The rations are long gone. The canteens are empty. and the sludge in the bottom of the bucket full of paintbrushes is undrinkable. Both he and Folkheimer have gagged down several mouthfuls, and Werner's not sure he can stomach any more. The battery inside the radio's nearly dead. Once it's gone, they'll have the big American 11-volt with a black cat printed on the side. And then? How much oxygen does a person's respiratory system exchange for carbon dioxide every hour? There was a time when Werner would have loved to solve that puzzle. Now he sits with Folkheimer's 2-stick grenades in his lap, feeling the last bright things inside him fizzle out. Turning the shaft of one and then the other. He'd ignite their fuses just to light this place up, just to see again. Folkheimer has taken to switching on his field light and focusing its frail beam into the far corner, where 8 or 9 white plaster heads stand on 2 shelves, several toppled onto their sides. They look like the heads of mannequins, only more skillfully fashioned. 3 with moustaches, 2 bald, 1 wearing the cap of a soldier. Even with the light off, the heads assume strange power in the dark. Pure white, not quite visible, but not entirely invisible, embedded into Werner's retinas, almost glowing in the blackness, silent and watchful and unblinking. Tricks of the mind. Faces look away. In the blackness, he crawls toward Folkheimer. A comfort to find his friend's huge knee in the darkness, the rifle beside him, Bernt's corpse somewhere beyond. Werner says, "Did you ever hear the stories they told about you?" "Who?" "The boys at Schulpforter." "A few, I heard." "Did you like it, being the giant? Having everyone afraid of you?" "It is not so fun being asked how tall you are all the time." A shell detonates somewhere above ground. Somewhere out there the city burns, the sea breaks, barnacles beat their feathery arms. "How tall are you?" Folkheimer snorts once. A bark of a laugh. "Do you think Bernd was right about the grenades?" "No," says Folkheimer, his voice coming alert. "They would kill us. Even if we built some kind of barrier? We'd be crushed." Werner tries to make out the heads across the cellar in the blackness. If not the grenades, then what? Does Folkheimer really believe someone's going to come and save them? That they deserve saving? "So, we're just going to wait?" Folkheimer doesn't answer. "For how long?" When the radio batteries die, the American 11-volt should run the transceiver for 1 more day. Or he could wire the bulb from Folkheimer's field light to it. The battery will give them 1 more day of static. Or 1 more day of light. But they will not need light to use the rifle. Delirium. A purple fringe flutters around von Ruppel's vision. Something must have gone wrong with the morphine. He may have taken too much. Or else the disease has advanced far enough to alter his sight. Ash drifts through the window like snow. Is it dawn? The glow in the sky could be the light from fires. Sheets soaked in sweat. His uniform as wet as if he's been swimming in his sleep. Taste of blood in his mouth. He crawls to the end of the bed and looks at the model. He has studied every square inch of it. Bashed a corner to pieces with the butt of a wine bottle. The structures in it are mostly hollow. The chateau, the cathedral, the market. But why bother to smash them all when one is missing? The very house he needs. Out in the forsaken city, every other structure, it seems, is burning or collapsing. But here in front of him is the inverse in miniature. The city remains, but the house he occupies is gone. Could the girl have carried it out with her when she fled? Possible. The uncle didn't have it when they sent him to Fort National. He was well searched. He carried nothing but his papers. Von Ruppel made sure of it. Somewhere a wall goes to pieces, 1,000 kilograms of masonry crashing down. That the house stands, while so many others have been destroyed, is evidence enough. The stone must be inside. He simply needs to find it while there is time. Clamp it to his heart, and wait for the goddess to thrust her fiery hand through its planes and burn away his afflictions. Burn his way out of this citadel, out of this siege, out of this disease. He will be saved. He simply has to drag himself up from this bed and keep looking. Do it more methodically, as many hours as it takes. Tear the place apart. Begin in the kitchen. One more time. Water. Marie-Laure hears the springs of her bed groan. Hears the German limp out of her room and go down the stairs. Is he leaving? Giving up? It starts to rain. Thousands of tiny drops thrum onto the roof. Marie-Laure stands on her tiptoes and presses her ear to the roofing beneath the slates. Listens to the drops trickle down. What was the prayer? The one Madame Manec muttered to herself on Bastille Day as the fireworks went up. Lord, our God, your grace is a purifying fire. She has to marshal her mind, use perception and logic, as her father would, as Jules Verne's great marine biologist Professor Pierre Aronnax would. The German does not know about the attic. She has the stone in her pocket. She has 1 can of food. These are advantages. The rain is good too. It will stifle the fires. Could she capture some of it to drink, punch a hole in the slates, use it in some other way, maybe to cover her noise? She knows exactly where the 2 galvanized buckets are, just inside the door of her room. She can get to them, maybe even carry one back up. No, carrying it up would be impossible. Too heavy, too noisy, all that water sloshing everywhere. But she could go to one and lower her face into it. She could fill the empty can of beans. The very thought of her lips against water, the tip of her nose touching its surface, summons up a biological craving beyond anything she's experienced. In her mind, she falls into a lake. Water fills her ears and mouth. Her throat opens. One sip, and she could think more clearly. She waits for her father's voice in her head to raise an objection. But none comes. The distance through the front of the wardrobe, across Henri's room, across the landing and to her doorway, runs 21 paces, give or take. She takes the knife and the empty can from the floor and tucks them in her pocket. She creeps down the 7 ladder rungs and stays fixed for a long time against the back of the wardrobe, listening, listening, listening. The little wooden house is a bump against her ribs as she crouches. Inside its tiny attic, does some tiny likeness of Marie-Laure wait, listening? Does that tiny version of her feel this same thirst? The only sound is the patter of the rain, turning Saint-Malo into mud. It could be a trick. Maybe he heard her open the can of beans, went noisily downstairs, and climbed quietly back up. Maybe he stands outside the big wardrobe with his pistol drawn. Lord, our God, your grace is a purifying fire. She flattens her hands against the back of the wardrobe and slides open the panel. The shirts drag across her face as she crawls through. She sets her hands against the inside of the wardrobe doors and nudges one open. No gunshot. Nothing. Out the now glassless window, the sound of rain falling on the burning houses is the sound of pebbles being stirred by waves. Marie-Laure steps onto the floor of her grandfather's old bedroom and summons him. A curious boy with lustrous hair who smells of the sea. He's playful, quick-witted, charged with energy. He takes one of her hands, while Etienne finds the other. The house becomes as it was 50 years ago. The boy's well-dressed parents laugh downstairs. Her cook shucks oysters in the kitchen. Madame Manec, a young maid, fresh from the countryside, sings on a step-ladder as she dusts the chandelier. "Papa, you had the keys to everything." The boys lead her into the hall. She passes the bathroom. Traces of the German smell hang in her bedroom, an odour like vanilla. Beneath it, something putrid. She cannot hear anything beyond the rain outside and her own pulse discharging in her temples. She kneels as soundlessly as she can and runs her hands along the grooves of the floor. The sound of her fingertips striking the bucket's sides seems louder than the gong of a cathedral bell. Rain hums against the roof and walls, drips past the glassless window. All around her wait her pebbles and seashells, her father's model, her quilt. Somewhere in here must be her shoes. She lowers her face and touches her lips to the water's surface. Each swallow seems as loud as a shell burst. 1, 3, 5. She gulps, breathes, gulps, breathes, her entire head inside the bucket. Breathing, dying, dreaming. Does he stir? Is he downstairs? Is he coming back up? 9, 11, 13. She is full. Her whole gut stretches, sloshes. She has had too much. She slips the can into the bucket and lets it fill. Now to retreat without making a sound, without bumping a wall, the door, without tripping, without spilling. She turns and begins to crawl, the full can of water in her left hand. Marie-Laure makes the doorway of her room before she hears him. He's 3 or 4 stories below, ransacking one of the rooms. She hears what sounds like a crate of ball bearings get dumped onto the floor. They bounce, clatter and roll. She reaches out her right hand, and here, just inside of the doorway, she discovers something big and rectangular and hard, covered with cloth. Her book, the novel, sitting right here as though her father has placed it for her. The German must have tossed it off her bed. She lifts it as quietly as she can and holds it against the front of her uncle's coat. Can she make it downstairs? Can she slip past him and into the street? But already the water is filling her capillaries, improving the flow of her blood. Already she thinks more keenly. She does not want to die. Already she's risked too much. Even if she could miraculously slip past the German, there's no promise that the streets will be safer than the house. She makes it to the landing, makes it to the threshold of her grandfather's bedroom, feels her way to the wardrobe, climbs through the open doors, closes them gently behind her. The beams. Shells are careening overhead, quaking the cellar like passing freight trains. Werner imagines the American artillerymen, spotters with scopes balanced on rocks, or tank treads or hotel railings, firing officers computing wind speed, barrel elevation, air temperature, radio men with telephone receivers pressed to their ears, calling in targets. Right 3 degrees, repeat, range. Calm, weary voices directing fire. The same sort of voice God uses, perhaps, when he calls souls to him. This way, please. only numbers. Pure math. You have to accustom yourself to thinking that way. It's the same on their side, too. My great-grandfather, Folkheimer says all of a sudden, was a sawyer in the years before steamships, when everything went by sail. Werner can't be sure in the blackness, but he thinks Folkheimer is standing, running his fingertips along one of the 3 splintered beams that hold up the ceiling. His knees bent to accommodate his height, like Atlas about to slip into the traces. Back then, Folkheimer says, all of Europe needed masts for their navies, but most of the countries had cut down their big trees. England, great-grandfather said, didn't have a tree worth its wood on the whole island. So the masts for the British and Spanish navies, the Portuguese too, would come from Prussia, from the woods where I grew up. Great-grandfather knew where all the giants were. Some of those trees would take a crew of 5 men 3 days to bring down. First the wedges would go in, like needles, he said, in the hide of an elephant. The biggest trunks could swallow 100 wedges before they'd creak. The artillery screams. The cellar shudders. Great-grandfather said he loved to imagine the big trees sledding behind teams of horses across Europe, across rivers, across the sea to Britain, where they'd be stripped and treated and raised up again as masts, where they'd see decades of battle, given a second life, sailing atop the great oceans, until eventually they'd fall and die their second death. Another shell goes overhead, and Werner imagines he hears the wood in the huge beams above him splinter. That chunk of coal was once a green plant, a fern or reed that lived 1 million years ago, or maybe 2 million, or maybe 100 million. Can you imagine 100 million years? Werner says, where I'm from they dug up trees, prehistoric ones. Folkheimer says, I was desperate to leave. I was too. And now? Bernd moulders in the corner. Jutta moves through the world somewhere, watching shadows disentangle themselves from night, watching miners limp past in the dawn. It was enough when Werner was a boy, wasn't it? A world of wildflowers blooming up through the shapes of rusty cast-off parts. A world of berries and carrot peels and Frau Lena's fairy tales. Of the sharp smell of tar and trains passing and bees humming in the window boxes. String and spit and wire and a voice on the radio offering a loom on which to spin his dreams. The transmitter. It waits on the table tucked against the chimney. The twin marine batteries below it. A strange machine, built years before to talk to a ghost. As carefully as she can, Marie-Laure crawls to the piano bench and eases herself up. Someone must have a radio. The fire brigade, if one remains, or the resistance. Or the Americans hurling missiles at the city. The Germans in their underground forts. Maybe Etienne himself. She tries to imagine him hunched somewhere, his fingers twisting the dials of a phantom radio. Maybe he assumes she is dead. Maybe he needs only to hear a flicker of hope. She runs her fingers along the stones of the chimney until she finds the lever her uncle installed there. She presses her whole weight on it, and the antenna makes a faint grating noise above the roof as it telescopes upward. Too loud. She waits, counts to 100. No sound from downstairs. Beneath the table, her fingers find switches, one for the microphone, the other for the transmitter. She cannot remember which is which. Switch on one, then the other. Inside the big transmitter, vacuum tubes thrum. Is it too loud, Papa? No louder than the breeze, the undertone of the fires. She traces the lines of the cables until she's sure she has the microphone in her hand. To shut your eyes is to guess nothing of blindness. Beneath your world of skies and faces and buildings exists a rawer and older world. A place where surface planes disintegrate and sounds ribbon in shoals through the air. Marie-Laure can sit in an attic high above the street and hear lilies rustling in marshes 2 miles away. She hears Americans scurry across farm fields, directing their huge cannons at the smoke of Saint-Malo. She hears families sniffling around hurricane lamps in cellars, crows hopping from pile to pile, flies landing on corpses in ditches. She hears the tamarinds shiver, and the jays shriek, and the dune grass burn. She feels the great granite fist, sunk deep into the earth's crust on which Saint-Malo sits, and the ocean teething at it from all 4 sides, and the outer islands holding steady against the swirling tides. She hears cows drink from stone troughs, and dolphins rise through the green water of the channel. She hears the bones of dead whales stir 5 leagues below, their marrow offering a century of food for cities of creatures who will live their whole lives and never once see a photon sent from the sun. She hears her snails in the grotto drag their bodies over the rocks. Rather than my reading it to you, maybe you could read it to me. With her free hand, she opens the novel in her lap, finds the lines with her fingers, brings the microphone to her lips. Voice. On the morning of his 4th day, trapped beneath whatever is left of the Hotel of Bees, Werner is listening to the repaired transceiver, feathering the tuning knob back and forth when a girl's voice says directly into his good ear, "At 3 in the morning I was awakened by a violent blow." He thinks, it's hunger, the fever, I'm imagining things, my mind is forcing the static to coalesce. She says, "I sat up in bed and tried to hear what was going on, but suddenly I was hurled out into the middle of the room." She speaks quiet, perfectly enunciated French. Her accent is crisper than Frau Elena's. He grinds the headphones into his ear. "Obviously," she says, "the Nautilus had collided with something and then heeled over at a sharp angle." She rolls her R's, draws out her S's. With each syllable, the voice seems to burrow a bit deeper into his brain. Young, high, hardly any more than a whisper. If it is a hallucination, let it be. "One of these icebergs turned and struck the Nautilus as if it was cruising underwater. The iceberg then slipped under its hull and lifted it with an irresistible force into shallower water." He can hear her wet the top of her mouth with her tongue. "But who was to say that at that moment we wouldn't collide against the underside of the barrier, and thus be horribly squashed between 2 surfaces of ice?" The static emerges again, threatening to wash her out, and he tries desperately to fight it off. He is a child in his attic dormer, clinging to a dream he does not want to leave, but Jutta has laid a hand on his shoulder and is whispering him awake. "We were suspended in the water, but 10 meters on each side of the Nautilus rose a shining wall of ice. Above and below there was the same wall." She stops reading abruptly, and the static roars. When she speaks again, her voice has become an urgent hiss. He is here. He is right below me. Then the broadcast cuts out. He feathers the tuner, switches bands. Nothing. He takes off the headset and moves in the total blackness toward where Folkheimer sits and grabs what he thinks is his arm. I heard something. Please. Folkheimer does not move. He seems made of wood. Werner yanks with all his strength, but he's too little, too weak. The strength deserts him almost as soon as it came. Enough, comes Folkheimer's voice from the blackness. It won't do any good. Werner sits on the floor. Somewhere in the ruins above them, cats are howling, starving, as he is, as is Folkheimer. A boy at Schulpforter once described for Werner a rally at Nuremberg. An ocean of banners and flags, he said. Masses of boys teeming in the lights, and the Führer himself on an altar a half-mile away, spotlights illuminating pillars behind him. The atmosphere oversaturated with meaning and anger and righteousness. Hans Schiltzer crazy for it. Heribert Pomsel crazy for it. Every boy at Schulpforter crazy for it. And the only person in Werner's life who could see through all that stagecraft was his younger sister. How? How did Jutta understand so much more about how the world worked, while he knew so little? But who was to say that at that moment we wouldn't collide against the underside of the barrier and thus be horribly squashed between two surfaces of ice? He is here. He is right below me. Do something. Save her. But God is only a white, cold eye. A quarter moon poised above the smoke, blinking, blinking, as the city is gradually pounded to dust. 9. May 1944. Edge of the world. In the back of the Opel, Folkheimer reads aloud to Werner. The paper Jutta has written on seems little more than tissue in his gigantic paws. Oh, and Herr Ziedler, the mining official, sent a note congratulating you on your successes. He says people are noticing. Does that mean you can come home? Hans Pfeffering says to tell you, a bullet fears the brave, though I maintain that's bad advice. And Frau Elena's toothache is better now, but she can't smoke, which makes her cranky. Did I tell you she started smoking? Over Folkheimer's shoulder, through the cracked rear window of the truck shell, Werner watches a red-haired child in a velvet cape float 6 feet above the road. She passes through trees and road signs, veers around curves. She's as inescapable as a moon. Neumann 1 coaxes the Opel west, and Werner curls beneath the bench in the back and does not move for hours, bundled in a blanket, refusing tea, tinned meat, while the floating child pursues him through the countryside. Dead girl in the sky, dead girl out the window, dead girl 3 inches away. 2 wet eyes, and that third eye of the bullet hole, never blinking. They bounce through a string of small green towns where pollarded trees line sleepy canals. A pair of women on bicycles pull off the road and gape at the truck as it passes. Some infernal lorry sent to blight their town. France, says Bernd. The canopies of cherry trees drift overhead, pregnant with blossoms. Werner props open the back door and dangles his feet off the rear bumper, his heels just above the flowing road. A horse rolls on its back in grass. 5 white clouds decorate the sky. They unload in a town called Epernay, and the hotel keeper brings wine and chicken legs and broth that Werner manages to keep down. People at the tables around them speak the language that Frau Elena whispered to him as a child. Neumann 1 is sent to find Diesel, and Neumann 2 engages Bernd in a debate about whether or not cow intestines were used as inflatable cells inside First War Zeppelins. And 3 boys in berets peer around a doorpost and ogle Folkheimer with huge eyes. Behind them, 6 flowering marigolds in the dusk form the shape of the dead girl, then become flowers once more. The hotel keeper says, "You would like more?" Werner cannot shake his head. Just now he's afraid to set down his hands in case they might pass right through the table. They drive all night and stop at dawn at a checkpoint on the northern rim of Brittany. The walled citadel of Saint-Malo blooms out of the distance. The clouds present diffuse bands of tender greys and blues, and below them the ocean does the same. Folkheimer shows their orders to a sentry. Without asking permission, Werner climbs out of the truck and slips over the low seawall onto the beach. He winds through a series of barricades and makes for the tide line. To his right runs a line of anti-invasion obstacles shaped like a child's jacks, strung with razor wire, extending at least a mile down the shoreline. No footprints in the sand. Pebbles and bits of weed are strung in scalloped lines. A trio of outer islands bear low stone forts. A green lantern glows on the tip of a jetty. It feels appropriate somehow to have reached the edge of the continent, to have only the hammered sea left in front of him, as though this is the end point Werner has been moving toward ever since he left Zollverein. He dips a hand in the water and puts his fingers in his mouth to taste the salt. Someone is shouting his name, but Werner does not turn. He would like nothing more than to stand here all morning and watch the swells move under the light. They're screaming now, Bernd, then Neumann 1. And finally Werner turns to see them waving, and he picks his way along the sand and back up through the lines of razor wire toward the Opal. A dozen people watch. Sentries, a handful of townspeople, many with hands over their mouths. "Tread carefully, boy," Bernd is yelling. "There are mines! Didn't you read the signs?" Werner climbs into the back of the truck and crosses his arms. "Have you completely lost it?" asked Neumann 2. The few souls they see inside the old city press their backs up against the walls to allow the battered Opal to pass. Neumann 1 stops outside a 4-story house with pale blue shutters. "The Kreiskommandantur," he announces. Folkheimer goes inside and returns with a colonel in field uniform. The Reichswehr coat and high belt and tall black boots. On his heels come 2 aides. "We believe there is a network of them," one aide says. "The encoded numbers are followed by announcements, births and baptisms, and engagements and deaths. Then there is music, almost always music," says the second. "What it means, we cannot say." The colonel drags 2 fingers along his perfect jawline. Folkheimer gazes at him, and then his aides, as though assuring worried children that some injustice will be righted. "We'll find them," he says. "It won't take long." Numbers. Reinhold von Rumpel visits a doctor in Nuremberg. The tumour in the sergeant major's throat, reports the doctor, has grown to 4 centimetres in diameter. The tumour in the small intestine is harder to measure. 3 months, says the doctor. Maybe 4. An hour later, von Ruppel has installed himself at a dinner party. 4 months. 120 sunrises. 120 more times he has to drag his corrupted body out of a bed and button it into a uniform. The officers at the table talk with indignation about other numbers. The 8th and 5th German armies retreat north through Italy. The 10th Army might be encircled. Rome could be lost. How many men? 100,000. How many vehicles? 20,000. Liver is served, cubes of it with salt and pepper, showered in a rain of purple gravy. When the plates are taken away, Von Rumpel hasn't touched his. 3,400 marks, all he has left. And 3 tiny diamonds that he keeps in an envelope inside his billfold, each perhaps a carat. A woman at the table enthuses about greyhound racing, the speed, the charge she feels watching it. Von Ruppel reaches for the looped handle of his coffee cup, tries to hide the shaking. A waiter touches his arm. "A call for you, sir. From France." Von Ruppel walks on wobbly legs through a swinging door. The waiter sets a telephone on a table and retreats. "Sergeant Major, this is Jean Brignon." The name conjures nothing in Von Rumpel's memory. "I have information about the locksmith whom you asked about last year." "Leblanc?" "Yes, Daniel Leblanc. But my cousin, sir. Do you remember? You offered to help. You said that if I found information, you could help him." 3 couriers, 2 found. One last puzzle to solve. Von Ruppel dreams of the goddess almost every night. Hair made of flames, fingers made of roots. Madness. Even as he stands at the telephone, ivy twines around his neck, climbs into his ears. "Yes, your cousin. What have you discovered?" "Leblanc was accused of conspiracy, something to do with a chateau in Brittany. Arrested in January 1941 on a tip from a local. They found drawings, skeleton keys. He was also photographed taking measurements in Saint-Malo." "A camp?" "I have not been able to find out. The system is rather elaborate." "And what about the informer?" "A Malouin named Levitte, first name Claude." Von Ruppel thinks. The blind daughter. The flat on Rue des Patriarches. Vacant since June 1940, while the Natural History Museum pays the rent. Where would you run? If you had to run somewhere. If you had something valuable to carry, with a blind daughter in tow. Why Saint-Malo? Unless someone you trusted lived there. "My cousin," Jean Brignon is saying, "you'll help?" "Thank you very much," says Von Rumpel, and sets the receiver back in its cradle. May. The last days of May 1944 in Saint-Malo feel to Marie-Laure like the last days of May 1940 in Paris, huge and swollen and redolent, as if every living thing rushes to establish a foothold before some cataclysm arrives. The air on the way to Madame Rouel's bakery smells of myrtle and magnolia and verbena. Wisteria vines erupt in blossom. Everywhere hang arcades and curtains and pendants of flowers. She counts storm drains. At 21 she passes the butcher, the sound of a hose splashing onto tile. At 25 she's at the bakery. She places a ration coupon on the counter. "1 ordinary loaf, please." "And how is your uncle?" The words are the same, but the voice of Madame Rouel is different, galvanized. "My uncle is well, thank you." Madame Rouel does something she's never done. She reaches across the counter and cups Marie-Laure's face in her flowery palms. "You amazing child." "Are you crying, madame? Is everything all right?" "Everything is wonderful, Marie-Laure." The hands withdraw. The loaf comes to her. heavy, warm, larger than normal. Tell your uncle that the hour has come, that the mermaids have bleached hair. The mermaids, madame? They are coming, dear, within the week. Put out your hands. From across the counter comes a wet, cool cabbage, as big as a cannonball. Marie-Laure can hardly fit it into the mouth of her knapsack. Thank you, madame. Now, get home. Is it clear ahead? As water from the rock. Nothing in your way. Today is a beautiful day, a day to remember. The hour has come. Les sirènes ont les cheveux décolorés. Her uncle has been hearing rumours on his radio that across the Channel, in England, a tremendous armada is gathering, ship after ship being requisitioned, fishing vessels and ferries retrofitted, equipped with weapons, 5,000 boats, 11,000 airplanes, 50,000 vehicles. At the intersection with the Rue d'Estrée, she turns not left, toward home, but right. 50 metres to the ramparts, 100 or so more along the base of the walls. From her pocket, she pulls Harold Bazin's iron key. The beaches have been closed for several months, studded with mines and walled off with razor wire. But here, in the old kennel, out of sight of everyone, Marie-Laure can sit among her snails and dream herself into the mind of the great marine biologist Aronnax, both guest of honour and prisoner on Captain Nemo's great machine of curiosity, free of nations and politics, cruising through the kaleidoscopic wonders of the sea. Oh, to be free, to lie once more in the Jardin des Plantes with Papa, to feel his hands on hers, to hear the petals of the tulips tremble in the wind. He made her the glowing hot centre of his life. He made her feel as if every step she took was important. Are you still there, Papa? They are coming, dear. Within the week. Hunting. Again. They search day and night. Saint-Malo, Dinant, Saint-Séverin, Saint-Vincent. Neumann 1 coaxes the battered Opal down streets so narrow that the sides of the truck shell scrape against walls. They pass little grey creperies with their windows smashed and shuttered boulangeries and empty bistros and hillsides full of conscripted Russians pouring cement and heavy-boned prostitutes carrying water from wells, and they find no broadcasts of the sort the Colonel's aides described. Werner can receive the BBC from the north and propaganda stations from the south. Sometimes he manages to snare random flits of Morse code. But he hears no birth or wedding or death announcements, no numbers, no music. The room Werner and Bernd are given, on the top floor of a requisitioned hotel in the city within the walls, is like a place that time wants no part of. 300-year-old stucco quarterfoils and palmate capitals and spiralling horns of fruit festoon the ceiling. At night, the dead girl from Vienna strides the halls. She does not look at Werner as she passes his open door. But he knows it is he she is hunting. The hotel keeper wrings his hands while Folkheimer paces the lobby. Airplanes crawl across the sky, it seems to Werner, incredibly slowly, as if at any moment one will stall and drop into the sea. Ours? Asked Neumann 1. Or theirs? Too high to tell. Werner walks the upstairs corridors. On the top floor, in what is perhaps the hotel's nicest room, he stands in a hexagonal bathtub and wipes grime off a window with the heel of his palm. A few airborne seeds swirl in the wind, then drop into the chasm of shadow between houses. Above him, in the dimness, a 9-foot-long queen bee with multiple eyes and golden fuzz on her abdomen curls across the ceiling. Dear Jutta, sorry I have not written these past months. The fever is mostly gone now, and you should not worry. I've been feeling very clear-headed lately, and what I want to write about today is the sea. It contains so many colours. Silver at dawn, green at noon, dark blue in the evening. Sometimes it looks almost red. Or it will turn the colour of old coins. Right now, the shadows of clouds are dragging across it, and patches of sunlight are touching down everywhere. White strings of gulls drag over it like beads. It is my favourite thing, I think, that I have ever seen. Sometimes I catch myself staring at it and forget my duties. It seems big enough to contain everything anyone could ever feel. Say hello to Frau Elena and the children who are left. Clair de Lune. Tonight, they work a section of the old city tucked against the southern ramparts. Rain falls so lightly that it seems indistinguishable from fog. Werner sits in the back of the Opel. Volkheimer drowses on the bench behind him. Bernd is up on the parapet with the first transceiver under a poncho. He has not keyed his handset in hours, which means he's asleep. The only light comes from the amber filament inside Werner's signal meter. The spectrum's all static. And then it is not. Madame là-bas sends words that her daughter is pregnant. Monsieur Ferret sends love to his cousins at St. Vincent. A great gust of static shears past. The voice is like something from a long-ago dream. A half-dozen more words flutter through Werner in that Breton accent. Next broadcast, Thursday, 2300. 5672 something. Memory coming at Werner like a 6-car train out of the darkness. The quality of the transmission and the tenor of the voice matching in every respect the broadcasts of the Frenchman he used to hear. And then a piano plays 3 single notes, followed by a pair. The chords rising peacefully, each a candle leading deeper into a forest. The recognition is immediate. It's as if he's been drowning for as long as he can remember, and somebody has fetched him up for air. Just behind Werner, Volkheimer's eyelids remain closed. Through the separator between the shell and cab, he can see the motionless shoulders of the Neumanns. Werner covers the meter with his hand. The song unspools, grows louder, and he waits for Bernd to key his microphone, to say he's heard. But nothing comes. Everyone is asleep. And yet, hasn't the little shell in which he and Volkheimer sit gone electric? Now the piano makes a long, familiar run, the pianist playing different scales with each hand, what sounds like 3 hands, 4, the harmonies like steadily thickening pearls on a strand. And Werner sees 6-year-old Jutta lean towards him, Frau Elena kneading bread in the background, a crystal radio in his lap, the chords of his soul not yet severed. The piano rills through its finishing measures, and then the static wallops back. Did they hear? Can they hear his heart hammering right now against his ribs? There's the rain, falling lightly past the high houses. There's Volkheimer, his chin resting on the acreage of his chest. Frederick said we don't have choices, don't own our own lives. But in the end, it was Werner who pretended there were no choices. Werner who watched Frederick dump the pail of water at his feet. I will not. Werner who stood by as the consequences came raining down. Werner who watched Volkheimer wade into house after house, the same ravening nightmare recurring over and over and over. He removes the headset and eases past Volkheimer to open the back door. Volkheimer opens one eye, huge, golden, lion-like. He says, "Nichts." Werner looks up at the stone houses arrayed wall to wall, tall and aloof, their faces damp, their windows dark, no lamplight anywhere, no antennas. The rain falls so softly, almost soundlessly. But to Werner, it roars. He turns. Nichts, he says. Nothing. Antenna. An Austrian anti-air lieutenant installs a detachment of 8 at the Hotel of Bees. Their cook heats oatmeal and bacon in the hotel kitchen, while the other 7 take apart walls on the 4th floor with sledgehammers. Folkheimer chews slowly, glancing up every now and then to study Werner. Next broadcast, Thursday, 2300. Werner heard the voice everyone was listening for. And what did he do? Lied, committed treason. How many men might be in danger because of this? And yet, when Werner remembers hearing that voice, when he remembers that song flooding his head, he trembles with joy. Half of northern France is in flames. The beaches are devouring men, Americans, Canadians, Brits, Germans, Russians, and all through Normandy, heavy bombers pulverize country towns. But out here in Saint-Malo, the dune grass grows long and blue. German sailors still run drills in the harbour. Gunners still stockpile ammunition in the tunnels beneath the Fort à la Cité. The Austrians at the Hotel of Bees use a crane to lower an 88mm cannon onto a bastion in the ramparts. They bolt the gun to a cruciform mount and cover it with camouflage tarps. Folkheimer's crew works 2 nights in a row, and Werner's memory plays tricks on him. Madame Labarre sends word that her daughter is pregnant. So our children does the brain which lives without a spark of light build for us a world full of light. If the Frenchman employs the same transmitter that used to reach all the way to Solveren, the antenna will be big. Or else there will be hundreds of yards of wire. Either way, something high, something sure to be visible. On the 3rd night, after hearing the broadcast, Thursday, Werner stands in the hexagonal bathtub beneath the Queen Bee. With the shutters pushed open, he can look to his left over a jumble of slate rooftops. Sheer waters skim the ramparts. Sleeves of vapour enshroud the steeple. Whenever Werner contemplates the old city, it's the chimneys that strike him. They're huge, stacked in rows of 20 and 30 along each block. Not even Berlin had chimneys like that. Of course. The Frenchman must be using a chimney. He hurries down through the lobby and paces the Rue de Faubourg, then the Rue de Dinan, staring up at shutters, gutter lines, looking for cables bracketed to bricks, anything that might give the transmitter away. He walks up and down until his neck aches. He's been gone too long. He will be upbraided. Folkheimer already senses something amiss. But then, right at 2300 hours, Werner sees it, hardly 1 block from where they park the Opal. An antenna, sliding up alongside a chimney not much wider than a broomstick. It rises perhaps 12 metres, and then unfolds as if by magic into a simple T. A high house on the edge of the sea, a spectacularly good location from which to broadcast. From street level, the antenna is all but invisible. He hears Juta's voice. I bet he does these broadcasts from a huge mansion, big as this whole colony, a place with 1,000 rooms and 1,000 servants. The house is tall and narrow, 11 windows in its facade, splotched with orange lichen, its foundation furred with moss. Number 4, on the Rue Vauberel. Open your eyes and see what you can with them before they close forever. He walks fast to the hotel, head down, hands in his pockets. Big Claude. Le Vite The perfumer is flabby and plump, basted in his own self-importance. While he talks, von Ruppel struggles to keep his balance. The intermingling of so many odours in this shop overwhelms. In the course of the past week, he's had to make a show of trips to a dozen different garden estates up and down the Breton coast, forcing his way into summer houses to hunt down paintings and sculptures that either do not exist or do not interest him. All of it to justify his presence here. Yes, yes, the perfumer is saying, his gaze flitting over von Ruppel's insignia. A few years ago he helped authorities apprehend an out-of-towner who was taking measurements of buildings. He only did what he knew was right. Where was he living during those months, this Monsieur Leblanc? The perfumer squints, calculating. His blue-ringed eyes trumpet one message. I want. Give me. All these aching creatures, thinks von Ruppel, toiling under different pressures. But von Ruppel is the predator here. He needs only to be patient, indefatigable, remove the obstacles one by one. When he turns to go, the perfumer's complacency splinters. Wait, wait, wait. Von Ruppel keeps one hand on the door. Where did Monsieur Leblanc live? With his uncle, useless man, off his nut, as they say. Where? Right there, he points. Number 4. Boulangerie. A full day passes before Werner can find an hour to return. A wooden door, iron gate across that, blue trim on the windows. The morning fog is so dense that he cannot see the roofline. He entertains pipe dreams. The Frenchman will invite him in. They'll drink coffee, discuss his long-ago broadcasts. Maybe they'll investigate some important empirical problem that's been troubling him for years. Maybe he'll show Werner the transmitter. Laughable. If Werner rings the bell, the old man will assume he's being arrested as a terrorist, that he might be shot where he stands. The antenna on the chimney in itself is cause for execution. Werner could bang on the door, march the old man away. He would be a hero. The mist begins to suffuse with light. Somewhere, someone opens a door and closes it again. Werner remembers how Jutta would write her letters in a flurry and scribble, "The Professor, France," on the envelope and drop them into the mailbox in the square. Imagining her voice might find his ear as his had found hers. 1 in 10 million. All night he has practiced the French in his head. Avant la guerre, je vous ai entendu à la radio. He will keep his rifle over his shoulder, hands at his sides. He will look small, elfin, no threat at all. The old man will be startled, but his fear will be manageable. He'll listen. But as Werner stands in the slowly dispersing fog at the end of the Rue Vauberel, rehearsing what he'll say, the front door of number 4 opens, and out steps not an eminent old scientist, but a girl. A slender, pretty, auburn-haired girl with a very freckled face, in glasses and a grey dress, carrying a knapsack over one shoulder. She heads to her left, making directly for him, and Werner's heart twists in his chest. The street is too narrow. She will have caught him staring. But her head tracks in a curious way, her face tilted off to one side. Werner sees the roving cane and opaque lenses of her glasses, and realises that she is blind. Her cane clicks along the cobbles. Already she's 20 paces away. No one seems to be watching. All the curtains are drawn. 15 paces away. Her stockings have runs in them, and her shoes are too large, and the woolen panels of her dress are mottled with stains. 10 paces. 5. She passes within arm's reach, her head slightly higher than his own. Without thinking, hardly understanding what he's doing, Werner follows. The tip of her cane shudders as it knocks against the runnels, finding every storm drain. She walks like a ballerina in dance slippers, her feet as articulate as hands, her little vessel of grace moving out into the fog. She turns right, then left, traverses half a block and steps neatly through the open door of a shop. A rectangular sign above it reads, Boulangerie. Werner stops. Above him, the mist gives way in shreds, and a deep summer blue reveals itself. A woman waters flowers. An old traveller in gabardine walks a poodle. On a bench sits a goitrous and sallow German sergeant major with shadows carved under his eyes. He lowers his paper, stares directly at Werner, then raises his newspaper again. Why are Werner's hands shaking? Why can't he catch his breath? The girl emerges from the bakery, steps neatly off the curbstone, and makes straight for him. The poodle squats to relieve itself on the cobbles, and the girl veers neatly to her left to skirt it. She approaches Werner for a second time, her lips working softly, counting to herself. 2, 3, 4. Coming so close he can count the freckles on her nose, smell the loaf of bread in her knapsack. A million droplets of fog bead up on the fuzz of her wool dress and along the warp of her hair, and the light outlines her in silver. He stands riveted. Her long, pale neck seems to him, as it passes, incredibly vulnerable. She takes no notice of him. She seems to know nothing but the morning. This, he thinks, is the pure they were always lecturing about at Schulpforter. He presses his back against a wall. The tip of her cane just misses the toe of his boot. Then she's past, dress swaying lightly, cane roving back and forth, and he watches her continue up the street until the fog swallows her. Grotto. A German anti-air battery shoots an American plane out of the sky. It crashes into the Sea of Paramé, and its American pilot wades ashore to be taken prisoner. Etienne sees it as a calamity, but Madame Rouelle radiates glee. "Movie star handsome," she whispers as she hands Marie-Laure a loaf. "I bet they'll all look like him." Marie-Laure smiles. Every morning it's the same. The Americans ever closer, the Germans fraying at the seams. Every afternoon Marie-Laure reads to Etienne from Part 2 of 20,000 Leagues, both of them in new territory now. 10,000 leagues in 3.5 months, writes Professor Aronnax. Where were we going now? And what did the future have in store for us? Marie-Laure puts the loaf in her knapsack, leaves the bakery, and winds toward the ramparts to Harold Bazin's grotto. She closes the gate, lifts the hem of her dress, and wades into the shallow pool, praying she does not crush any creatures as she steps. The tide is rising. She finds barnacles, an anemone as soft as silk. She sets her fingers as lightly as she can on an Asarius. It stops moving immediately, sucking its head and foot inside its shell. Then it resumes, the twin wands of its horns extending, dragging its whirled shell atop the sled of its body. What do you seek, little snail? Do you live only in this one moment, or do you worry like Professor Aronnax for your future? When the snail has crossed the pool and started up the far wall, Marie-Laure picks up her cane and climbs out in her dripping, oversized loafers. She steps through the gate and is about to lock it behind her, when a male voice says, "Good morning, mademoiselle." She stumbles, almost trips. Her cane goes clattering. "What's in your sack there?" He speaks proper French, but she can tell that he's German. His body obstructs the alley. The hem of her dress drips. Her shoes squelch out water. To both sides rise sheer walls. She keeps her right fist clenched around a spar of the open gate. What is that back there? A hidey hole? His voice sounds terribly close, but it's hard to know for certain in a place so congested with echoes. She can feel Madame Rouel's loaf pulsing on her back like something alive. Lodged inside it almost certainly is a coiled-up slip of paper, on which numbers will spell out a death sentence. For her great-uncle, for Madame Rouel, for them all. She says, "My cane." It has rolled behind you, dear. Behind the man unspools the alley, and then the hanging curtain of ivy, and then the city, a place where she could scream and be heard. "May I pass, monsieur?" "Of course." But he does not seem to move. The gate creaks lightly. "What do you want, monsieur?" Impossible to keep her voice from trembling. If he asks again about the knapsack, her heart will burst. "What do you do in there?" "We're not allowed on the beaches." "So, you come here?" "To collect snails. I must be getting along, monsieur. May I please retrieve my cane?" "But you have not collected any snails, mademoiselle." "May I pass?" "First, answer a question about your father." "Papa." Something cold inside her grows colder. "Papa will be here any moment." Now the man laughs, and his laugh echoes up between the walls. "Any moment, you say? Ha! Your papa, who's in a prison 500 kilometers away?" Threads of terror spill through her chest. "I should have listened, Papa. I never should have gone outside." "Come now, petit cachotière," says the man. "Don't look so frightened." And she can hear him reaching for her. She smells rot on his breath, hears oblivion in his voice, and something, a fingertip, grazes her wrist as she jerks away and clangs the gate shut in his face. He slips. It takes longer than she expects for him to get to his feet. Marie-Laure turns the key in the lock and pockets it, and finds her cane as she retreats into the low space of the kennel. The man's desolate voice pursues her, even as his body remains on the other side of the locked gate. "Mademoiselle, you made me drop my newspaper. I am just a lowly sergeant major here to ask a question, one simple question, and then I will leave." The tide murmurs. The snails teem. Is the ironwork too narrow for him to squeeze through? Are its hinges strong enough? She prays that they are. The bulk of the rampart holds her in its breadth. Every 10 seconds or so, a new sheet of cold seawater comes flowing in. Marie-Laure can hear the man pacing out there. 1 pause, 2. 1 pause, 2. A lurching hobble. She tries to imagine the watchdogs that Harold Bazin said lived here for centuries, dogs as big as horses, dogs that rip the calves off men. She crouches over her knees. She is the whelk, armoured, impervious. Agoraphobia. 30 minutes. It should take Marie-Laure 21. Etienne has counted many times. Once 23, often shorter. Never longer. 31. It is a 4-minute walk to the bakery, 4 there and 4 back, and somewhere along the way, those other 13 or 14 minutes disappear. He knows she usually goes to the sea. She comes back smelling of seaweed, shoes wet, sleeves decorated with algae or sea fennel, or the weed Madame Manec called pioca. He does not know where she goes exactly, but he's always assured himself that she keeps herself safe, that her curiosity sustains her, that she is more capable in 1,000 ways than he is. 32 minutes. Out his 5th-floor windows he can see no one. She could be lost, scraping her fingers along walls at the edge of town, drifting farther away every second. She could have stepped in front of a truck, drowned in a puddle, been seized by a mercenary with foulness on his mind. Someone could have found out about the bread, the numbers, the transmitter. Bakery in flames. He hurries downstairs and peers out the kitchen door into the alley. Cat, sleeping. Trapezoid of sunlight on the east-facing wall. This is all his fault. Now Etienne hyperventilates. At 34 minutes, by his wristwatch, he puts on his shoes and a hat that belonged to his father. Stands in the foyer, summoning all his resolve. When he last went out, almost 24 years ago, he tried to make eye contact, to present what might be considered a normal appearance. But the attacks were sly, unpredictable, devastating. They sneaked up on him like bandits. First, a terrible ominousness would fill the air. Then any light, even through closed eyelids, became excruciatingly bright. He could not walk for the thundering of his own feet. Little eyeballs blinked at him from the cobblestones. Corpses stirred in the shadows. When Madame Manec would help him home, he'd crawl into the darkest corner of his bed and belt pillows around his ears. All his energy would go into ignoring the poundings of his own pulse. His heart beats icily in a faraway cage. Headache coming, he thinks. Terrible, terrible, terrible headache. 20 heartbeats. 35 minutes. He twists the latch, opens the gate, steps outside. Nothing. Marie-Laure tries to remember everything she knows about the lock and latch on the gate, everything she's felt with her fingers, everything her father would have told her. Iron rod threaded through 3 rusted loops, old mortise lock with a rusty cam. Would a gunshot break it? The man calls out now and then as he runs the edge of his newspaper over the bars of the gate. Arrived in June, not arrested until January. What was he doing all that time? Why was he measuring buildings? She crouches against the wall of the grotto, knapsack in her lap. The water surges to her knees, cold even in July. Can he see her? Carefully, Marie-Laure opens her knapsack, breaks open the loaf hidden inside, and fishes with her fingers for the coil of paper. There. She counts to 3, and slips the piece of paper into her mouth. "Just tell me," the German calls, "if your father left anything with you, or spoke about carrying something for the museum where he used to work. Then I will walk away. I won't tell anyone about this place. God's truth." The paper disintegrates into mush between her teeth. At her feet the snails go about their work, chewing, scavenging, sleeping. Their mouths, Etienne has taught her, contain something like 30 teeth per row, 80 rows of teeth, 2,500 teeth per snail, grazing, scratching, rasping. High above the ramparts, gulls course through an open sky. God's truth. How long do these intolerable moments last for God? A trillionth of a second? The very life of any creature is a quick fading spark in fathomless darkness. That's God's truth. "They have me doing all this busy work," says the German. "A Jean Jouvenet in Saint-Briac, 6 monnaies in the area, a Fabergé egg in a manor house near Rennes. I get so tired. Don't you know how long I've searched?" Why couldn't Papa have stayed? Wasn't she the most important thing? She swallows the pulped shreds of the paper. Then she rocks forward on her heels. He left me nothing. She is surprised to hear how angry she is. Nothing. Just a dumb model of this town and a broken promise. Just Madame who is dead. Just my great-uncle who is frightened of an ant. Outside the gate, the German falls quiet, considering her reply, perhaps. Something in her exasperation convincing him. Now, she calls, you keep your word and go away. 40 minutes. Fog gives way to sunshine. It assaults the cobblestones, the houses, the windows. Etienne makes it to the bakery in an icy sweat and cuts to the front of the queue. Madame Rouel's face looms moon-white. Etienne? But vermilion spots open and close in his vision. Marie-Laure. She is not. Before he can shake his head, Madame Rouel is lifting the hinged counter and ushering him out. She has him under the arm. The women in the queue are muttering, intrigued or scandalized or both. Madame Rouel helps him onto the Rue Robert-Surcouf. The face of Etienne's watch appears to distend. 41 minutes. He can hardly do the math. Her hands grip his shoulder. Where could she have gone? Tongue so dry, thoughts so sluggish. Sometimes she visits the sea before coming home. But the beaches are closed, the ramparts too. She looks off over his head. It must be something else. They huddle in the middle of the street. Somewhere a hammer rings. War, Etienne thinks distantly, is a bazaar where lives are traded like any other commodity. Chocolate or bullets or parachute silk. Has he traded all those numbers for Marie-Laure's life? No, he whispers. She goes to the sea. If they find the bread, Madame Rouel whispers, we will all die. He glances again at his watch, but it's the sun burning his retinas. A single side of salted bacon twists in the butcher's otherwise empty window, and 3 schoolboys stand on a bench watching him, waiting for him to fall. And just as he is certain the morning is about to shatter, Etienne sees in his memory the rusted gate leading to the crumbling kennel beneath the ramparts, a place where he used to play with his brother Henri and Harold Bazin, a small dripping cavern where a boy could shout and dream. Stick-thin, alabaster pale, Etienne Leblanc runs down the Rue de Dinan with Madame Rouel, the baker's wife, on his heels, the least robust rescue ever assembled. The cathedral bells chime, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 8. Etienne turns down the Rue de Boyère and reaches the slightly angled base of the ramparts, travelling the paths of his youth, navigating by instinct. He turns right, passes through the curtain of swinging ivy, and ahead, behind the same locked gate, in the grotto, shivering, wet to her thighs, wholly intact, crouches Marie-Laure with the ruins of a loaf of bread in her lap. You came, she says when she lets them in, when he takes her face in his hands. You came. The girl. Werner thinks of her, whether he wishes to or not. Girl with a cane, girl in a grey dress, girl made of mist. That air of otherworldliness in the snarls of her hair, and the fearlessness of her step. She takes up residence inside him, a living doppelganger to face down the dead Viennese girl who haunts him every night. Who is she? Daughter of the broadcasting Frenchman? Granddaughter? Why would he endanger her so? Folkheimer keeps them out in the field, roving villages along the Rance River. It seems certain that the broadcast will be blamed for something, and Werner will be found out. He thinks of the colonel with his perfect jawline and flared pants. He thinks of the sallow sergeant major eyeing him over the top of the newspaper. Do they already know? Does Folkheimer? What can save him now? There were nights when he'd stare with Jutta out the attic window of Children's House and pray for the ice to grow out from the canals, to reach across the fields and envelop the tiny pit houses, crush the machinery, pave over everything, so they'd wake in the morning to find everything they knew was gone. This is the sort of miracle he needs now. On the 1st of August, a lieutenant comes to Folkheimer. The demand for men on the lines, he says, is overwhelming. Anyone not essential to the defence of Saint-Malo must go. He needs at least 2. Folkheimer looks them over, each in turn. Bernd, too old. Werner, the only one who can repair the equipment. Neumann 1. Neumann 2. An hour later, both are seated in the back of a troop carrier with their rifles between their knees. A great change has occurred in the countenance of Neumann 2, as though he looks not at his former companions, but into his last hours on earth, as though he's about to ride in some black chariot at a 45-degree angle down into the abyss. Neumann 1 raises a single steady hand. His mouth is expressionless, but in the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, Werner can see despair. In the end, murmurs Folkheimer as the truck heaves away, none of us will avoid it. That night Folkheimer drives the Opel east along a coastal road toward Cancale, and Bernd takes the first transceiver out to a knoll in a field, and Werner operates the second from the back of the truck, and Folkheimer stays folded into the driver's seat, his huge knees jammed against the wheel. Fires, perhaps on ships, burn far out to sea, and the stars shudder in their constellations. At 2:12 a.m., Werner knows the Frenchman will broadcast again, and Werner will have to switch off the transceiver or else pretend that he hears only static. He will cover the signal meter with his palm. He will keep his face completely motionless. Little House. Etienne says he never should have let her take on so much, never should have put her in such danger. He says she can no longer go outside. In truth, Marie-Laure is relieved. The German haunts her. In nightmares, he's a spider crab 3 meters high. He clacks his claws and whispers, "One simple question," into her ear. "What about the loaves, Uncle?" "I will go. I should have been going all along." On the mornings of the 4th and 5th of August, Etienne stands at the front door mumbling to himself, then pushes open the gate and goes out. Soon afterward, the bell under the 3rd-floor table rings, and he comes back in and throws both deadbolts and stands in the foyer breathing as though he's passed through a gauntlet of 1,000 dangers. Aside from the bread, they have almost nothing to eat. Dried peas, barley, powdered milk. A last few tins of Madame Manec's vegetables. Marie-Laure's thoughts gallop like bloodhounds over the same questions. First, those policemen 2 years ago. "Mademoiselle, was there no specific thing he mentioned?" Then this limping sergeant major with a dead voice. "Just tell me if your father left anything with you or spoke about carrying something for the museum." Papa leaves. Madame Manec leaves. She remembers the voices of their neighbours in Paris when she lost her eyesight. Like they're cursed. She tries to forget the fear, the hunger, the questions. She must live like the snails, moment to moment, centimetre to centimetre. But on the afternoon of the 6th of August, she reads the following lines to Etienne on the davenport in his study. Was it true that Captain Nemo never left the Nautilus? Often I had not seen him for weeks on end. What was he doing during that time? Wasn't it possible that he was carrying out some secret mission, completely unknown to me? She snaps shut the book. Etienne says, "Don't you want to find out if they're going to escape this time?" But Marie-Laure is reciting in her head the strange third letter from her father, the last one she received. Remember your birthdays, how there were always 2 things on the table when you woke. I'm sorry it turned out like this. If you ever wish to understand, look inside Etienne's house. Inside the house. I know you will do the right thing, though I wish the gift were better. Mademoiselle, was there no specific thing he mentioned? May we look at whatever he brought here with him? He had many keys at the museum. It's not the transmitter. Etienne is wrong. It was not the radio the German was interested in. It was something else, something he thought only she might know about. And he heard what he wanted to hear. She answered his one question after all. Just a dumb model of this town. Which is why he walked away. Look inside Etienne's house. What's wrong? Asked Etienne. Inside the house. I need to rest, she announces, and scrambles up the stairs 2 at a time, shuts her bedroom door, and thrusts her fingers into the miniature city. 865 buildings. Here, near a corner, waits the tall, narrow house at number 4 Rue Vauberel. Her fingers crawl down the facade, find the recess in the front door. She presses inward, and the house slides up and out. When she shakes it, she hears nothing. But the houses never made any noise when she shook them, did they? Even with her fingers trembling, it doesn't take Marie-Laure long to solve it. Twist the chimney 90 degrees. Slide off the roof panels. 1, 2, 3. A 4th door, and a 5th. On and on until you reach a 13th. A little locked door, no bigger than a shoe. So, asked the children, how do you know it's really there? You have to believe the story. She turns the little house over. A pear-shaped stone drops into her palm. Numbers. Allied bombs demolish the rail station. The Germans disable the harbour installations. Airplanes slip in and out of clouds. Etienne hears that wounded Germans are pouring into Saint-Servin, that Americans have captured Mont-Saint-Michel, only 25 miles away, that liberation is a matter of days. He makes it to the bakery just as Madame Rouelle unlocks the door. She ushers him inside. They want locations of flak batteries. Coordinates. Can you manage it? Etienne grows. I have Marie-Laure. Why not you, madame? I don't understand maps, Etienne. Minutes, seconds, declination adjustments. You know these things. All you have to do is find them, plot them, and broadcast the coordinates. I'll have to walk around with a compass and a notepad. There's no other way to do it. They'll shoot me. It's vital that they receive precise locations for the guns. Think how many lives it might save. And you'll have to do it tonight. There's talk that tomorrow they will intern all the men in the city between 18 and 60. that they're going to check everyone's papers, and every man of fighting age, anyone who could be taking part in the resistance, will be imprisoned at Fort National. The bakery reels. He's being caught in spider webs. They twist around his wrists and thighs, crackle like burning paper when he moves. Every second he becomes more entangled. The bell tied to the bakery door jingles and someone enters. Madame Rouel's face seals over like the visor of a knight clanging down. He nods. "Good," she says, and tucks the loaf under his arm. Sea of Flames. It is surfaced by hundreds of facets. Over and over she picks it up, only to set it immediately down, as though it burns her fingers. Her father's arrest, the disappearance of Harold Bazin, the death of Madame Manec. Could this one rock be the cause of so much sorrow? She hears the wheezy, wine-scented voice of old Dr. Geffard. Queens might have danced all night wearing it. Wars might have been fought over it. The keeper of the stone would live forever, but so long as he kept it, misfortunes would fall on all those he loved, one after another, in unending rain. Things are just things. Stories are just stories. Surely this pebble is what the Germans seek. She ought to fling open the shutters and cast it down onto the street. Give it to someone else, anyone else. Slip out of the house and hurl it into the sea. Etienne climbs the ladder to the attic. She can hear him cross the floorboards above her and turn on the transmitter. She puts the stone in her pocket and picks up the model house and crosses the hall. But before she makes it to the wardrobe, she stops. Her father must have believed it was real. Why else construct the elaborate puzzle box? Why else leave it behind in Saint-Malo, if not in fear that it could be confiscated during his journey back? Why else leave her behind? It must at least look like a blue diamond worth 20 million francs, real enough to convince Papa. And if it looks real, what will her uncle do when she shows it to him? If she tells him that they ought to throw it into the ocean? She can hear the boy's voice in the museum. When is the last time you saw someone throw 5 Eiffel Towers into the sea? Who would willingly part with it, and the curse, if the curse is real? And she gives it to him. But curses are not real. Earth is all magma and continental crust and ocean, gravity and time. Isn't it? She closes her fist, walks into her room, and replaces the stone inside the model house, slides the 3 roof panels back into place, twists the chimney 90 degrees, slips the house inside her pocket. Well after midnight, a magnificent high tide arrives, the largest waves smashing against the bases of the ramparts, the sea green and aerated and networked with seething rafts of moonlit foam. Marie-Laure comes out of her dreams to hear Etienne tapping on her bedroom door. I'm going out. What time is it? Almost dawn. I'll only be an hour. Why do you have to go? It's better if you don't know. What about curfew? I'll be quick. Her great uncle, who has not been quick in the 4 years she's known him. What if the bombing starts? It's almost dawn, Marie. I should go while it's still dark. Will they hit any houses, Uncle, when they come? They won't hit any houses. Will it be over quickly? Quick as a swallow. You rest, Marie-Laure, and when you wake, I'll be back. You'll see. I could read to you a bit, now that I'm awake. We're so close to the end. When I'm back, we'll read. We'll finish it together. She tries to rest her mind, slow her breathing, tries not to think about the little house now under her pillow, and the terrible burden inside. Etienne, Marie-Laure whispers, are you ever sorry that we came here? That I got dropped in your lap and you and Madame Manec had to look after me? Did you ever feel like I brought a curse into your life? Marie-Laure, he says without hesitation. He squeezes her hand with both of his. You are the best thing that has ever come into my life. Something seems to be banking up in the silence, a tide, a breaker rearing. But Etienne only says a second time, you rest, and when you wake I'll be back. And she counts his steps down the stairs. The arrest of Etienne Leblanc. Etienne feels strangely good as he steps outside. He feels strong. He's glad Madame Rouelle has assigned him this final task. He's already transmitted the location of one air defence battery, a cannon on a shelf of rampart beside the Hotel of Bees. He needs only to take the bearings of 2 more, find 2 known points. He'll choose the cathedral spire and the outer island of Le Petit Bay, then calculate the location of the 3rd and unknown point. Simple triangle. Something other than ghosts on which his mind can fix. He turns onto the Rue d'Estrée, skirts behind the college, makes for the alley behind the Hotel Dieu. His legs feel young, his feet light. No one is about. Somewhere the sun eases up behind the fog. The city in the pre-dawn is warm and fragrant and sleepy, and the houses on either side seem almost immaterial. For a moment he has a vision that he's walking the aisle of a vast train carriage, all the other passengers asleep. The train gliding through darkness towards a city teeming with light, glowing archways, gleaming towers, fireworks rising. As he approaches the dark bulwark of the ramparts, a man in uniform limps toward him out of the blackness. 7th August 1944. Marie-Laure wakes to the concussions of big guns firing. She crosses the landing and opens the wardrobe, and with the tip of her cane reaches through the hanging shirts and raps 3 times on the false back wall. Nothing. Then she descends to the 5th floor and knocks on Etienne's door. His bed is empty and cool. He is not on the 2nd floor, nor in the kitchen. The penny nail beside the door where Madame Manec used to hang the keyring is empty. His shoes are gone. I'll only be an hour. She reins in her panic, important not to assume the worst. In the foyer she checks the tripwire, intact. Then she tears an end off yesterday's loaf from Madame Rouelle and stands in the kitchen chewing. The water, miraculously, has been turned back on, so she fills the 2 galvanized buckets and carries them upstairs and sets them in the corner of her bedroom, and thinks a moment, and walks to the 3rd floor and fills the bathtub to the rim. Then she opens her novel. Captain Nemo has planted his flag on the South Pole, but if he doesn't move the submarine north soon, they will become trapped in ice. The spring equinox has just passed. They face 6 months of unrelenting night. Marie-Laure counts the chapters that remain. 9. She's tempted to read on, but they're voyaging on the Nautilus together, she and Etienne, and as soon as he returns, they will resume. Any moment now. She rechecks the little house under her pillow, and fights the temptation to take out the stone, and instead reinstalls the house inside the model city at the foot of her bed. Out the window, a truck roars to life. Gulls pass, braying like donkeys, and in the distance the guns thud again, and the rattling of the truck fades. and Marie-Laure tries to concentrate on rereading a chapter earlier in the novel. Make the raised dots form letters, the letters words, the words a world. In the afternoon, the tripwire quivers, and the bell hidden beneath the third-floor table gives a single ring. In the attic high above her, a muted ring matches it. Marie-Laure lifts her fingers from the page, thinking, at last. But when she winds down the stairs and sets her hand on the dead bolt and calls, "Who is there?" she hears not the quiet voice of Etienne, but the oily one of the perfumer Claude Levitte. "Let me in, please." Even through the door she can smell him. Peppermint, musk, aldehyde. Beneath that, sweat, fear. She undoes both dead bolts and opens the door halfway. He speaks through the half-open gate. "You need to come with me." "I'm waiting for my great-uncle." "I have talked to your great-uncle." "You talked to him? Where?" Marie-Laure can hear Monsieur Levitte cracking his knuckles one after the next, his lungs toiling inside his chest. "If you could see, mademoiselle, you'd have seen the evacuation orders. They've locked the city gates." She does not reply. "They're detaining every man between 16 and 60. They've been told to assemble at the tower of the chateau. Then they will be marched to Fort National at low tide. God be with them." Out on the rue Vauberel, everything sounds calm. Swallows swoop past the houses, and two doves bicker on a high gutter. A bicyclist goes rattling past, then quiet. Have they really locked the city gates? Has this man really spoken to Etienne? "Will you go with them, Monsieur Levitte?" "I plan not to. You must get to a shelter immediately." Monsieur Levitte sniffs. "Or to the crypts below Notre Dame at Rockaby, which is where I sent Madame. It's what your uncle asked me to do. Leave absolutely everything behind and come with me now." "Why?" "Your uncle knows why. Everybody knows why. It's not safe here. Come along." "But you said the gates to the city are locked." "Yes, I did, girl, and that's enough questions for now." He sighs. "You are not safe, and I am here to help." "Uncle says our cellar is safe. He says if it has lasted for 500 years, it will last a few more nights." The perfumer clears his throat. She imagines him extending his thick neck to look into the house, the coat on the rack, the crumbs of bread on the kitchen table, everyone checking to see what everyone else has. Her uncle could not have asked the perfumer to escort her to a shelter. When is the last time Etienne has spoken to Claude Levitte? Again, she thinks of the model upstairs, the stone inside. She hears Dr. Jeffar's voice. That something so small could be so beautiful, worth so much. "Houses are burning at Paramé, mademoiselle. They're scuttling ships at the port. They're shelling the cathedral, and there's no water at the hospital. The doctors are washing their hands in wine. Wine!" The edges of Monsieur Levitte's voice flutter. She remembers Madame Manec saying once that every time a theft was reported in town, Monsieur Levitte would go to bed with his billfold stuffed between his buttocks. Marie-Laure says, "I will stay." "Christ, girl, must I force you?" She remembers the German pacing outside Harold Bazin's gate, the edge of his newspaper rattling the bars, and closes the door a fraction. Someone has put the perfumer up to this. "Surely," she says, "my great-uncle and I are not the only people sleeping beneath our own roof tonight." She tries her best to look impassive. Monsieur Levitte's smell is overpowering. "Mademoiselle," pleading now, Be reasonable. Come with me and leave everything behind. You may talk to my great-uncle when he returns. And she bolts the door. She can hear him standing out there, working out some cost-benefit analysis. Then he turns and recedes down the street, dragging his fear like a cart behind him. Marie-Laure bends beside the hall table and finds the thread and resets the tripwire. What could he have seen? A coat? Half of a loaf of bread? Etienne will be pleased. Out past the kitchen window, swift swoop for insects, and the filaments of a spider web catch the light and shine for an instant, and are gone. And yet, what if the perfumer was telling the truth? The daylight dulls to gold. A few crickets down in the cellar begin their song, a rhythmic cree, cree, evening in August. And Marie-Laure hikes her tattered stockings and goes into the kitchen and tears another hunk from Madame Ruel's loaf. Leaflets. Before dark, the Austrians serve pork kidneys with whole tomatoes on hotel china, a single silver bee etched on the rim of every plate. Everyone sits on sandbags or ammunition boxes, and Bernd falls asleep over his bowl, and Volkheimer talks in the corner with the lieutenant about the radio in the cellar, and around the perimeter of the room, the Austrians chew steadily beneath their steel helmets. Brisk, experienced men. Men who do not doubt their purpose. When Werner is done with his food, he lets himself into the top-floor suite and stands in the hexagonal bathtub. He nudges the shutter, and it opens a few centimetres. The evening air is a benediction. Below the window, on one of the bastioned traces on the seaward side of the hotel, waits the big 88. Beyond the gun, beyond the embrasures, ramparts plunge 40 feet to the green and white plumes of surf. To his left waits the city, grey and dense. Far in the east, a red glow rises from some battle just out of sight. The Americans have them pinned against the sea. It seems to Werner that in the space between whatever has happened already and whatever is to come hovers an invisible borderland, the known on one side and the unknown on the other. He thinks of the girl who may or may not be in the city behind him. He envisions her running her cane along the runnels, facing the world with her barren eyes, her wild hair, her bright face. At least he protected the secrets of her house. At least he kept her safe. New orders, signed by the garrison commander himself, have been posted on doors and market stalls and lampposts. No person must attempt to leave the old city. No one must walk in the streets without special authority. Just before Werner closes the shutter, a single airplane comes through the dusk. From its belly issues a flock of white, growing slowly larger. Birds? The flock is surrendering, scattering. It is paper. Thousands of sheets. They gust down the slope of the roof, skitter across the parapets, stick flat in tidal eddies down on the beach. Werner descends to the lobby, where an Austrian holds one to the light. "It's in French," he says. Werner takes it. The ink so fresh, it smudges beneath his fingers. "Urgent message to the inhabitants of this town," it says. "Depart immediately to open country." 10. 12th of August 1944. Entombed. She is reading again. Who could possibly calculate the minimum time required for us to get out? Might we not be asphyxiated before the Nautilus could surface? Was it destined to perish in this tomb of ice along with all those on board? The situation seemed terrible, but everyone faced it squarely and decided to do their duty to the end. Werner listens. The crew chops through the icebergs that have trapped their submarine. It cruises north along the coast of South America, past the mouth of the Amazon, only to be chased by giant squid in the Atlantic. The propeller cuts out. Captain Nemo emerges from his cabin for the first time in weeks, looking grim. Werner hauls himself off the floor, carrying the radio in one hand and dragging the battery in the other. He traverses the cellar until he finds Volkheimer in the gold armchair. He sets down the battery and runs his hand up the big man's arm to his shoulder, locates his huge head, clamps the headphones over Volkheimer's ears. "Can you hear her?" says Werner. "It's a strange and beautiful story. I wish you could understand French. A giant squid has lodged its giant beak into the propeller of the submarine, and now the captain has said they must surface and fight the beasts hand to hand." Volkheimer draws a slow breath. He does not move. "She's using the transmitter we were supposed to find. I found it weeks ago. They said it was a network of terrorists, but it was just an old man and a girl." Volkheimer says nothing. "You knew all along, didn't you? That I knew." Volkheimer must not be able to hear Werner through the headphones. "She keeps saying, 'Help me.' She begs her father, her great-uncle. She says, 'He's here. He will kill me.'" A moan shudders through the rumble above them. And in the darkness, Werner feels as if he is trapped inside the Nautilus, 20 meters down, while the tentacles of a dozen angry kraken lash its hull. He knows the transmitter must be high in the house, close to the shelling. He says, "I saved her, only to hear her die." Volkheimer shows no signs of having understood. Gone, or resolved to go. Is there much difference? Werner takes back the headphones and sits in the dust beside the battery. "The first mate," she reads, "struggled furiously with other monsters which were climbing up the sides of the Nautilus. The crew were flailing away with their axes. Ned, Consal, and I also dug our weapons into their soft bodies. A violent odour of musk filled the air." Fort National. Etienne begged his jailers, the guardian of the fort, dozens of his fellow prisoners. "My niece, my great-niece, she's blind. She's alone." He told them he was 63, not 60, as they claimed, that his papers had been unfairly confiscated, that he was not a terrorist. He wobbled before the Feldwebel in charge and stumbled through the few German phrases he could stitch together. "Sie müssen mich helfen. Meine Nichte ist hereindot." But the Feldwebel shrugged like everybody else and looked back at the city burning across the water as if to say, "What can anyone do in the face of that?" Then the stray American shells struck the fort, and the wounded howled down in the munition cellar, and the dead were buried under rocks just above the tide line. And Etienne stopped talking. The tide slips away, then climbs back up. Whatever energy Etienne has left goes into quietening the noise in his head. Sometimes he almost convinces himself that he can see through the smouldering skeletons of the seafront mansions at the northwestern corner of the city to the rooftops of his house. He almost convinces himself it stands. But then it disappears again behind a mantle of smoke. No pillow, no blanket. The latrine is apocalyptic. Food comes irregularly, carried out from the citadel by the guardian's wife across the quarter-mile of rocks at low tide, while shells explode in the city behind her. There's never enough. Etienne diverts himself with fantasies of escape. Slip over a wall, swim several hundred meters, drag himself through the shore break, scamper across the mined beach with no cover to one of the locked gates. Absurd. Out here, the prisoners see the shells smash into the city before they hear them. During the last war, Etienne knew artillerymen who could peer through field glasses and discern their shells' damage by the colours thrown skyward. Grey was stone, brown was soil, pink was flesh. He shuts his eyes. He remembers lamplit hours in Monsieur Hebrad's bookshop, listening to the first radio he ever heard. He remembers climbing into the choir of the cathedral to listen to Henri's voice as it rose toward the ceiling. He remembers the cramped restaurants with leaded windows and linen-fold panelling where his parents took them to dinner, and the Corsairs' villas with scalloped friezes and Doric columns and gold coins mortared inside the walls. The storefronts of gunsmiths and shipmasters and money changers and hostelers. The graffiti Henri used to scratch into the stones of ramparts. I cannot wait to leave. Fuck this place. He remembers the Leblanc house, his house. Tall and narrow, with a staircase spiralling up its centre, like a spire shell stood on end, where the ghost of his brother occasionally slipped between walls, where Madame Manec lived and died, where not so long ago he could sit on a davenport with Marie-Laure and pretend they flew over the volcanoes of Hawaii, over the cloud forests of Peru, where just a week ago she sat cross-legged on the floor and read to him about a pearl fishery off the coast of Ceylon, Captain Nemo and Aronnax in their diving suits, the impulsive Canadian Ned Land about to hurl his harpoon through the side of a shark. All of it is burning. Every memory he ever made. Above Fort National, the dawn becomes deeply, murderously clear. The Milky Way a fading river. He looks across to the fires. He thinks, the universe is full of fuel. Captain Nemo's last words. By noon, on the 12th of August, Marie-Laure has read 7 of the last 9 chapters into the microphone. Captain Nemo has freed his ship from the giant squid, only to stare into the eye of a hurricane. Pages later, he rammed a warship full of men passing through its hull, Verne writes, like a sailmaker's needle through cloth. Now the captain plays a mournful, chilling dirge on his organ as the Nautilus sleeps in the wastelands of the sea. 3 pages are left. If Marie-Laure has brought anyone comfort by broadcasting the story, if her great-uncle, crouched in some dank cellar with 100 men, turned her in, if some trio of Americans reclined in the nighttime fields as they cleaned their weapons and travelled the dark gangways of the Nautilus with her, she cannot say. But she's glad to be so near the end. Downstairs the German has shouted twice in frustration, then fallen silent. Why not, she considers, just slide through the wardrobe and hand the little house to him, and find out if he will spare her? First, she will finish. Then she'll decide. Again she opens the model house and tips the stone into her palm. What would happen if the goddess took away the curse? Would the fires go out? Would the earth heal over? Would doves return to the windowsills? Would Papa come back? Fill your lungs. Beat your heart. She keeps the knife beside her, fingertips pressed to the lines of the novel. The Canadian harpooner Ned Land has found his window for escape. The sea's bad, he says to Professor Aronnax, and the wind's blowing strong. I'm with you, Ned. But let me tell you that if we're caught, I'm going to defend myself even if I die doing it. We'll die together, Ned, my friend. Marie-Laure turns on the transmitter. She thinks of the whelks in Harold Bazin's kennel, 10,000 of them, how they cling, how they draw themselves up into the spirals of their shells, how, when they're tucked into that grotto, the gulls cannot come in to carry them up into the sky and drop them on the rocks to break them. Visitor. Von Rumpel drinks from a bottle of skunked wine he's found in the kitchen. 4 days in this house, and how many mistakes he has made. The Sea of Flames could have been in the Paris Museum all along. That simpering mineralogist and the assistant director laughing as he slunk away, duped, fooled, inveigled. Or the perfumer could have betrayed him, taking the diamond from the girl after marching her away. Or Levite might have walked her right out of the city while she carried it in her ratty knapsack. Or the old man could have jammed it up his rectum and is just now shitting it out. 20 million francs in a pile of feces. Or maybe the stone was never real at all. Maybe it was all hoax, all story. He had been so certain. Certain he had found the hiding spot, solved the puzzle, certain the stone would save him. The girl didn't know. The old man was out of the picture. Everything was set up perfectly. What is certain now? Only the murderous bloom inside his body, only the corruption it brings to every cell. In his ears comes the voice of his father. You are only being tested. Someone calls to him in German. Ist das wahr? Father? You, in there! Von Ruppel listens. Sounds drawing nearer through the smoke. He crawls to the window, sets his helmet on his head, thrusts his head over the shattered sill. A German infantry corporal squints up from the street. Sir, I didn't expect... Is the house clear, sir? Empty. Yes. Where are you headed, Corporal? The fortress à la Cité, sir. We are evacuating, leaving everything. We still hold the chateau and the Bastion de la Hollande, and all other personnel are to fall back. Von Ruppel braces his chin on the sill, feeling as if his head might separate from his neck and go tumbling down to explode on the street. The entire town will be inside the bomb line, the corporal says. How long? There will be a ceasefire tomorrow, noon, they say, to get civilians out. Then they resume the assault. Von Ruppel says, We're giving up the city. A shell detonates not far away, and the echoes of the blast shunt down between the wrecked houses, and the soldier in the street claps a hand over his helmet. Bits of stone skitter across the cobbles. He calls, You are with which unit, Sergeant Major? Continue with your work, Corporal. I'm nearly done here. Final sentence. Volkheimer does not stir. The liquid at the bottom of the paint bucket, however toxic it was, is gone. Werner has heard nothing from the girl on any frequency for how long? An hour? More? She read about the Nautilus getting sucked down into a whirlpool. Waves higher than houses, the submarine standing on end, its steel ribs cracking. And then she read what he assumed was the last line of the book. Thus to that question asked 6,000 years ago by Ecclesiastes. That which is far off and exceeding deep, who can find it out? Only 2 men now have the right to answer. Captain Nemo and myself. Then the transmitter snapped off and the absolute darkness closed around him. For these past days, how many, it has felt as though the hunger were a hand inside him, thrusting around in the cavity of his chest, reaching up to his shoulder blades, then down into his pelvis, scraping at his bones. Today, though, or is it tonight, the hunger peters out like a flame for which no fuel remains. Emptiness and fullness in the end, somehow the same. Werner blinks up to see the Viennese girl in her cape descend through the ceiling as if it is no more than a shadow. She carries a paper sack full of withered greens and seats herself amid the rubble. Around her swirls a cloud of bees. He can see nothing, but he can see her. She counts on her fingers. For tripping in line, she says, for working too slowly, for arguing over bread, for loitering too long in the camp toilet, for sobbing, for not organising her things according to protocol. It's surely nonsense, yet something hangs inside it, some truth he does not want to allow himself to apprehend. And as she speaks, she ages. Silver hair lays down on her head, her collar frays, she becomes an old woman. His understanding of who hovers at the rim of his consciousness. For complaining of headaches, for singing, for speaking at night in her bunk, for forgetting her birth date during evening muster, for unloading the shipment too slowly, for not turning in her keys correctly, for failing to inform the guard, for rising from bed too late. Frau Schwarzenberger, that's who she is, the Jewess in Frederick's elevator. She runs out of fingers as she counts. For closing her eyes while being addressed, for hoarding crusts, for attempting to enter the park, for having inflamed hands, for asking for a cigarette, for a failure of imagination. And in the darkness, it feels as if Werner has reached bottom, as if he's been whirling deeper all this time, like the Nautilus sucked under the maelstrom, like his father descending into the pits. A one-way dive from Zollverein past Schupfpforter, past the horrors of Russia and Ukraine, past the mother and daughter in Vienna, his ambition and shame becoming one and the same. To the nadir in this basement, on the rim of the continent, where the apparition chants nonsense. Frau Schwarzenberger walks toward him, transforming herself as she approaches from woman to girl. Her hair becomes red again, her skin smooths, her 7-year-old girl presses her face up against his, and in the centre of her forehead he can see a hole blacker than the blackness around him, at the bottom of which teems a dark city full of souls. 10,000, 500,000, all these faces staring up from alleys, from windows, from smouldering parks. And he hears thunder, lightning, artillery. The girl evaporates. The ground quakes. The organs inside his body shake. The beams groan. Then the slow trickle of dust and the shallow, defeated breaths of Folkheimer a metre away. Music, number 1. Sometime after midnight on August the 13th, after surviving in her great-uncle's attic for 5 days, Marie-Laure holds a record with her left hand while she runs the fingers of her right gently through its grooves, reconstructing the whole song in her head, each rise and fall. Then she slots the record on the spindle of Etienne's electrophone. No water for a day and a half, no food for 2. The attic smells of heat and dust and confinement, and her own urine in the shaving bowl in the corner. We'll die together, Ned, my friend. The siege, it seems, will never end. Masonry crashes into the streets. The city falls to pieces. Still, this one house does not fall. She takes the unopened can out of her great-uncle's coat pocket and sets it in the centre of the attic floor. For so long she has saved it. Maybe because it offers some last tie to Madame Manec. Maybe because if she opens it and finds it spoiled, the loss will kill her. She places the can and brick beneath the piano bench, where she knows she can find them again. Then she double-checks the record on the spindle, lowers the arm, places the needle at the outside edge, finds the microphone switch with her left hand, the transmitter switch with her right. She's going to turn it up as loud as it will go. If the German's in the house, he will hear. He'll hear piano music draining down through the upper stories and cock his head, and then he'll rove the 6th floor like a slavering demon. Eventually he'll set his ear to the doors of the wardrobe, where it will be louder still. What mazes there are in this world! The branches of trees, the filigree of roots, the matrix of crystals, the streets her father recreated in his models. Mazes in the nodules on murex shells and in the textures of sycamore bark. And inside, the hollow bones of eagles. None more complicated than the human brain, Etienne would say. What may be the most complex object in existence? 1 wet kilogram, within which spin universes. She places the microphone into the bell-shaped speaker of the electrophone, switches on the record player, and the plate begins to spin. The attic crackles. In her mind she walks a path in the Jardin des Plantes, the air golden, the wind green, the long fingers of willows drifting across her shoulders. Ahead is her father. He extends a hand, waiting. The piano starts to play. Marie-Laure reaches beneath the bench and locates the knife. She crawls along the floor to the top of the 7-rung ladder and sits with her feet dangling, and the diamond inside the house in her pocket, and the knife in her fist. She says, "Come and get me." Music number 2. Beneath the stars over the city, everything sleeps. Gunners sleep. Nuns in a crypt beneath the cathedral sleep. Children in old corsairs' cellars sleep in the laps of sleeping mothers. The doctor in the basement of the Hôtel Dieu sleeps. Wounded Germans in the tunnels below the fort of La Cité sleep. Behind the walls of Fort National, Etienne sleeps. Everything sleeps, save the snails climbing the rocks and the rats scurrying among the piles. In a hole beneath the ruins of the Hotel of Bees, Werner sleeps too. Only Folkheimer is awake. He sits with the big radio in his lap, where Werner has set it, and the dying battery between his feet, and static whispering in both ears, not because he believes he will hear anything, but because this is where Werner has left the headphones. Because he does not have the will to push them off. Because he convinced himself hours ago that the plaster heads on the other side of the cellar will kill him if he moves. Impossibly, the static coalesces into music. Folkheimer's eyes open as wide as they can, straining the blackness for every stray photon. A single piano runs up scales, then back down. He listens to the notes and the silences between them, and then finds himself leading horses through a forest at dawn, trudging through snow behind his great-grandfather, who walks with a saw draped over his huge shoulders, the snow squeaking beneath boots and hooves, all the trees above them whispering and creaking. They reach the edge of a frozen pond, where a pine grows as tall as a cathedral. His great-grandfather goes to his knees like a penitent, fits the saw into a groove in the bark, and begins to cut. Folkheimer stands, finds Werner's leg in the darkness, puts the headphones on Werner's ears. "Listen," he says. "Listen, listen." Werner comes awake. Chords float past in transparent riffles. Claire de Lune. Claire, a girl so clear you can see right through her. Folkheimer says, Hook the light to the battery. Why? Do it. Even before the song has stopped playing, Werner disconnects the radio from the battery, unscrews the bezel and bulb from the dead field light, touches it to the leads, and gives them a sphere of light. At the back corner of the cellar, Volkheimer drags blocks of masonry and pieces of timber and shattered sections of wall out of the rubble, stopping now and then only to lean over his knees and catch his breath. He stacks them into a barrier. Then he pulls Werner behind this makeshift bunker, unscrews the base of a grenade and yanks the pull cord to ignite the 5-second fuse. Werner sets one hand over his helmet, and Volkheimer throws the grenade at the place where the stairwell used to be. Music, number 3. Von Ruppel's daughters were fat, roiling little babies, weren't they? Both of them always dropping their rattles or rubber pacifiers, entangling themselves in blankets. Why so tortured, little angels? But they grew, despite all his absences. And they could sing. Especially Veronika. Maybe they weren't going to be famous, but they could sing well enough to please a father. They'd wear their big felt boots, and those awful shapeless dresses their mother made for them, primroses and daisies embroidered along the collars, and fold their hands behind their backs, and belt out lyrics they were too young to understand. Men cluster to me like moths around a flame, and if their wings burn, I know I'm not to blame. In what might be a memory or a dream, Von Rumpel watches Veronika, the early riser, kneel on the floor of Marie-Laure's room in the pre-dawn darkness, and march a doll in a white gown alongside another in a grey suit down the streets of the model city. They turn left, then right, until they reach the steps of the cathedral, where a third doll waits, dressed in black, one arm raised. Wedding or sacrifice, he cannot say. Then Veronika sings so softly that he cannot hear the words, only the melody. Less like the sounds made by a human voice, and more like the notes made by a piano. And the dolls dance, swaying from foot to foot. The music stops and Veronika vanishes. He sits up. The model at the foot of the bed bleeds away and is a long time restoring itself. Somewhere above him, the voice of a young man starts speaking in French about coal. Out. For a split second, the space around Werner tears in half, as though the last molecules of oxygen have been ripped out of it. Then shards of stone and wood and metal streak past, ringing against his helmet, sizzling into the wall behind them, and Volkheimer's barricade collapses, and everywhere in the darkness things scuttle and slide, and he cannot find any air to breathe. But the detonation creates some tectonic shift in the building's rubble, and there's a snap followed by multiple cascades in the darkness. When Werner stops coughing and pushes the debris off his chest, he finds Volkheimer staring up at a single sheared hole of purple light. Sky. Night sky. A shaft of starlight slices through the dust and drops along the edge of a mound of rubble to the floor. For a moment Werner inhales it. Then Volkheimer urges him back and climbs halfway up the ruined staircase and begins wailing away at the edges of the hole with a piece of rebar. The iron clangs, and his hands lacerate, and his 6-day beard glows white with dust. But Werner can see that Volkheimer makes quick progress. The sliver of light becomes a violet wedge, wider across than 2 of Werner's hands. With one more blow, Volkheimer manages to pulverize a big slab of debris, much of it crashing onto his helmet and shoulders. And then it is simply a matter of scrabbling and climbing. He squeezes his upper body through the hole, his shoulders scraping on the edges, his jacket tearing, hips twisting, and then he's through. He reaches down for Werner, his canvas duffel and the rifle, and he pulls them all up. They kneel atop what was once an alley. Starlight hangs over everything. No moon Werner can see. Folkheimer turns his bleeding palms up as though to catch the air, to let it seep into his skin like rainwater. Only 2 walls of the hotel stand, joined at the corner, bits of plaster attached to the inner wall. Beyond it, houses display their interiors to the night. The rampart behind the hotel remains, though many of its embrasures along the top have been shattered. The sea presents a barely audible wash on the other side. Everything else is rubble and silence. Starlight rains onto every crenellation. How many men decompose in the piles of stone before them? 9, maybe more. They make for the lee of the ramparts, both of them staggering like drunks. When they reach the wall, Folkheimer blinks down at Werner, then out at the night. His face so dusted white, he looks like a colossus made of powder. 5 blocks to the south, is the girl still playing her recording? Folkheimer says, "Take the rifle. Go." "And you?" "Food." Werner rubs his eyes against the glory of the starlight. He feels no hunger, as if he has rid himself forever of the nuisance of eating. "But will we—" "Go," says Folkheimer again. Werner looks at him a last time, his torn jacket and shovel jaw, the tenderness of his big hands. What you could be. Did he know, all along? Werner moves from cover to cover, canvas bag in his left hand, rifle in his right, 5 rounds left. In his mind he hears the girl whisper, "He is here. He will kill me." West, down a canyon of rubble, scrambling over bricks and wires and pieces of roof slates, many of them still hot. The streets apparently abandoned, though what eyes might track him from behind shattered windows, German or French or American or British, he cannot say. Possibly the crosshairs of a sniper centre on him this very second. Here, a single platform shoe. Here, a fretwork wooden chef on his back, holding a board on which remains chalked today's soup. Here, great tangled coils of barbed wire. Everywhere, the reek of corpses. Crouching in the lee of what was a tourist gift shop, a few souvenirs in their racks, each with a different name painted on the rim and arranged alphabetically, Werner locates himself in the city. Coiffure d'Armes across the street. A bank with no windows, a dead horse attached to its cart. Here and there, an intact building stands without its window glass. The filigreed trails of smoke grown up from its windows like the shadows of ivy that have been ripped away. What light shines at night? He never knew. Day will blind him. Werner turns right on what he believes is the Rue d'Estrée. Number 4, on the Rue Vauberel, still stands. Every window on its facade has been broken, but the walls are hardly scorched. 2 of its wooden flower boxes hang on. He is right below me. They said what he needed was certainty, purpose, clarity. That pigeon-chested Commandant Bastien with his grandmother's walk. He said they would strip the hesitation out of him. "We are a volley of bullets. We are cannonballs. We are the tip of the sword." Who is the weakest? Wardrobe. Von Ruppel wobbles before the mighty cabinet, peers into the old clothes inside. Waistcoats, striped trousers, moth-chewed chambray shirts with tall collars and comically long sleeves. Boys' clothes, decades old. What is this room? The big mirrors on the wardrobe doors are spotted black with age, and old leather boots stand beneath a little desk, and a whisk broom hangs from a peg. On the desk stands a photograph of a boy in breeches on a beach at dusk. Beyond the broken window hangs a windless night, ashes swirling in starlight. The voice filtering through the ceiling repeats itself. The brain is locked in total darkness, of course, children, and yet the world it constructs, lowering in pitch and warping as the batteries die, the lesson slowing as though the young man is exhausted. And then it stops. Heart galloping, head failing, candle in one hand, pistol in the other, von Ruppel turns again to the wardrobe. Big enough to climb inside. How did such a monstrous thing ever get up to the 6th floor? He brings the candle closer and sees, in the shadows of the hanging shirts, what he missed on previous inspections. Trails through the dust, made by fingers or knees or both. With the barrel of his pistol he nudges the clothes. How deep does it go? He leans all the way inside, and as he does he hears a chime, twin bells, tinkling both above and below. The sound makes him jerk backward, and he knocks his head on the top of the wardrobe, and the candle falls, and von Ruppel lands on his back. He watches the candle roll, its flame pointing up. Why? What curious principle demands that a candle flame taper always toward the sky? 5 days in this house and no diamond. The last German-controlled port in Brittany nearly lost, the Atlantic wall with it. Already he has lived beyond the deadline the doctor predicted. And now, the tolling of 2 tiny bells. This is how death comes? The candle rolls gently toward the window, toward the curtains. Downstairs, the door of the house creaks open. Someone steps inside. Comrades. Shattered crockery litters the foyer, impossible to be noiseless as he enters. A kitchen full of debris waits down a corridor, hallway deep with drifts of ash. Chair overturned, staircase ahead. Unless she's moved in the past few minutes, she will be high in the house, close to the transmitter. Rifle in both hands, bag over his shoulder, Werner starts up. At each landing, a rushing blackness throws off his vision. Spots open and close at his feet. Books have been thrown down the stairwell, along with papers, cords, bottles, and what might be pieces of antique doll-houses. 2nd floor, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all in the same state. He has no sense of how much noise he makes, or whether it matters. On the 6th floor, the stairs appear to end. 3 half-open doors frame the landing, one to the left, one ahead, one to the right. He goes to his right, rifle up. He expects the flash of gun barrels, the jaws of a demon swinging open. Instead, a broken window illuminates a sway-backed bed. A girl's dress hangs in an armoire. Hundreds of tiny things. Pebbles line the baseboards. 2 buckets stand in a corner, half full of what might be water. Is he too late? He props Volkheimer's rifle against the bed and raises a bucket and drinks once, twice. Out the window, far beyond the neighbouring block, beyond the ramparts, the single light of a boat appears and disappears as it rises and falls on distant swells. A voice behind him says, "Ah." Werner turns. In front of him totters a German officer in field dress. The 5 bars and 3 diamonds of a sergeant major. Pale and bruised, lean to the point of infirmity, he shambles towards the bed. The right side of his throat spills weirdly above the tightness of his collar. "I do not recommend," he says, "mixing morphine with Beaujolais." A vein on the side of the man's forehead throbs lightly. "I saw you," says Werner, "in front of the bakery, with a newspaper. And you, little private. I saw you." In his smile, Werner recognizes an assumption that they are kindred, comrades, accomplices, that each has come to this house seeking the same thing. Behind the sergeant major across the hall, impossibly, flames. A curtain in the room directly across the landing has caught fire. Already flames are licking the ceiling. The sergeant major loops one finger under his collar and pulls against its tightness, his face gaunt, and his teeth maniacal. He sits on the bed. Starlight winks off the barrel of his pistol. At the foot of the bed, Werner can just make out a low table upon which scaled-down wooden houses crowd together to form a city. Is it Saint-Malo? His eyes flash from the model to the flames across the hall, to Folkheimer's rifle leaning against the bed. The officer bends forward and looms over the miniature city like some tormented gargoyle. Tendrils of black smoke have begun to snake into the hall. "The curtain, sir. It's on fire." "The ceasefire is scheduled for noon, or so they say," Von Rumpel says in an empty voice. "No need to rush. Plenty of time." He jogs the fingers of one hand down a miniature street. "We want the same thing, you and I, Private. But only one of us can have it. And only I know where it is, which presents a problem for you. Is it here, or here, or here, or here?" He rubs his hands together, then lies back on the bed. He points his pistol at the ceiling. "Is it up there?" In the room beyond the landing, the burning curtain sloughs off its rod. Maybe it'll go out, thinks Werner. Maybe it will go out on its own. Werner thinks about the men in the sunflowers and 100 others, each lay dead in his hut, or truck, or bunker, wearing the look of someone who had caught the tune of a familiar song. A crease between the eyes, a slackness to the mouth, a look that said, "So soon?" But doesn't it play for everybody, too soon? Firelight plays across the hall. Still on his back, the sergeant major takes the pistol in both hands and opens and closes the breech. "Drink some more," he says, and gestures towards the bucket in Werner's hands. "I can see how thirsty you are. I didn't pee in it, I promise." Werner sets down the bucket. The sergeant major sits up and tilts his head back and forth as though working out kinks in his neck. Then he aims his gun at Werner's chest. From down the hall, in the direction of the burning curtain, comes a muted clattering, something bouncing down a ladder and striking the floor, and the sergeant major's attention swings toward the noise, and the barrel of his pistol dips. Werner lunges for Folkheimer's rifle. All your life you wait, and then it finally comes. And are you ready? The simultaneity of instants. The brick claps onto the floor. The voices stop. She can hear a scuffle, and then the shot comes like a breach of crimson light, the eruption of Krakatoa, the house briefly riven in two. Marie-Laure half slides, half falls down the ladder and presses her ear against the false back of the wardrobe. Footsteps hurry across the landing and enter Henri's room. There's a splash and a hiss, and she smells smoke and steam. Now the footsteps become hesitant. They're different from the sergeant major's. Lighter. Stepping. Stopping. Opening the doors of the wardrobe. Thinking. Figuring it out. She can hear a light brushing sound as he runs his fingers along the back of the wardrobe. She tightens her grip on the handle of the knife. 3 blocks to the east, Frank Folkheimer blinks as he sits in a devastated apartment on the corner of the Rue des Laurières and the Rue Thévenard, eating from a tin of sweet yams with his fingers. Across the river mouth, beneath 4 feet of concrete, an aide holds open the garrison commander's jacket. as the colonel swings one arm through one sleeve, then the other. At precisely the same moment, a 19-year-old American scout climbing the hillside toward the pillboxes stops and turns and reaches an arm down for the soldier behind him, while, with his cheekbone pressed to a granite paver at Fort National, Etienne Leblanc decides that if he and Marie-Laure live through this, whatever happens, he will let her pick a place on the equator, and they will go, book a ticket, ride a ship, fly an airplane, until they stand together in a rainforest, surrounded by flowers they've never smelled, listening to birds they've never heard. 300 miles away from Fort National, Reinhold von Rumpel's wife wakes her daughters to go to Mass, and contemplates the good looks of her neighbour who's returned from the war without one of his feet. Not all that far from her, Jutta Pfennig sleeps in the ultramarine shadows of the girls' dormitory and dreams of light thickening and settling across a field like snow. And not all that far from Jutta, the Führer raises a glass of warm, but never boiled, milk to his lips, a slice of Oldenburg black bread on his plate, and a whole apple beside it, his daily breakfast. While in a ravine outside Kiev, 2 inmates rub their hands in sand because they've become slippery. And then they take up the stretcher again, while a Sonderkommando stirs the fire below them with a steel pole. A wagtail flits from flagstone to flagstone in a courtyard in Berlin, searching for snails to eat. And at the Napola school at Schulpforta, 119 12- and 13-year-olds wait in a queue behind a truck to be handed 30-pound anti-tank landmines. Boys who, in almost exactly 1 year, marooned amid the Russian advance, the entire school cut off like an island, will be given a box of the Reich's last bitter chocolate, and Wehrmacht helmets salvaged from dead soldiers. And then this final harvest of the nation's youth will rush out with the chocolate melting in their guts, and overlarge helmets bobbing on their shorn heads, and 60 Panzerfaust rocket launchers in their hands, in a last spasm of futility, to defend a bridge that no longer requires defending. While T-34 tanks from the White Russian army come clicking and rumbling toward them to destroy them all, every last child. Dawn in Saint-Malo, and there is a twitch on the other side of the wardrobe. Werner hears Marie-Laure inhale. Marie-Laure hears Werner scrape 3 fingernails across the wood, a sound not unlike the sound of a record coursing beneath the surface of a needle. Their faces and arms reach apart. He says, "Est tu là? Are you there?" He is a ghost. He is from some other world. He is Papa, Madame Manec, Etienne. He is everyone who has left her, finally coming back. Through the panel he calls, "I am not killing you. I am hearing you. On radio. Is why I come." He pauses, fumbling to translate. "The song? Light of the moon?" She almost smiles. We all come into existence as a single cell, smaller than a speck of dust, much smaller. Divide, multiply, add and subtract. Matter changes hands, atoms flow in and out, molecules pivot, proteins stitch together. Mitochondria send out their oxidative dictates. We begin as a microscopic electrical swarm, the lungs, the brain, the heart. 40 weeks later, 6 trillion cells get crushed in the vice of our mother's birth canal, and we howl. Then the world starts in on us. Marie-Laure slides open the wardrobe. Werner takes her hand and helps her out. Her feet find the floor of her grandfather's room. "Mes souliers," she says. "I have not been able to find my shoes." Second can. The girl sits very still in the corner and wraps her coat around her knees. The way she tucks her ankles up against her bottom, the way her fingers flutter through the space around her, each a thing he hopes never to forget. Guns boom to the east, the citadel being bombarded again, the citadel bombarding back. Exhaustion breaks over him. In French he says, "There will be a Waffenruhe, stopping, in the fighting, at noon, so people can get out of the city. I can get you out." "And you know this is true?" "No," he says. "I do not know it is true." Quiet now. He examines his trousers, his dusty coat. The uniform makes him an accomplice in everything this girl hates. "There is water," he says, and crosses to the other sixth-floor room and does not look at von Ruppel's body in her bed, and retrieves the second bucket. Her whole head disappears inside its mouth, and her stick-like arms hug its sides as she gulps. He says, "You are very brave." She lowers the bucket. "What is your name?" He tells her. She says, "When I lost my sight, Werner, people said I was brave. When my father left, people said I was brave. But it is not bravery. I have no choice. I wake up and live my life. Don't you do the same?" He says, "Not in years. But today, maybe I did." Her glasses are gone, and her pupils look like they're full of milk. But strangely, they do not unnerve him. He remembers a phrase of Frau Elena's, "Belle laide." Beautiful, ugly. "What day is it?" He looks around. Scorched curtains and soot fanned across the ceiling and cardboard peeling off the window, and the very first pale light of pre-dawn leaking through. "I don't know. It's morning." A shell screams over the house. He thinks, "I only want to sit here with her for 1,000 hours. But the shell detonates somewhere, and the house creaks, and Werner says, "There was a man who used that transmitter you have, who broadcast lessons about science when I was a boy. I used to listen to them with my sister." "That was the voice of my grandfather." "You heard him?" "Many times. We loved them." The window glows. The slow, sandy light of dawn permeates the room, everything transient and aching, everything tentative. To be here, in this room, high in this house, out of the cellar, with her. It is like medicine. "I could eat bacon," she says. "What?" "I could eat a whole pig." He smiles. "I could eat a whole cow." "The woman who used to live here, the housekeeper, she made the most wonderful omelettes in the world. When I was little," he says, or hopes he says, "we used to pick berries by the Ruhr, my sister and me. We'd find berries as big as our thumbs." The girl crawls into the wardrobe and climbs a ladder and comes back down clutching a dented tin can. "Can you see what this is?" "There's no label. I didn't think there was." "Is it food?" "Let's open it and find out." With one stroke from the brick, he punctures the can with the tip of the knife. Immediately, he can smell it. The perfume is so sweet, so outrageously sweet that he nearly faints. What is the word? Pêche. Les pêches. The girl leans forward. The freckles seem to bloom across her cheeks as she inhales. "We will share," she says, "for what you did." He hammers the knife in a second time, saws away at the metal, and bends up the lid. "Careful," he says, and passes it to her. She dips in 2 fingers, digs up a wet, soft, slippery thing. Then he does the same. That first peach slithers down his throat like rapture, a sunrise in his mouth. They eat. They drink the syrup. They run their fingers around the inside of the can. Birds of America. What wonders in this house! She shows him the transmitter in the attic, its double battery, its old-fashioned electrophone, the hand-machined antenna that can be raised and lowered along the chimney by an ingenious system of levers. Even a phonograph record that she says contains her grandfather's voice, lessons in science for children. And the books. The lower floors are blanketed with them. Becquerel, Lavoisier, Fischer. A lifetime of reading. What it would be like to spend 10 years in this tall, narrow house, shuttered from the world, studying its secrets and reading its volumes, and looking at this girl. "Do you think," he asks, "that Captain Nemo survived the whirlpool?" Marie-Laure sits on the 5th floor landing in her oversized coat as though waiting for a train. "No," she says. "Yes. I don't know. I suppose that is the point, no? To make us wonder?" She cocks her head. "He was a madman. And yet I didn't want him to die." In the corner of her great-uncle's study, amid a tumult of books, he finds a copy of Birds of America. A reprint, not nearly as large as the one he saw in Frederick's living room, but dazzling nonetheless. 435 engravings. He carries it out to the landing. "Has your uncle shown you this?" "What is it?" "Birds. Bird after bird after bird." Outside, shells fly back and forth. "We must get lower in the house," she says. But for a moment, they do not move. California partridge, common gannet, frigate pelican. Werner can still see Frederick kneeling at his window, nose to the glass, little grey bird hopping about in the boughs. Doesn't look like much, does it? "Could I keep a page from this?" "Why not? We will leave soon, no? When it is safe?" "At noon." "How will we know it is time?" "When they stop shooting." Airplanes come, dozens and dozens of them. Werner shivers uncontrollably. Marie-Laure leads him to the 1st floor, where ash and soot lie a half-inch deep over everything. And he pushes capsized furniture out of the way and hauls open the cellar door, and they climb down. Somewhere above, 30 bombers let fly their payloads, and Werner and Marie-Laure feel the bedrock shake, hear the detonations across the river. Could he, by some miracle, keep this going? Could they hide here until the war ends? Until the armies finish marching back and forth above their heads? Until all they have to do is push open the door and shift some stones aside and the house has become a ruin beside the sea? Until he can hold her fingers in his palms and lead her out into the sunshine? He would walk anywhere to make it happen, bear anything. In a year or 3 years or 10, France and Germany would not mean what they meant now. They could leave the house and walk to a tourist's restaurant and order a simple meal together and eat it in silence. The comfortable kind of silence lovers are supposed to share. "Do you know," Marie-Laure asks in a gentle voice, "why he was here? That man upstairs?" Because of the radio? Even as he says it, he wonders. Maybe, she says. Maybe that's why. In another minute, they're asleep. Ceasefire. Gritty summer light spills through the open trapdoor into the cellar. It might already be afternoon. No guns firing. For a few heartbeats, Werner watches her sleep. Then they hurry. He cannot find the shoes she asks for, but he finds a pair of men's loafers in a closet and helps her put them on. Over his uniform he pulls on some of Etienne's tweed trousers, along with a shirt whose sleeves are too long. If they run into Germans, he will speak only French, say he's helping her leave the city. If they run into Americans, he will say he's deserting. There will be a collection point, he says. Somewhere they're gathering refugees, though he's not sure he says it correctly. He finds a white pillowcase in an upturned cabinet and folds it into her coat pocket. When it comes time, hold this as high as you can. I will try. And my cane? Here. In the foyer, they hesitate, neither sure what waits on the other side of the door. He remembers the overheated dance hall from the entrance exams 4 years before. Ladder bolted to the wall, crimson flag with its white circle and a black cross below. You step forward. You jump. Outside, mountains of rubble hunker everywhere. Chimneys stand with their bricks raw to the light, smoke troweled across the sky. He knows that the shells have been coming from the east, that 6 days ago the Americans were almost to Paramé, so he moves Marie-Laure in that direction. Any moment they will be seen by either Americans or his own army and made to do something. Work, join, confess, die. From somewhere comes the sound of fire. The sound of dried roses being crumbled in a fist. No other sounds. No motors, no airplanes, no distant pop of gunfire, or howling of wounded men, or yapping of dogs. He takes her hand to help her over the piles. No shells fall, and no rifles crack, and the light is soft and shot through with ash. Utah, he thinks. I finally listened. For 2 blocks they see nobody. Maybe Volkheimer is eating. This is what Werner would like to imagine. Gigantic Volkheimer, eating by himself at a little table with a view of the sea. It's so quiet. Her voice like a bright, clear window of sky. Her face a field of freckles. He thinks, I don't want to let you go. Are they watching us? I don't know. I don't think so. A block ahead, he sees movement. 3 women carrying bundles. Marie-Laure pulls at his sleeve. What is this cross street? The Rue des Lauriers. Come, she says, and walks with her cane tapping back and forth in her right hand. They turn right and left, past a walnut tree like a giant charred toothpick jammed into the ground, past 2 crows picking at something unidentifiable, until they reach the base of the ramparts. Airborne creepers of ivy hang from an archway over a narrow alley. Far to his right, Werner can see a woman in blue taffeta drag a great overstuffed suitcase over a curbstone. A boy in pants meant for a younger child follows, beret thrown back on his head, some kind of shiny jacket on. There are civilians leaving, mademoiselle. Shall I call to them? I need only a moment. She leads him deeper down the alley. Sweet, unfettered ocean air pours through a gap in the wall he cannot see. The air throbs with it. At the end of the alley, they reach a narrow gate. She reaches inside her coat and produces a key. Is the tide high? He can just see through the gate into a low space, bounded by a grate on the far side. There is water down there. We have to hurry. But she's already passing through the gate and descending into the grotto in her big shoes, moving with confidence, running her fingers along the walls as though they're old friends she thought she might never meet again. The tide pushes a low riffle through the pool, and it washes over her shins and dampens the hem of her dress. From her coat, she takes some small wooden thing and sets it in the water. She speaks lightly, her voice echoing. You need to tell me. Is it in the ocean? It must be in the ocean. It is in. We must go, mademoiselle. Are you certain it's in the water? Yes. She climbs out, breathless, pushes him back through the gate, and locks it behind them. He hands her the cane. Then they head back down the alley, her shoes squelching as she goes. Out through the hanging ivy, turn left. Straight ahead, a ragged stream of people crosses an intersection. A woman, a child, 2 men carrying a third on a stretcher, all 3 with cigarettes in their mouths. The darkness returns to Werner's eyes, and he feels faint. Soon his legs will give out. A cat sits in the road licking a paw and smoothing it over its ears and watching him. He thinks of the old broken miners he'd seen in Solverein, sitting in chairs or on crates, not moving for hours, waiting to die. To men like that, time was a surfeit, a barrel they watched slowly drain. When really, he thinks, it's a glowing puddle you carry in your hands. You should spend all your energy protecting it, fighting for it, working so hard not to spill one single drop. Now, he says, in the clearest French he can muster. Here's the pillowcase. You run your hand along that wall. Can you feel it? You'll reach an intersection. Keep going straight. The street looks mostly clear. Keep the pillowcase high. Right out in front like this. Do you understand? She turns to him and chews her bottom lip. They will shoot. Not with that white flag. Not a girl. There are others ahead. Follow this wall. He sets her hand against it a second time. Hurry. Remember the pillowcase. And you? I will go in the other direction. She turns her face towards his, and though she cannot see him, he feels he cannot bear her gaze. Won't you come with me? It will be better for you if no one sees you with me. But how will I find you again? I don't know. She reaches for his hand, sets something in his palm, and squeezes his hand into a fist. Goodbye, Werner. Goodbye, Marie-Laure. Then she goes. Every few paces, the tip of her cane strikes a broken stone in the street, and it takes a while to pick her way around it. Step, step, pause. Step, step, again. Her cane testing. The wet hem of her dress swinging, the white pillowcase held aloft. He does not look away until she's through the intersection, down the next block, and out of sight. He waits to hear voices, guns. They will help her. They must. When he opens his hand, there's a little iron key in his palm. Chocolate. Madame Ruel finds Marie-Laure that evening in a requisitioned school. She grips her hand and does not let go. The civil affairs people have stacks of confiscated German chocolate in rectangular cartons, and Marie-Laure and Madame Ruel eat too many to count. In the morning, the Americans take the chateau and the last anti-air battery and free the prisoners held at Fort National. Madame Ruelle pulls Etienne out of the processing queue, and he wraps Marie-Laure in his arms. The colonel, in his underground fortress across the river, holds out for 3 more days, until an American airplane, called a Lightning, drops a tank of napalm through an air vent. 1 shot in a million, and 5 minutes later, a white sheet comes up on a pole, and the siege of Saint-Malo is over. Sweep platoons remove all the incendiary devices they can find, and army photographers go in with their tripods, and a handful of citizens return from farms and fields and cellars to drift through the ruined streets. On August the 25th, Madame Ruelle is allowed back into the city to check on the condition of the bakery. But Etienne and Marie-Laure travel in the other direction toward Rennes, where they book a room at a hotel called the Universe, with a functioning boiler, and each takes a 2-hour bath. In the window glass as night falls, he watches her reflection feel its way toward the bed. Her hands press against her face, then fall away. "We'll go to Paris," he says. "I've never been. You can show it to me." Light. Werner is captured a mile south of Saint-Malo by 3 French resistance fighters in street clothes, roving the streets in a lorry. First they believe they've rescued a little white-haired old man. Then they hear his accent, notice the German tunic beneath the antique shirt, and decide they have a spy, a fabulous catch. Then they realize Werner's youth. They hand him off to an American clerk in a requisitioned hotel transformed into a disarmament centre. At first Werner worries they're taking him downstairs. Please, not another pit. But he's brought to the 3rd floor, where an exhausted interpreter, who's been booking German prisoners for a month, notes his name and rank, then asks a few rote questions while the clerk rifles through Werner's canvas duffel and hands it back. "A girl," Werner says in French. "Did you see?" But the interpreter only smirks and says something to the clerk in English, as though every German soldier he's interviewed has asked about a girl. He's ushered into a courtyard encircled with razor wire, where 8 or 9 other Germans sit in their high boots, holding battered canteens, one dressed in women's clothes in which he apparently tried to desert, 2 NCOs, and 3 privates, and no Volkheimer. At night they serve soup in a cauldron, and he gulps down 4 helpings from a tin cup. 5 minutes later he's sick in the corner. The soup won't stay down in the morning either. Shoals of clouds swim through the sky. His left ear admits no sound. He lingers over images of Marie-Laure, her hands, her hair, even as he worries that to concentrate on them too long is to risk wearing them out. A day after his arrest, he's marched east in a group of 20 to join a larger group where they're penned in a warehouse. Through the open doors he cannot see Saint-Malo, but he hears the airplanes, hundreds of them, and a great pall of smoke hangs over the horizon day and night. Twice medics try giving Werner bowls of gruel, but it will not stay down. He's been able to keep nothing in his stomach since the peaches. Maybe his fever is returning. Maybe the sludge they drank in the hotel cellar has poisoned him. Maybe his body's giving up. If he does not eat, he understands he will die. But when he does eat, he feels as if he'll die. From the warehouse, they're marched to Dinan. Most of the prisoners are boys or middle-aged men, the shattered remains of companies. They carry ponchos, duffels, crates. A few tote brightly coloured suitcases claimed from who knows where. Among them walk pairs of men who fought side by side, but most are strangers to one another. And all have seen things they wish to forget. Always there's the sense of a tide behind them, rising, gathering mass, carrying with it a slow and vindictive rage. He walks in the tweed trousers of Marie-Laure's great uncle. Over his shoulder he carries his duffel. 18 years old. All his life his schoolmasters, his radio, his leaders talked to him about the future. And yet, what future remains? The road ahead is blank, and the lines of his thoughts all incline inward. He sees Marie-Laure disappear down the street with her cane, like ash blown out of a fire, and a feeling of longing crashes against the underside of his ribs. On the 1st of September, Werner cannot get to his feet when he wakes. 2 of his fellow prisoners help him to the bathroom and back, then lay him in the grass. A young Canadian in a medic's helmet shines a penlight into Werner's eyes and loads him into a truck, and he's driven some distance and set in a tent full of dying men. A nurse puts fluid into his arm, spoons a solution into his mouth. For a week he lives in the strange greenish light beneath the canvas of that huge tent, his duffel clutched in one hand and the hard corners of the little wooden house clamped in the other. When he has the strength, he fiddles with it. Twists the chimney, slide off the 3 panels of the roof, look inside, built so cleverly. Every day, on his right and left, another soul escapes towards the sky, and it sounds to him as if he can hear faraway music, as if a door has been shut on a grand old radio, and he can listen only by putting his good ear against the material of his cot, although the music is soft, and there are moments when he's not certain it's there at all. There is something to be angry at, Werner is sure, but he cannot say what it is. "Won't eat," says a nurse in English. Armband of a medic. "Fever?" "High." There are more words, then numbers. In a dream, he sees a bright crystalline night with the canals all frozen, and the lanterns of the miner's house burning, and the farmers skating between the fields. He sees a submarine asleep in the lightless depths of the Atlantic. Jutta presses her face to a porthole and breathes on the glass. He half expects to see Folkheimer's huge hand appear, help him up, and clap him into the opal. And Marie-Laure? Can she still feel the pressure of his hand against the webbing between her fingers, as he can feel hers? One night he sits up. In cots around him are a few dozen sick or wounded. A warm September wind pours across the countryside and sets the walls of the tent rippling. Werner's head swivels lightly on his neck. The wind is strong and gusting stronger, and the corners of the tent strain against their guy ropes. And where the flaps at the 2 ends come up, he can see trees buck and sway. Everything rustles. Werner zips his old notebook and the little house into his duffel, and the man beside him murmurs questions to himself, and the rest of the ruined company sleeps. Even Werner's thirst has faded. He feels only the raw, impassive surge of the moonlight as it strikes the tent above him and scatters. Out there, through the open flaps of the tent, clouds hurtle above treetops, toward Germany, toward home. Silver and blue, blue and silver. Sheets of paper tumble down the rows of cots, and in Werner's chest comes a quickening. He sees Frau Elena kneel beside the coal stove and bank up the fire, children in their beds. Baby Jutta sleeps in her cradle. His father lights a lamp, steps into an elevator and disappears. The voice of Folkheimer. What you could be. Werner's body seems to have gone weightless under his blanket, and beyond the flapping tent doors the trees dance, and the clouds keep up their huge billowing march, and he swings first one leg, and then the other, off the edge of the bed. "Ernst!" says the man beside him. "Ernst!" But there is no Ernst. The men in the cots do not reply. The American soldier at the door of the tent sleeps. Werner walks past him into the grass. The wind moves through his undershirt. He is a kite, a balloon. Once, he and Jutta built a little sailboat from scraps of wood and carried it to the river. Jutta painted the vessel in ecstatic purples and greens, and she set it on the water with great formality. But the boat sagged as soon as the current got hold of it. It floated downstream out of reach, and the flat black water swallowed it. Jutta blinked at Werner with wet eyes, pulling at the battered loops of yarn in her sweater. "It's all right," he told her. "Things hardly ever work on the first try. We'll make another. A better one." Did they? He hopes they did. He seems to remember a little boat, a more seaworthy one, gliding down a river. It sailed around a bend and left them behind, didn't it? The moonlight shines and billows. The broken clouds scud above the trees. Leaves fly everywhere. But the moonlight stays unmoved by the wind, passing through clouds, through air, in what seems to Werner like impossibly slow, imperturbable rays. They hang across the buckling grass. Why doesn't the wind move the light? Across the field, an American watches a boy leave the sick tent and move against the background of the trees. He sits up. He raises his hand. "Stop!" he calls. "Halt!" he calls. But Werner has crossed the edge of the field, where he steps on a trigger landmine set there by his own army 3 months before, and disappears in a fountain of earth. 11. 1945. Berlin. In January 1945, Frau Elena and the last 4 girls living at Children's House, the twins, Hannah and Susanna Gerlitz, Claudia Förster, and 15-year-old Jutta Pfennig, are transported from Essen to Berlin to work in a machine parts factory. For 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, they disassemble massive forging presses and stack the usable metal in crates to be loaded onto train cars. Unscrewing, sawing, hauling. Most days Frau Elena works close by, wearing a torn ski jacket she's found, mumbling to herself in French, or singing songs from childhood. They live above a printing company, abandoned a month before. Hundreds of crates of misprinted dictionaries are stacked in the halls, and the girls burn them page by page in the potbelly stove. Yesterday, Dankeswort, Dankesworte, Dankgebet, Dankopfer. Today, Frauenverband, Frauenverein, Frauenvorsteher, Frauenwahlrecht. For meals they have cabbage and barley in the factory canteen at noon, endless ration lines in the evening. Butter is cut into tiny portions. 3 times a week they each get a square half the size of a sugar cube. Water comes from a spigot 2 blocks away. Mothers with infants have no baby clothes, no buggies, and very little cow's milk. Some tear apart bed sheets for diapers. A few find newspapers and fold those into triangles and pin them between their baby's legs. At least half of the girls working in the factory cannot read or write, so Jutta reads them the letters that come from boyfriends or brothers or fathers at the front. Sometimes she writes responses for them. "And do you remember when we ate pistachios? When we ate those lemon ices shaped like flowers? When you said..." All spring the bombers come, every single night. Their only goal seemingly to burn the city to its roots. Most nights the girls hurry to the end of the block and climb into a cramped shelter and are kept awake by the crashing of stonework. Once in a while, on the walk to the factory, they see bodies, mummies turned to ash, people scorched beyond recognition. Other times, the corpses bear no apparent injuries, and it is these that fill Jutta with dread. People who look like they're a moment away from rising up and slogging back to work with the rest of them. But they do not wake. Once she sees a row of 3 children face down, backpacks on their backs. Her first thought is, "Wake up, go to school." Then she thinks, there could be food in those packs. Claudia Förster stops talking. Whole days pass and she does not say a word. The factory runs out of materials. There are rumours that no one's in charge anymore, that the copper and zinc and stainless steel they've been slaving to collect is being loaded onto train cars and left on sidings for no one. Mail stops. In late March, the machine parts factory is padlocked, and Frau Elena and the girls are sent to work for a civilian firm cleaning the streets after bombings. They lift broken masonry blocks, shovel dust and shattered glass through strainers. Jutta hears about boys, 16 and 17-year-olds, terrified, homesick, with trembling eyes, who show up on the doorsteps of their mothers only to be hauled howling out of attics 2 days later and shot in the street as deserters. Images from her childhood, riding in a wagon behind her brother, picking through trash, return to her, looking to salvage one shining thing from the mire. Werner, she whispers aloud. In the fall, at Solverein, she received 2 letters announcing his death. Each mentioned a different place of burial. La Fresnaye, Cherbourg. She had to look them up. Towns in France. Sometimes in dreams, she stands with him, over a table strewn with gears and belts and motors. "I'm making something," he says. "I'm working on it." But he doesn't go on. By April, the women speak only of the Russians and the things they will do, the vengeance they will seek. Barbarians, they say. Tartars, Ruskis, savages, swine. The pigs are in Strasbourg. The ogres are in the suburbs. Hannah, Susanna, Claudia and Jutta sleep on the floor in a tangle. Does any goodness linger in this last derelict stronghold? A little. Jutta comes home one afternoon, pasted with dust, to discover that big Claudia Förster has chanced upon a paper bakery box sealed with gold tape. Blots of grease show through the cardboard. Together the girls stare at it, like something from the unfallen world. Inside wait 15 pastries, separated by squares of wax paper and stuffed with strawberry preserves. The 4 girls and Frau Elena sit in their dripping apartment, a spring rain over the city, all the ash running off the ruins, all the rats peering out of caves made from fallen bricks. And they eat 3 stale pastries each, none of them saving anything for later. The powdered sugar on their noses, the jelly between their teeth, a giddiness rising and sparkling in their blood. That cow-like, petrified Claudia could achieve such a miracle, that she would be good enough to share it. What young women are left dress themselves in rags, cower in basements. Jutta hears that grandmothers are rubbing granddaughters with feces, sawing off their hair with bread knives, anything to make them less appealing to the Russians. She hears mothers are drowning daughters. She hears you can smell the blood on them from a mile away. "Not much longer now," says Frau Elena, her palms out in front of the stove, as the water refuses to boil. The Russians come for them on a cloudless day in May. There are only 3 of them, and they come only that one time. They break into the printing company below, hunting liquor, but find none, and are soon bashing holes in the walls. A crack and a shudder, a bullet zinging off an old dismantled press. And in the upstairs apartment, Frau Elena sits in her striped ski parka, an abridged New Testament zipped into the pocket, holding the hands of the girls and moving her lips in soundless prayer. Jutta allows herself to believe that they won't come up the staircase. For several minutes they don't. Until they do, and their boots thump all the way up. "Stay calm," Frau Elena tells the girls. Hannah and Susanna and Claudia and Jutta. None of them is older than 16. Frau Elena's voice is low and deflated, but it does not seem afraid. Disappointed, maybe. "Stay calm, and they won't shoot." I'll make sure to go first. After that, they'll be gentler. Jutta laces her hands behind her head to keep them from shaking. Claudia seems mute, deaf. And close your eyes, says Frau Elena. Hannah sobs. Jutta says, I want to see them. Keep them open, then. The footsteps stop at the top of the stairwell. The Russians go into the closet, and they hear the handles of mops being kicked drunkenly, and a crate of dictionaries go thudding down the stairs, and then someone rattles the knob. One says something to another, and the jam splinters, and the door bangs open. One is an officer. Two cannot be a day older than 17. All are filthy beyond comprehension. But somewhere in the previous hours they've taken the liberty of splashing themselves with women's perfume. The two boys in particular smell toxically of it. They seem partly like sheepish schoolboys, and partly like lunatics with an hour left to live. The first has only a rope for a belt, and is so thin he does not have to unknot it to slide off his trousers. The second laughs, a strange puzzled laugh, as if he does not quite believe the Germans would come to his country and leave a city like this behind. The officer sits by the door with his legs straight out in front of him and peers out into the street. Hannah screams for a half-second, but quickly muffles it with her own hand. Frau Elena leads the boys into the other room. She makes a single noise, a cough, as though she has something stuck in her throat. Claudia goes next. She offers up only moans. Jutta does not allow herself to make a single sound. Everything is strangely orderly. The officer goes last, trying each of them in turn, and he speaks single words while he's on top of Jutta, his eyes open but not seeing. It's not clear from his compressed, pained face if the words are endearments or insults. Beneath the cologne, he smells like a horse. Years later, Jutta will hear the words he spoke repeated in her memory. Kirill, Pavel, Afanasy, Valentin. And she will decide they were the names of dead soldiers. But she could be wrong. Before the Russians leave, the youngest fires his weapon into the ceiling twice, and plaster rains gently down on Jutta. And in the loud reverberating echo, she can hear Susanna on the floor beside her, not sobbing, but merely breathing very quietly, as she listens to the officer buckle himself back up. Then the three men spill into the street, and Frau Elena zips herself into her ski parka, barefoot, rubbing her left arm with her right hand as if trying to warm that one small segment of herself. Paris. Etienne rents the same flat on the Rue des Patriarches where Marie-Laure grew up. He buys the newspapers every day to scan the lists of released prisoners, and listens incessantly to one of three radios. De Gaulle this, North Africa that, Hitler, Roosevelt, Danzig, Bratislava, all these names, none of them her father's. Every morning they walk to the Gare d'Austerlitz to wait. A big station clock rattles off a relentless advance of seconds, and Marie-Laure sits beside her great-uncle and listens to the wasted and wretched shamble of the trains. Etienne sees soldiers with hollows in their cheeks like inverted cups. 30-year-olds who look 80. Men in threadbare suits putting hands to the tops of their heads to take off hats that are no longer there. Marie-Laure deduces what she can from the sounds of their shoes. Those are small, those weigh a ton, those hardly exist at all. In the evening she reads, while Etienne makes phone calls, petitions repatriation authorities, and writes letters. She finds she can sleep only 2 or 3 hours at a time. Phantom shells wake her. It is merely the autobus, says Etienne, who takes to sleeping on the floor beside her. Or, it's just the birds. Or, it's nothing, Marie. Most days, The creaky old malacologist, Dr. Giffard, waits with them at the Gare d'Austerlitz, sitting upright with his beard and bow tie, smelling of rosemary, of mint, of wine. He calls her Laurette. He talks about how he missed her, how he thought of her every day, how to see her is to believe once more that goodness, more than anything else, is what lasts. She sits with her shoulder pressed against Etienne's or Dr. Giffard's. Papa might be anywhere. He might be that voice just now, drawing nearer, those footfalls to her right. He might be in a cell, in a ditch, 1,000 miles away. He might be long dead. She goes into the museum on Etienne's arm to talk with various officials, many of whom remember her. The director himself explains that they're searching as hard as they can for her father, that they will continue to help her with her housing, her education. There is no mention of the sea of flames. Spring unfurls. Communiques flood the airwaves. Berlin surrenders. Goering surrenders. The great mysterious vault of Nazism falls open. Parades materialize spontaneously. The others who wait at the Gare d'Austerlitz whisper that 1 out of every 100 will come back. That you can loop your thumb and forefinger around their necks. That when they take off their shirts, you can see their lungs moving inside their chests. Every bite of food she takes is a betrayal. Even those who have returned, she can tell, have returned different, older than they should be, as though they've been on another planet where years pass more quickly. There is a chance, Etienne says, that we will never find out what happened. We have to be prepared for that. Marie-Laure hears Madame Manec. You must never stop believing. All through the summer they wait, Etienne always on one side, Dr. Giffard often on the other. And then one noon in August, Marie-Laure leads her great-uncle and Dr. Giffard up the long stairs and out into the sunlight, and asks if it is safe to cross. They say it is. So she leads them along the quay, through the gates of the Jardin des Plantes. Along the gravel paths, boys shout. Someone not far away plays a saxophone. She stops beside an arbour, alive with the sound of bees. The sky seems high and far away. Somewhere, someone is figuring out how to push back the hood of grief. But Marie-Laure cannot, not yet. The truth is that she is a disabled girl with no home and no parents. What now? Asks Etienne. Lunch? School, she says. I would like to go to school. 12. 1974. Volkheimer. Frank Volkheimer's third-floor walk-up in the suburbs of Pforzheim, Germany, possesses 3 windows. A single billboard, mounted on the cornice of the building across the alley, dominates the view. Its surface gleams 3 yards beyond the glass. Printed on it are processed meats, cold cuts as tall as he is, reds and pinks, grey at the edges, garnished with parsley sprigs the size of shrubs. At night, the billboard's 4 cheerless electric spotlights bathe his apartment in a strange reflected glare. He is 51 years old. April rain falls slantwise through the billboard's spotlights, and Volkheimer's television flickers blue, and he ducks habitually as he passes through the doorway between his kitchen and the main room. No children, no pets, no houseplants, few books on the shelves, just a card table, a mattress, and a single armchair in front of the television where he now sits, a tin of butter cookies in his lap. He eats them one after another, all the floral discs, then the ones shaped like pretzels, and finally the clovers. On the television, a black horse helps free a man trapped beneath a fallen tree. Volkheimer installs and repairs rooftop TV antennas. He puts on a blue jumpsuit every morning, faded where it strains over his huge shoulders, too short around the ankles, and walks to work in big black boots. Because he's strong enough to move the big extension ladders by himself, and perhaps also because he rarely speaks, Volkheimer responds to most calls alone. People telephone the branch office to request an installation, or to complain about ghost signals, interference, starlings on the wires, and out goes Volkheimer. He splices a broken line, or pokes a bird's nest off a boom, or elevates an antenna on struts. Only on the windiest, coldest days does Pforzheim feel like home. Volkheimer likes feeling the air slip under the collar of his jumpsuit, likes seeing the light blown clean by the wind, the far-off hills powdered with snow, the town's trees, all planted in the years after the war, all the same age, glittering with ice. On winter afternoons he moves among the antennas like a sailor through rigging. In the late blue light, he can watch the people in the streets below hurrying home, and sometimes gulls soar past, white against the dark. The small, secure weight of tools along his belt, the smell of intermittent rain, and the crystalline brilliance of the clouds at dusk. These are the only times when Volkheimer feels marginally whole. But on most days, especially the warm ones, life exhausts him. The worsening traffic and graffiti and company politics, everyone grousing about bonuses, benefits, overtime. Sometimes, in the slow heat of summer, long before dawn, Volkheimer paces in the harsh dazzle of the billboard lights and feels his loneliness on him like a disease. He sees tall ranks of firs swaying in a storm, hears their heartwood groan. He sees the earthen floor of his childhood home and the spider-webbed light of dawn coming through conifers. Other times, the eyes of men who are about to die haunt him, and he kills them all over again. Dead man in Lodz, dead man in Lublin, dead man in Radom, dead man in Krakow. Rain on the windows, rain on the roof. Before he goes to bed, Volkheimer descends 3 flights of stairs to the atrium to check his mail. He's not checked his mail in over a week. And among 2 flyers and a paycheck and a single utility bill is a small package from a veterans service organisation located in West Berlin. He carries the mail upstairs and opens the package. 3 different objects have been photographed against the same white background, carefully numbered note cards taped beside each. 14-6962. A canvas soldier's bag, mouse grey, with 2 padded straps. 14-6963. A little model house made from wood, partially crushed. 14-6964. A soft-covered rectangular notebook with a single word across the front. Fragen. The house he does not recognise, and the bag could have been any soldier's, but he knows the notebook instantly. WP inked on the bottom corner. Volkheimer sets 2 fingers on the photograph as though he could pluck out the notebook and sift through its pages. He was just a boy. They all were. Even the largest of them. The letter explains that the organisation is trying to deliver items to next of kin of dead soldiers whose names have been lost. It says they believe that he, Staff Sergeant Frank Volkheimer, served as ranking officer of a unit that included the owner of this bag. A bag that was collected by a United States Army prisoner of war processing camp in Bernay, France, in the year 1944. Does he know to whom these items belonged? He sets the photographs on the table and stands with his big hands at his sides. He hears jouncing axles, grumbling tailpipes, rain on canvas, clouds of gnats, buzzing, the march of jackboots, and the full-throated shouts of boys. Static, then the guns. But was it decent to leave him out there like that, even after he was dead? What you could be. He was small. He had white hair and ears that stuck out. He buttoned the collar of his jacket up around his throat when he was cold and drew his hands up inside the sleeves. Folkheimer knows whom those items belong to. Jutta. Jutta Vetter teaches sixth form algebra in Essen. Integers, probability, parabolas. Every day she wears the same outfit. Black slacks with a nylon blouse, alternately beige, charcoal or pale blue. Occasionally the canary yellow one, if she's feeling unrestrained. Her skin is milky, and her hair remains white as paper. Jutta's husband, Albert, is a kind, slow-moving and balding accountant whose great passion is running model trains in the basement. For a long time Jutta believed she could not get pregnant, and then, one day when she was 37 years old, she did. Their son, Max, is 6, fond of mud, dogs, and questions no one can answer. More than anything lately, Max likes to fold complicated designs of paper airplanes. He comes home from school, kneels on the kitchen floor, and forms airplane after airplane with unswerving, almost frightening devotion, evaluating different wingtips, tails, noses, mostly seeming to love the praxis of it, the transformation of something flat into something that can fly. It's a Thursday afternoon in early June, the school year nearly over, and they're at the public swimming pool. Slate-coloured clouds veil the sky, and children shout in the shallow end, and parents talk or read magazines or doze in their chairs, and everything is normal. Albert stands at the snack counter in his swim trunks, with his little towel draped over his wide back, and contemplates his selection of ice cream. Max swims awkwardly, windmilling one arm forward and then the other, periodically looking up to make sure his mother is watching. When he's done, he wraps himself in a towel and climbs into the chair beside her. Max is compact and small, and his ears stick out. Water droplets shine in his eyelashes. Dusk seeps down through the overcast, and a slight chill drops into the air, and one by one families leave to walk or bike or ride the bus home. Max plucks crackers out of a cardboard box and crunches them loudly. "I love Leibniz zoo crackers, Mutti," he says. "I know, Max." Albert drives them home in their little NSU Prince 4, the clutch rattling, and Jutta takes a stack of end-of-term exams from her school bag and grades them at the kitchen table. Albert puts on water for noodles and fries onions. Max takes a clean sheet of paper from the drawing table and starts to fold. On the front door comes knocks. 3. For reasons Jutta does not fully understand, her heartbeat begins to thud in her ears. The point of her pencil hovers over the page. It's only someone at the door, a neighbour or a friend or the little girl Anna from down the street who sits upstairs with Max sometimes and gives him directions for how to best construct elaborate towns out of plastic blocks. But the knock does not sound anything like Anna's. Max bounds to the door, airplane in hand. "Who is it, dear?" Max does not reply, which means it's someone he does not know. She crosses into the hall, and there in her doorframe stands a giant. Max crosses his arms, intrigued and impressed, his airplane on the ground at his feet. The giant takes off his cap. His massive head shines. "Frau Vetter?" He wears a tent-sized silver sweatsuit with maroon splashes along the sides, zipper pulled to the base of his throat. Gingerly, he presents a faded canvas duffel bag. The bullies in the square, Hans and Heribert, his very size invokes them all. This man has come, she thinks, to other doors and not bothered to knock. "Yes?" "Your maiden name was Fennig?" Even before she nods, before he says, I have something for you. Before she invites him through the screen door, she knows this will be about Werner. The giant's nylon pants swish as he follows her down the hall. When Albert looks up from the stove, he startles, but only says, "Hello, and watch your head," and waves his cooking spoon as the giant dodges the light fixture. When he offers dinner, the giant says yes. Albert pulls the table away from the wall and sets a fourth place. In his wooden chair, Folkheimer reminds Jutta of an image from one of Max's picture books. An elephant squeezed into an airplane seat. The duffel bag he has brought waits on the hall table. The conversation begins slowly. He has come several hours on the train. He walked here from the station. He does not need sherry, thank you. Max eats fast. Albert slowly. Jutta tucks her hands beneath her thighs to hide their shaking. Once they had the address, Folkheimer says, I asked if I might deliver it myself. They included a letter. See? He takes a folded sheet of paper from his pocket. Outside, cars pass. Wrens trill. A part of Jutta does not want to take the letter, does not want to hear what this huge man has travelled a long way to say. Weeks go by when Jutta does not allow herself to think of the war, of Frau Elena, of the awful last months in Berlin. Now she can buy pork 7 days a week. Now, if the house feels cold, she twists a dial in the kitchen and voila. She does not want to be one of those middle-aged women who thinks of nothing but her own painful history. Sometimes she looks at the eyes of her older colleagues and wonders what they did when the electricity was out, when there were no candles, when the rain came through the ceiling, what they saw. Only rarely does she loosen the seals enough to allow herself to think of Werner. In many ways, her memories of her brother have become things to lock away. A math teacher at Helmholtz Gymnasium in 1974 does not bring up a brother who attended the National Political Institute of Education at Schulpforta. Albert says, In the East, then? Folkheimer says, I was with him at school, then out in the field. We were in Russia. Also Poland, Ukraine, Austria. And then France. Max crunches a sliced apple. He says, How tall are you? Max, says Jutta. Folkheimer smiles. Albert says, He was very bright, wasn't he, Jutta's brother? Folkheimer says, Very. Albert offers a second helping, offers salt, offers sherry again. Albert is younger than Jutta, and during the war he ran as a courier in Hamburg between bomb shelters. 9 years old in 1945, still a child. The last place I saw him, says Folkheimer, was in a town on the northern coast of France called Saint-Malo. From the loam of Jutta's memory rises a sentence. What I want to write about today is the sea. We spent a month there. I think he might have fallen in love. Jutta sits straighter in her chair. It's embarrassingly plain how inadequate language is. A town on the northern coast of France. Love. Nothing will be healed in this kitchen. Some griefs can never be put right. Folkheimer pushes back from the table. It was not my intention to upset you. He hovers, dwarfing them. It's all right, says Albert. Max, can you please take our guest to the patio? I'll put out some cake. Max slides open the glass door for Folkheimer, and he ducks through. Jutta sets the plates in the sink. She's suddenly very tired. She only wants the big man to leave and to take the bag with him. She only wants a tide of normality to wash in and cover everything again. Albert touches her elbow. Are you all right? Jutta does not nod or shake her head, but slowly drags a hand over both eyebrows. I love you, Jutta. When she looks out the window, Volkheimer is kneeling on the cement beside Max. Max lays down 2 sheets of paper, and although she cannot hear them, she can see the huge man talking Max through a set of steps. Max watches intently, turning over the sheet when Volkheimer turns it over, matching his folds, wetting one finger, and running it along a crease. Soon enough, they each have a wide-winged plane with a long forked tail. Volkheimer's sails neatly out across the yard, flying straight and true, and smacks into the fence nose first. Max claps. Max kneels on the patio in the dusk, going over his airplane, checking the angle of its wings. Volkheimer kneels beside him, nodding, patient. Jutta says, I love you too. Duffel. Volkheimer is gone. The duffel waits on the hall table. She can hardly look at it. Jutta helps Max into his pyjamas and kisses him good night. She brushes her teeth, avoiding herself in the mirror, and goes back downstairs and stands looking out through the window in their front door. In the basement, Albert is running his trains through his meticulously painted world, beneath the underpass, over his electric drawbridge. It's a small sound up here, but relentless, a sound that penetrates the timbers of the house. Jutta brings the duffel up to the desk in her bedroom and sets it down on the floor, and grades another of her students' exams. Then another. She can hear the trains stop, then resume their monotonous drone. She tries to grade a 3rd exam but cannot concentrate. The numbers drift across the pages and collect at the bottom in unintelligible piles. She sets the bag in her lap. When they were first married, and Albert went away on trips for work, Jutta would wake in the pre-dawn hours and remember those first nights after Werner left for Schulpforta, and feel all over again the searing pain of his absence. For something so old, the zipper on the duffel opens smoothly. Inside is a thick envelope and a package covered in newspaper. When she unwraps the newspaper, she finds a model house, tall and narrow, no bigger than her fist. The envelope contains the notebook she sent him 40 years before, his book of questions. That crimped, tiny cursive, each letter sloping slightly farther uphill. Drawings, schematics, pages of lists. Something that looks like a blender powered by bicycle pedals. A motor for a model airplane. Why do some fish have whiskers? Is it true that all cats are grey when the candles are out? When lightning strikes the sea, why don't all the fish die? After 3 pages, she has to close the notebook. Memories cartwheel out of her head and tumble across the floor. Werner's cot in the attic, the wall above it papered over with her drawings of imaginary cities, the first aid box and the radio and the wire threaded out the window and through the eave. Downstairs, the trains run through Albert's 3-level layout, and in the next room her son wages battles in his sleep, lips murmuring, eyelids flexing, and Jutta wills the numbers to climb back up and find their places on her students' exams. She reopens the notebook. Why does a knot hold? If 5 cats catch 5 rats in 5 minutes, how many cats will it require to catch 100 rats in 100 minutes? Why does a flag flutter in the wind rather than stand straight out? Tucked between the last 2 pages, she finds an old sealed envelope. He has written, "For Frederick," across the front. Frederick, the bunkmate Werner used to write about, the boy who loved birds. He sees what other people don't. what the war did to dreamers. When Albert finally comes up, she keeps her head down and pretends to be grading exams. He peels himself out of his clothes and groans lightly as he gets into bed and switches off his lamp and says, "Good night." And still she sits. Saint-Malo. Juta's grades are in, and Max is off school, and besides, he'd just go to the pool every day, pester his father with riddles, fold 300 of those airplanes the giant taught him, and wouldn't it be good for him to visit another country, learn some French, see the ocean? She poses these questions to Albert, but both of them know that she's the one who must grant permission. To go herself. To take their son. On the 26th of June, an hour before dawn, Albert makes 6 ham sandwiches and wraps them in foil. Then he drives Jutta and Max to the station, in the Prince 4, and kisses her on the lips. And she boards the train with Werner's notebook and the model house in her purse. The journey takes all day. By Rennes, the sun has dropped low over the horizon, and the smell of warm manure comes through the open windows, and lines of pollarded trees whisk past. Gulls and crows in equal numbers follow a tractor through its wake of dust. Max eats a second ham sandwich and rereads a comic book, and sheets of yellow flowers glow in the fields. And Jutta wonders if any of them grow over the bones of her brother. Before dark, a well-dressed man with a prosthetic leg boards the train. He sits beside her and lights a cigarette. Jutta clutches her bag between her knees. She is certain that he was wounded in the war, that he will start a conversation, that her deficient French will betray her, or that Max will say something, or that the man can already tell. Maybe she smells German. He'll say, "You did this to me. Please, not in front of my son." But the train jolts into motion, and the man finishes his cigarette and gives her a preoccupied smile, and promptly falls asleep. She turns the little house over in her fingers. They come into Saint-Malo around midnight, and the cab driver leaves them at a hotel on the Place Chateaubriand. The clerk accepts the money Albert exchanged for her, and Max leans against her hip, half asleep, and she's so afraid to try her French that she goes to bed hungry. In the morning, Max pulls her through a gap in the old walls and out onto a beach. He runs across the sand at full tilt, then stops and stares up at the ramparts rearing above him, as though imagining pennants and cannons and medieval archers ranged along the parapets. Jutta cannot tear her eyes away from the ocean. It's emerald green and incomprehensibly large. A single white sail veers out of the harbour. A pair of trawlers on the horizon appear and disappear between waves. Sometimes I catch myself staring at it and forget my duties. It seems big enough to contain everything anyone could ever feel. They pay a coin to climb the tower of the chateau. "Come on," Max says, and charges up the winding narrow stairs, and Jutta huffs along behind, each quarter turn presenting a narrow window of blue sky, Max practically hauling her up the steps. From the top, they watch the small figures of tourists stroll past shop windows. She has read about the siege. She studied photos of the old town before the war. But now, looking across at the huge dignified houses, the hundreds of rooftops, she can see no traces of bombings or craters or crushed buildings. The town appears to have been entirely replaced. They order galettes for lunch. She expects stares, but no one takes any notice. The waiter seems to neither know nor care that she's German. In the afternoon, she leads Max out through a high arch on the far side of the city, called the Porte de Dinan. They cross the quay and climb to a matching headland across the mouth of a river from the old city. Inside the park wait the ruins of a fort overgrown with weeds. Max pauses at all the steep edges along the trail and throws pebbles down into the sea. Every 100 paces along the path, they come across a big steel cap, beneath which a soldier would direct cannon fire at whomever was trying to take the hill. Some of these pillboxes are so scarred by assault that she can hardly imagine the fire and speed and terror of the projectiles showering onto them. Her foot of steel looks as if it's been transformed into warm butter and gouged by the fingers of a child. What it must have sounded like to stand in there. Now they're filled with crisp bags, cigarette filters, paper wrappers. American and French flags fly from a hilltop at the centre of the park. Here signs say, Germans hold up in underground tunnels to fight to the last man. 3 teenagers pass laughing, and Max watches them with great intensity. On a pocked and lichen-splotched cement wall is bolted a small stone plaque. Ici a été tué Gaston Marcel, âge de 18 ans, mort pour la France le 11 août 1944. Utah sits on the ground. The sea is heavy and slate grey. There are no plaques for the Germans who died here. Why has she come? What answers did she hope to find? On their second morning, they sit in the Place Chateaubriand, across from the Historical Museum, where sturdy benches face flower beds ringed by shin-high metal half-loops. Beneath awnings, tourists browse over blue and white striped sweaters and framed watercolours of corsair ships. Her father sings as he puts his arm around a daughter. Max looks up from his book and says, "Mutti, what goes around the world but stays in a corner?" "I don't know, Max." "A postage stamp." He smiles at her. She says, "I'll be right back." The man behind the museum counter is bearded, maybe 50, old enough to remember. She opens her purse and unwraps the partially crushed wooden house and says in her best French, "My brother had this. I believe he found it here during the war." The man shakes his head, and she returns the house to her purse. Then he asks to see it again. He holds the model under the lamp and turns it so that its recessed front door faces him. "Oui," he says finally. He gestures for her to wait outside, and a moment later he locks the door behind him and leads her and Max down streets narrow and sloping. After a dozen rights and lefts, they stand in front of the house. A real-life counterpart to the little one that Max is right now rotating in his hands. "Number 4 Rue Valborel," says the man. "The LeBlanc house. Been subdivided into holiday flats for years." Lichens splotch the stone. Leached minerals have left filigrees of stains. Flower boxes adorn the windows, foaming over with geraniums. Could Werner have made the model? Bought it? She says, "And was there a girl? Do you know about a girl?" "Yes, there was a blind girl who lived in this house during the war. My mother told stories about her. As soon as the war ended, she moved away." Green dots strobe across Utah's vision. She feels as if she's been staring at the sun. Max pulls her wrist. "Mutti, Mutti." "Why," she says, lurching through the French, "would my brother have a miniature reproduction of this house?" "Maybe the girl who lived here would know. I can find her address for you." "Mutti, Mutti, look," Max says, and yanks her hard enough to win her attention. She glances down. "I think this little house opens. I think there's a way to open it." Laboratory. Marie-Laure Leblanc manages a small laboratory at the Museum of Natural History in Paris and has contributed in significant ways to the study and literature of molluscs. A monograph on the evolutionary rationale for the folds in West African cancellate nutmeg shells, an often cited paper on the sexual dimorphism of Caribbean volutes. As a doctoral student, she travelled to Bora Bora and Bimini. She waded onto reefs in a sun hat with a collecting bucket and harvested snails on 3 continents. Marie-Laure is not a collector in the way that Dr. Giffard was, an amasser, always looking to scurry down the scales of order, family, genus, species and subspecies. She loves to be among the living creatures, whether on the reefs or in her aquaria, to find the snails crawling along the rocks, these tiny wet beings straining calcium from the water and spinning it into polished dreams on their backs. It is enough. More than enough. She and Etienne travelled while he could. They went to Sardinia and Scotland and rode on the upper deck of a London airport bus as it skimmed below trees. He bought himself 2 nice transistor radios, died gently in the bathtub at age 82, and left her plenty of money. Despite hiring an investigator, spending thousands of francs, and poring through reams of German documentation, Marie-Laure and Etienne were never able to determine what exactly happened to her father. They confirmed he'd been a prisoner at a labour camp called Breitenau in 1942, and there was a record made by a camp doctor at a sub-camp in Kassel, Germany, that a Daniel Leblanc contracted influenza in the first part of 1943. That's all they have. Marie-Laure still lives in the flat where she grew up, still walks to the museum. She has had 2 lovers. The first was a visiting scientist who never returned, and the second was a Canadian named John who scattered things, ties, coins, socks, breath mints, around any room he entered. They met in graduate school. He flitted from lab to lab with a prodigious curiosity, but little perseverance. He loved ocean currents and architecture and Charles Dickens, and his variousness made her feel limited, over-specialised. When Marie-Laure got pregnant, they separated peaceably, with no flamboyance. Helena, their daughter, is 19 now, short-haired, petite, an aspiring violinist. Self-possessed, the way children of a blind parent tend to be. Helena lives with her mother, but the 3 of them, John, Marie-Laure, and Helena, eat lunch together every Friday. It was hard to live through the early 1940s in France and not have the war be the centre from which the rest of your life spiralled. Marie-Laure still cannot wear shoes that are too large, or smell a boiled turnip, without experiencing revulsion. Neither can she listen to lists of names. Soccer team rosters, citations at the end of journals, introductions at faculty meetings. Always they seem to her some vestige of the prison lists that never contained her father's name. She still counts storm drains, 38 on the walk home from her laboratory. Flowers grow on her tiny wrought-iron balcony, and in summer she can estimate what time of day it is by feeling how wide the petals of the evening primroses have opened. When Helena is out with her friends and the apartment seems too quiet, Marie-Laure walks to the same brasserie, Le Village Monguet, just outside the Jardin des Plantes, and orders roasted duck in honour of Dr. Giffard. Is she happy? For portions of every day she is happy. When she's standing beneath a tree, for instance, listening to the leaves vibrating in the wind. Or when she opens a package from a collector, and that old ocean odour of shells comes washing out. When she remembers reading Jules Verne to Helena, and Helena falling asleep beside her, the hot, hard weight of the girl's head against her ribs. There are hours, though, when Helena is late, and anxiety rides up through Marie-Laure's spine, and she leans over a lab table and becomes aware of all the other rooms in the museum around her, the closets full of preserved frogs and eels and worms, the cabinets full of pinned bugs and pressed ferns, the cellars full of bones. And she feels all of a sudden that she works in a mausoleum, that the departments are systematic graveyards, that all these people, the scientists and warders and guards and visitors, occupy galleries of the dead. But such moments are few and far between. In her laboratory, 6 saltwater aquariums gurgle reassuringly. On the back wall stand 3 cabinets with 400 drawers in each, salvaged years ago from the office of Dr. Geffard. Every fall she teaches a class to undergraduates, and her students come and go, smelling of salted beef or cologne or the gasoline of their motor scooters. And she loves to ask them about their lives, to wonder what adventures they've had, what lusts, what secret follies they carry in their hearts. One Wednesday evening in July, her assistant knocks quietly on the open door to the laboratory. Tanks bubble and filters hum, and aquarium heaters click on or off. He says there is a woman to see her. Marie-Laure keeps both hands on the keys of her Braille typewriter. A collector? I don't think so, Doctor. She says that she got your address from a museum in Brittany. First notes of vertigo. She has a boy with her. They're waiting at the end of the hall. Shall I tell her to try tomorrow? What does she look like? White hair. He leans closer. Badly dressed, skin like poultry. She says she would like to see you about a model house. Somewhere behind her, Marie-Laure hears the tinkling sound of 10,000 keys quivering on 10,000 hooks. Dr. Leblanc? The room has tilted. In a moment, she will slide off the edge. Visitor. You learnt French as a child, Marie-Laure says, though how she manages to speak she's not sure. Yes, this is my son, Max. Guten Tag, murmurs Max. His hand is warm and small. He has not learnt French as a child, says Marie-Laure, and both women laugh a moment before falling quiet. The woman says, I brought something. Even through its newspaper wrapping, Marie-Laure knows it is the model house. It feels as if this woman has dropped a molten kernel of memory into her hands. She can barely stand. Francis, she says to her assistant, could you show Max something in the museum for a moment? Perhaps the Beatles? Of course, madame. The woman says something to her son in German. Francis says, shall I close the door? Please. The latch clicks. Marie-Laure can hear the aquaria bubble, and the woman inhale, and the rubber stoppers on the stool legs beneath her squeak as she shifts. With her finger she finds the nicks on the house's sides, the slope of its roof. How often she held it. My father made this, she says. Do you know how my brother got it? Everything whirling through space, taking a lap around the room, then climbing back into Marie-Laure's mind. The boy, the model. Has it never been opened? She sets the house down suddenly, as if it's very hot. The woman Jutta must be watching her very closely. She says, as though apologizing, did he take it from you? Over time, thinks Marie-Laure, events that seem jumbled either become more confusing or gradually settle into place. The boy saved her life 3 times over. Once, by not exposing Etienne when he should have. Twice, by taking that sergeant major out of the way. 3 times, by helping her out of the city. No, she says. It was not, says Jutta, reaching the limits of her French, very easy to be good then. I spent a day with him. Less than a day. Jutta says, How old were you? 16 during the siege, and you? 15 at the end. We all grew up before we were grown up. Did he? Jutta says, he died. Of course. In the stories after the war, all the resistance heroes were dashing, sinewy types who could construct machine guns from paper clips, and the Germans either raised their godlike blonde heads through open tank hatches to watch broken cities scroll past, or else were psychopathic, sex-crazed torturers of beautiful Jewesses. Where did the boy fit? He made such a faint presence. It was like being in the room with a feather. But his soul glowed with some fundamental kindness, didn't it? We used to pick berries by the Ruhr, my sister and me. She says, his hands were smaller than mine. The woman clears her throat. He was little for his age, always, but he looked out for me. It was hard for him not to do what was expected of him. Have I said this correctly? Perfectly. The aquaria bubble. The snails eat. What agonies this woman endured, Marie-Laure cannot guess. And the model house? Did Werner let himself back into the grotto to retrieve it? Did he leave the stone inside? She says, he said that you and he used to listen to my great-uncle's broadcasts, that you could hear them all the way in Germany. Your great-uncle? Now Marie-Laure wonders what memories crawl over the woman across from her. She's about to say more when footfalls in the hall stop outside the laboratory door. Max stumbles through something unintelligible in French. Francis laughs and says, No, behind, as in the back of us. Not behind, as in derrière. Jutta says, I'm sorry. Marie-Laure laughs. It is the obliviousness of our children that saves us. The door opens and Francis says, You are all right, madame? Yes, Francis, you may go. We'll go too, says Jutta, and she pushes her stool back beneath the lab table. I wanted you to have the little house. Better with you than with me. Marie-Laure keeps her hands flat on the lab table. She imagines mother and son as they move toward the door, small hand folded in big hand, and her throat wells. Wait, she says. When my great-uncle sold the house after the war, he travelled back to Saint-Malo, and he salvaged the one remaining recording of my grandfather. It was about the moon. I remember. And light? On the other side? The creaking floor, the roiling tanks, snails sliding along glass, little house on the table between her hands. Leave your address with Francis. The record is very old, but I'll mail it to you. Max might like it. Paper airplane. And Francis said there are 42,000 drawers of dried plants, and he showed me the beak of a giant squid and a plesiosaur. The gravel crunches beneath their shoes, and Jutta has to lean against a tree. Mutti? Lights veer toward her, then away. I'm tired, Max. That's all. She unfolds the tourist map and tries to understand the way back to their hotel. A few cars are out, and most every window they pass is lit blue from a television. It's the absence of all the bodies, she thinks, that allows us to forget. It's that the sod seals them over. In the elevator, Max pushes 6, and up they go. The carpeted runner to their room is a river of maroon, crossed with gold trapezoids. She hands Max the key, and he fumbles with the lock, then opens the door. "Did you show the lady how the house opened, Mutti?" I think she already knew. Jutta turns on the television and takes off her shoes. Max opens the balcony doors and folds an airplane with hotel stationery. The half-block of Paris that she can see reminds her of the city she drew as a girl. 100 houses, 1,000 windows, a wheeling flock of birds. On the television, players in blue rush along a field 2,000 miles away. The score is 3-2. But a goalkeeper has fallen, and a wing has towed the ball just enough that it rolls slowly toward the goal line. No one is there to kick it away. Jutta picks up the phone beside the bed and dials 9 numbers, and Max launches an airplane over the street. It sails a few dozen feet and hangs for an instant. And then the voice of her husband says, "Hello." The key. She sits in her lab touching the Dicinia shells one after another in their tray. Memories strobe past. The feel of her father's trouser leg as she'd cling to it. Sand fleas skittering around her knees. Captain Nemo's submarine vibrating with his woeful dirge as it floated through the black. She shakes the little house, though she knows it will not give itself away. He went back for it, carried it out, died with it. What sort of a boy was he? She remembers how he sat and paged through that book of Etienne's. "Birds," he said. "Bird after bird after bird." She sees herself walk out of the smoking city, trailing a white pillowcase. Once she is out of his sight, he turns and lets himself back through Harold Bazin's gate. The rampart, a huge crumbling bulwark above him. The sea settling on the far side of the grate. She sees him solve the puzzle of the little house. Maybe he drops the diamond into the pool among the thousands of snails. Then he closes the puzzle box and locks the gate and trots away. Or he puts the stone back into the house. Or slips it into his pocket. From her memory, Dr. Geffard whispers, "That something so small could be so beautiful, worth so much. Only the strongest people can turn away from feelings like that." She twists the chimney 90 degrees. It turns as smoothly as if her father just built it. When she tries to slide off the first of the 3 wooden roof panels, she finds it stuck. But with the end of a pen, she manages to lever off the panels. 1, 2, 3. Something drops into her palm. An iron key. Sea of Flames. From the molten basements of the world, 200 miles down it comes. One crystal in a seam of others. Pure carbon, each atom linked to 4 equidistant neighbours, perfectly knit, octahedral, unsurpassed in hardness. Already it is old, unfathomably so. Incalculable eons tumble past. The earth shifts, shrugs, stretches. 1 year, 1 day, 1 hour. A great upflow of magma gathers a seam of crystals and drives it toward the surface, mile after burning mile. It cools inside a huge, smoking xenolith of kimberlite. And there it waits, century after century. Rain, wind, cubic miles of ice. Bedrock becomes boulders, boulders become stones. The ice retreats, a lake forms. And galaxies of freshwater clams flap their million shells at the sun, and close and die, and the lake seeps away. Stands of prehistoric trees rise and fall and rise again in succession. Until another year, another day, another hour, when a storm claws one particular stone out of a canyon, and sends it into a clattering flow of alluvium, where eventually it finds, one evening, the attention of a prince who knows what he's looking for. It is cut, polished. For a breath, it passes between the hands of men. Another hour, another day, another year. Lump of carbon no larger than a chestnut. Mantled with algae, bedecked with barnacles, crawled over by snails. It stirs among the pebbles. Frederick. He lives with his mother outside West Berlin. Their apartment is a middle unit in a triplex. Its only windows offer a view of sweet gum trees, a vast and barely used supermarket parking lot, and an expressway beyond. Frederick sits on the back patio most days and watches the wind drive discarded plastic bags across the lot. Sometimes they spin high into the air and fly unpredictable loops before catching on the branches or disappearing from view. He makes pencil drawings of spirals, messy, heavy-leaded corkscrews. He'll cover a sheet of paper with 2 or 3, then flip it over and fill the other side. The apartment is jammed with them, thousands on the counters, in drawers, on the toilet tank. His mother used to throw the sheets away when Frederick wasn't looking, but lately she's given up. Like a factory, that boy, she used to say to friends, and smiled a desperate smile, meant to make her appear brave. Few friends come over now. Few are left. One Wednesday, but what are Wednesdays to Frederick, his mother comes in with a mail. "There's a letter," she says. "For you." Her instinct in the decades since the war has been to hide. Hide herself. Hide what happened to her boy. She was not the only widow made to feel as if she'd been complicit in an unspeakable crime. Inside the large envelope is a letter and a smaller envelope. The letter comes from a woman in Essen who traces the course of the smaller envelope from her brother to an American prisoner of war camp in France, to a military storage facility in New Jersey, to a veterans service organization in West Berlin, then to a former sergeant, then to the woman writing the letter. Werner. She can still picture the boy. White hair, shy hands, a melting smile. Frederick's one friend. Aloud, she says, "He was very small." Frederick's mother shows him the unopened envelope. It is wrinkled, sepia-coloured and old, his name written in small cursive letters. But he shows no interest. She leaves it on the counter as dusk falls, and measures out a cup of rice and sets it to boil, and switches on every lamp and overhead fixture as she always does, not to see, but because she is alone, because the apartments on either side are vacant, and because the lights make her feel as if she's expecting someone. She purees his vegetables. She puts the spoon in Frederick's mouth and he hums as he swallows. He is happy. She wipes his chin and sets a sheet of paper in front of him, and he takes his pencil and begins to draw. She fills the sink with soapy water. Then she opens the envelope. Inside is a folded print of 2 birds in full colour. Aquatic wood wagtail, male 1, female 2. 2 birds on a stalk of Indian turnip. She peers back into the envelope for a note, an explanation, but finds none. The day she bought that book for Freddie, the bookseller took so long to wrap it. She did not understand its attraction, but knew that her son would love it. The doctors claim Frederick retains no memories, that his brain maintains only basic functions. But there are moments when she wonders. She flattens out the creases as well as she can and drags the floor lamp closer and places the print before her son. He tilts his head, and she tries to convince herself he's studying it. But his eyes are grey and chambered and shallow. And after a moment, he returns to his spirals. When she's finished the dishes, she leads Frederick out onto the elevated patio, as is their routine, where he sits with his bib still around his neck, staring into oblivion. She'll try him again on the bird print tomorrow. It's fall, and starlings fly in great pulsing swarms above the city. Sometimes she thinks he perks up when he sees them, hears all those wings rushing and rushing and rushing. As she sits, looking out through the line of trees into the great empty parking lot, a dark shape sweeps through the nimbus of a street lamp. It disappears, and then re-emerges, and suddenly and silently it lands on the deck railing, not 6 feet away. It's an owl, as big as a child. It swivels its neck, and blinks its yellow eyes, and in her head roars a single thought. You've come for me. Frederick sits up straight. The owl hears something. It holds there, listening as hard as she has ever seen anything listen. Frederick stares and stares. Then it goes. 3 audible wing beats, and the darkness swallows it. You saw it? She whispers. Did you see it, Freddie? He keeps his gaze turned toward the shadows, but there are only the plastic bags rustling in the branches above them, and the dozens of spheres of artificial light glowing in the parking lot beyond. Mutti, says Frederick. Mutti? I'm here, Freddie. She puts her hand on his knee. His fingers lock around the arms of the chair. His whole body becomes rigid. Veins stand out in his neck. Frederick, what is it? He looks at her. His eyes do not blink. What are we doing, Mutti? Oh, Freddie. We're just sitting. We're just sitting and looking out at the night. 13. 2014. She lives to see the century turn. She lives still. It's a Saturday morning in early March, and her grandson, Michel, collects her from her flat and walks her through the Jardin des Plantes. Frost glimmers in the air, and Marie-Laure shuffles along with the ball of her cane out in front, and her thin hair blown to one side, and the leafless canopies of the trees drifting overhead, as she imagines schools of Portuguese men-of-war drift, trailing their long tentacles behind them. Skim ice has formed atop puddles in the gravel paths. Whenever she finds some with her cane, she stops and bends and tries to lift the thin plate without breaking it, as though raising a lens to her eye. Then she sets it carefully back down. The boy is patient, taking her elbow only when she seems to need it. They make for the hedge maze in the northwest corner of the gardens. The path they're on begins to ascend, twisting steadily to the left. Climb. Pause. Catch your breath. Climb again. When they reach the old steel gazebo at the very top, he leads her to its narrow bench, and they sit. No one else here. Too cold, or too early, or both. She listens to the wind sift through the filigree of the crown of the gazebo, and the walls of the maze hold steady around them. Paris murmuring below. The drowsy purr of a Saturday morning. You'll be 12 next Saturday, won't you, Michel? Finally. You are in a hurry to be 12? Mother says I can drive the moped when I'm 12. Ah. Marie-Laure laughs. Ha! The moped. Beneath her fingernails, the frost makes billions of tiny diadems and coronas on the slats of the bench, a lattice of dumbfounding complexity. Michel presses against her side and becomes very quiet. Only his hands are moving, little clicks rising, buttons being pressed. "What are you playing?" "Warlords." "You play against your computer?" "Against Jacques." "Where is Jacques?" The boy's attention stays on the game. It does not matter where Jacques is. Jacques is inside the game. She sits, and her cane flexes against the gravel, and the boy clicks his buttons in spasmodic flurries. After a while he exclaims, "Ah!" and the game makes several resolving chirps. "You're all right?" "He has killed me!" Awareness returns to Michel's voice. He's looking up again. "Jacques, I mean. I am dead." "In the game?" "Yes, but I can always begin again." Below them the wind washes frost from the trees. She concentrates on feeling the sun touch the backs of her hands, on the warmth of her grandson beside her. "Mamie, was there something you wanted for your 12th birthday?" "There was. A book by Jules Verne." "The same one Maman read to me. Did you get it?" "I did. In a way." "There were lots of complicated fish names in that book." She laughs. "And corals and mollusks too." "Especially mollusks. It's a beautiful morning, Mamie, isn't it?" "Very beautiful." People walk the paths of the gardens below, and the wind sings anthems in the hedges, and the big old cedars at the entrance to the maze creak. Marie-Laure imagines the electromagnetic waves travelling into and out of Michel's machine, bending around them, just as Etienne used to describe, except now 1,000 times more criss-cross the air than when he lived, maybe 1,000,000 times more. Torrents of text conversations, tides of cell conversations, of television programs, of email, vast networks of fibre and wire interlaced above and beneath the city, passing through buildings, arcing between transmitters in metro tunnels, between antennas atop buildings, from lampposts with cellular transmitters in them, commercials for Carrefour and Evian, and pre-baked toaster pastries flashing into space and back to Earth again. I'm going to be late, and maybe we should get reservations, and pick up avocados, and what did he say? And 10,000 I miss yous, 50,000 I love yous. Hate mail and appointment reminders and market updates, jewellery ads, coffee ads, furniture ads flying invisibly over the warrens of Paris, over the battlefields and tombs, over the Ardennes, over the Rhine, over Belgium and Denmark, over the scarred and ever-shifting landscapes we call nations. And is it so hard to believe that souls might also travel those paths? That her father and Etienne and Madame Manec and the German boy named Werner Pfennig might harry the sky in flocks like egrets, like terns, like starlings, that great shuttles of souls might fly about, faded but audible if you listen closely enough. They flow above the chimneys, ride the sidewalks, slip through your jacket and shirt and breastbone and lungs, and pass out through the other side. The air a library, and the record of every life lived, every sentence spoken, every word transmitted, still reverberating within it. Every hour, she thinks. Someone for whom the war was memory falls out of the world. We rise again in the grass, in the flowers, in songs. Michel takes her arm, and they wind back down the path, through the gate, onto the Rue Cuvière. She passes 1 storm drain, 2 storm drains, 3, 4, 5. And when they reach her building, she says, "You may leave me here, Michel. You can find your way." "Of course." "Until next week, then." He kisses her once on each cheek. "Until next week, Mamie." She listens until his footsteps fade, until all she can hear are the sighs of cars and the rumble of trains and the sounds of everyone hurrying through the cold. The end. You've been listening to All the Light We Cannot See by Anthony Doerr, narrated by Julie Teal.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this.